Where are you taking us here?
Well, it's a secret little place I have down
It's like
here.
the dungeon.
Promise you're not gonna eat us. Wow, have you got stuff?
I'll pass it over.
This could be the bell off the train that killed Jumbo the elephant.
The sky's the limit on what we could make of. Wow, that's amazing. That's off a turn-of-the-century Ferris wheel. There's a ton of them here. What did I just see there? Sheldon, you gotta see this. Wow.
That one goes into the Pickers Hall of Fame.
Ah, I love the smell of mold in the morning. I'm Scott Cousins.
I'm Sheldon Smithens.
And we're Pickers. We travel all over Canada, coast to coast, from the West Rocky Mountains to the Eastern Shores and all the back roads in between, looking for hidden gems in people's basements, attics, and barns. Sometimes we take a gamble, trust in our gut to make a buck.
Just like the people we meet, every story is different.
It's not junk to us.
You know, Canadians from coast to coast, you gotta just love them.
I'm a Canadian. You're a Canadian. And I love you.
Separate rooms tonight at the hotel. I love picking in southern Ontario.
I do too. There's so much great stuff, so much history here. So we're heading over to Oshawa, where we're going to see Tim. He's got some toys, I think. And then we're going to go see Phil in St. Thomas. Hopefully we'll get a couple jumbo things there. And then we're going to take a pretty long trip up to Baldwin. He's got some kiddie carnival rides or something like that.
Hey, this is an incredible road trip.
It is.
Well, we're here in Oshawa.
Home of the Oshawa Generals.
Tim's got the most incredible toy collection.
We haven't bought any toys in a long time. It'd be nice to see a good collection of toys. I'm really looking forward to meeting Tim because I started in the business as a toy guy.
Hey, are you Tim?
Yes, I am.
Not throwing anything good out, are you?
Oh, geez, no.
Scott will just go through that for you.
No such thing as bad stuff.
Well, let's go see what you got. You got a few license plates there.
Yeah, not enough, though.
This should be good. I come up and there's walls of toys.
Wow. Have you got stuff? So what's the story here?
I've been collecting toys now for about 20-some-odd years. Started out, the grandfather gave me a toy, and he says, one day you're going to need some money, sell it. So it actually got me a $300 bill, so that's all I've been doing ever since, buying and selling.
Is there anything off limits, or is everything up for grabs in here?
Everything in here is up to grabs.
I'm a happy man.
Some of these things have been here for a while, Tim.
Yeah, well, I always tell everybody, dust is free, everything else you pay for.
The great thing about Sheldon and I as a team is when we walk into a garage that has toys and antiques, I don't even look at the antiques. You don't mind if I climb a little bit, do you?
Yeah, go right ahead.
And I'll try not to kill myself, because I know Sheldon's got the antiques covered. He knows I've got the toys covered. You ever seen one of these, Sheldon?
No. Oh, I love that. Yeah.
By the time we're done with it, it'll be broken.
That's a good one.
I see some from the 60s, some from the 50s, and then there's a couple of gems I see that are even earlier than that. Now that is a beaut. That's a 1928 Metalcraft, I think. This is a reasonably early example of Coca-Cola advertising. As early as there have been toys, there's been somebody that wanted to advertise on those toys. So they put the advertising on the toy that a kid can play with all the time, and that image is being ingrained into that child's head. What that has done has made advertising toys the most desirable of toys. So what would you need out of your Metalcraft truck?
Yeah, let me see. I'd say 350.
Are you negotiable on the truck at all?
It took almost 8 years to find that.
This one was a bit of a beater. In this condition, with the back toast and the side toast, I'd want to pay $200 for it.
Make it 250.
2 1/4?
Sure.
Done. While I'm holding the Coke truck, I see up in the rafters another Metalcraft truck. Yeah, that is beautiful.
This is the best you're gonna find.
It's a Sunshine Biscuit Metalcraft truck. They made that in advertising for a whole bunch of different companies, probably 1920s. I'm actually getting the shivers up my spine because I've never seen that toy before, and I've seen a lot of toys. It's missing a couple of hubcaps, one on each side,
Yep.
but they're easily obtained. So what would you need out of that baby?
I'll go 100 on it.
You know what? I'm not even going to negotiate. That's a fair price. I mean, I know you probably give me a break, but I think that's a fair price. I'm excited. I can feel the tingle up my spine. I'm excited.
I know that Scott has toys covered, no problem.
20 on that one.
I get 25.
Okay, done.
I'm looking for things other than toys. Hey, Tim, did you find these phones locally?
Yes, I got them last Saturday, believe it or not.
Really?
Yeah, I bought them in yard sale here in Oshawa.
One of the few things in this corner that's not dusty, so
I got off work and went to the yard sale and it was sitting there.
timing's everything.
Oh yeah.
Tim's a sharp guy. He's buying right. He's the first guy at the garage sale. This one in particular.
It's actually a nice piece.
Yeah, pre-dial, brass.
You gotta go, hello, hello!
To a true phone collector, this one, Western Electric, they were good phones. How's my timing? What would I have to pay to buy a phone or two?
You want both of them? $100.
Would you say 75?
It's yours.
Done. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
He made a good profit, and Scott and I are going to do well with those.
Hey, Tim, is it okay if I pull a few things down, lay them in the middle of the floor, and we see if we can do a bulk
You
deal?
go right ahead.
Perfect.
You like a hand?
I think I'll just pass you the chainsaw.
Cut a deal.
Yeah, exactly. You never want to start with a lot buy, because if there's an impasse, you could be done. So you always want to buy a few single items first, get the momentum going, and then get the lot buy. Oh, here's another one. It's a nice old caddy, eh? Here, I'll pass it over.
It's actually a tooth mover when you pull down.
It's a Mark's one. It's sort of an interesting one. After I dust the dust off. There's guys that don't want to spend the big money on the high-end items, and they
Yep.
like the little ones because they look good on a shelf.
Yep.
Found another one. Now that is a beaut. That one's a real nice car. 1936 Marks.
All right, love it.
It was a surprise to find the police car there, simply because it was so much older than all the other toys on that shelf. The winder's gone on that one, is it?
It's still
Oh no, it's still going. But at least it goes, right? This baby's got the good old solid
Yep.
rubber wheels. The rubber wheels are, of course, 10 years, 15 years earlier. Okay.
I don't think I'm going to group that one on you, though.
He sort of snickers and says to me, I think we'll negotiate on that separately. But we know that's not going cheap because it's a good toy, and Tim knows his toys.
My favorite piece in the collection is the police car. It's just unique. It's hard to find, but when I found it, I was thrilled. No negotiating on the green one.
I figured that might be the case. Okay. I'm thinking I don't really want to make an offer on these ones unless he makes one at the same time. So I decide, let's play a little game. You think about a price in your head, and I'm going to think about a price in my head.
On three, gentlemen. 1, 2,
3.
5.
See, I'm thinking wholesale, you're thinking retail. We both know what they're worth. I can't split you in the middle on that, but I'll go 350.
How about we go 375?
What do you want on that one?
Well, I hate to tell you. I'd like to get at least 350.
How about if I take the dusty lot and the one that you obviously care about more because you've taken the dust off it, I bring it back into the package because I know we're getting up there in dollars. $675 on the lot. Okay, so let's just make sure we can get a good look at all these guys.
I thought Tim was going to be way too high on those toys.
$675 package deal on all of them.
It's yours.
Done. Thank you. I'm
Thanks,
happy with
Tim.
that.
No problem.
A lot of these toys are from the era when I grew up. I'm quite happy to have them all.
At this point, we're pretty much done, except Scott is never done.
As I've been looking up in the rafters, I've been noticing you got a bunch of CPR lanterns.
Yep.
You got 7 CPR, and you got 2 over here that I like. This one and this one. I have a bit of a soft spot for those CPR lanterns because my dad used to hang them around the patio of our house and light them up at night for people when we had a barbecue. So whenever I see one, it just makes me happy, it makes me smile. So I wasn't leaving without them. What's a package deal on all of them?
How about 100?
You know what? $100 is a fair price. Round number,
Yep.
I'm happy with that. And for $10 a throw, we'll sell those real easy for 20. Now I think we've really done as much damage as we can do. We better get some packing material.
I like that.
Sheldon and Scott are hilarious. They know what they're after, and basically no means nothing to them.
So we're not breaking your heart buying them?
No, I'll just probably find them again.
I'm sure you will. He loved buying them more than he loved having them, and he was happy to move them along because he's going to go out and buy some more.
I'm always happy to buy 2 at one price.
Some people do this business for love, some people do it for money. Sheldon and I do it for a little bit of both, and so does Tim. I think we got her.
Hey, Tim, that was a lot of fun.
It was.
That was fabulous.
Yep.
We're going to spread some toys around Alberta.
Well, make sure he's not playing with them on the way home either.
And you make sure you keep picking and get some more stuff because
Oh,
next
I'll
time
make
we
sure
come
I fill
by,
that
man,
up.
we'll be back to get more.
Okay, we'll see you later.
Yeah, see ya.
I can barely talk now. There's so much dust in my
You know,
throat.
I could use one of those barley sandwiches. That
I
would
could really
probably-
use 1 or 3.
St. Thomas was a railway town.
Yeah, that's right. 1870, 1880, it was quite a hub. Now, somewhere around here, there it is, right up there.
There's
Jumbo!
Oh, wow.
He was the most famous elephant in the world in about 1880. Let's go look at Jumbo.
Hi.
How you doing?
Isn't Jumbo big?
Yeah?
People came from all around to see Jumbo. He was Barnum and Bailey's big attraction.
If this is life-sized, that was a big elephant.
Oh, yeah.
He got hit by a train.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, Grand Trunk train in St. Thomas.
The story goes, Jumbo was actually protecting a smaller elephant, little Tom Thumb, and put himself in harm's way just to try and get Tom Thumb off the tracks. Jumbo was a hero to a lot of kids, and adults, actually.
Could you imagine? I heard that it took like 4 butchers to come down, cut him up in pieces to
Oh.
get him away, and sewed him back together and stuffed him.
Sounds like an urban myth.
Truth is stranger than fiction, bud. Great old building.
Quaint little town, St. Thomas. Lovely.
Yeah. So, we're going to see Phil. He's got a building. Apparently, he's just a guy that picks up anything he sees.
So where is he?
There's a sign right there. He's eclectic, I'll give him that.
Oh, yeah. Walk in the door at Phil's and you're hit with just a mass of merchandise. And the assortment of it is really intriguing.
Hey guys, how are you?
Good. Sheldon?
Sheldon, yes.
My
Hey,
partner Scott.
How are you?
Scott.
Great store.
Well, it's not so much a store as a hoard spot. I'm actually in the media business. I do audio production,
Phil's an old rock and roller.
music, rock concert T-shirts, those things that most exemplify my growing up as a teenager. Those are the things that I have the most connection to.
We see a few guys like Phil in this business. He needs to sell, but he can't stop buying.
I'm trying to get rid of it all. I'm going to be downsizing. We're selling our building, and I need to move out. So guys, go nuts, have a look
Hey.
around.
Hey, I was noticing your coffee table right here.
My end table, yeah.
Yeah,
There,
man,
but,
that's heavy, eh?
Well, that's the real deal. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the thickness of it right there. It would be circa probably Prohibition era. John Labatt, of course, is a local brewer.
London.
That's right.
Now, what would would you need for something like that?
I'd like to see 150 bucks for it, maybe.
Huh. But I'm gonna see how motivated he really is. I'd offer you 100 bucks for it.
Sure, why not?
All right.
Get a deal.
All right.
I told you, stuff is priced to go here.
So now I knew when we saw merchandise we wanted, we were gonna walk away with it today.
Sheldon, a history of orgies.
You got my curiosity.
There's no pictures.
Put it away.
What's the point?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing a bunch of things that I'm gonna buy in this room.
There were a lot of things in the room, but I was scrambling looking for something that was really good. Now, you've got a great railroad history here. Is this a local piece?
Yep.
It's a crossing light, right?
Sure is, yep.
What would you part with it for?
How about $1 a pound?
30 bucks? He's looking at me like...
I'll help him carry it.
You can't get hurt at 30 bucks, but I'm not sure what we're gonna do with it.
I'll do 30 on that.
Good
Right
man.
on. Nice.
I'm always looking for pop culture. I'm looking for interesting things that I can either sell or maybe have a use for myself. I'm a huge Rolling Stones fan.
Okay.
Up to about 1975, 76.
Right, yeah.
After that, I'm out.
Yeah.
But my wife loves them still.
Here I thought
I
we
thought
were
you wanted-
picking, and you've gone on a shopping trip for your wife.
My wife loves the Rolling Stones.
I love your wife,
Didn't you
but
say-
I didn't know we were
didn't you
shopping
say-
for her
you
Stay
today.
away from my wife.
I'll tell you what, you're gonna pay for this one. That one I'll throw in for free. So I'm gonna want 50 bucks for this T-shirt.
I can't do it.
Come on.
No, like normally I would pay 10 or 15 bucks.
Well,
tops.
okay, so you paid 15 for that one. What would you pay for that one then?
I was sort of thinking with the throw-in.
Right, yeah. I would do the pair of them for 25 bucks. You're not
Here,
gonna sell them.
I'm going to shake on his behalf if he thinks his wife likes it. Thank you very much on his behalf.
I know you're getting a steal on
And-
this. I was a Black Sabbath fan, guy, so you wouldn't get that out of me for a Black Sabbath shirt.
You got the eclectic collection here, Phil.
I have an eye for everything, I think.
I've already changed gears. It's apparent to Sheldon and I, we're not buying volume here. So now we're looking for that one good item that makes the pick worthwhile.
You don't have anything jumbo related, would you?
Well, it's tough to get here in St. Thomas because everybody wants a piece of the Jumbo legend.
Didn't they carve him up while he was on the track?
They sure did. Well, supposedly there's pieces of them around town that people have, but I have something even better. No one else will ever have.
Really? That really caught our attention. Whoa. Where are you taking us here?
Well, it's a secret little place I have down
It's like
here.
the dungeon.
You promise you're not going to eat us?
Oh, Scott. Phil takes us down into this really musty, dingy basement.
All right, through here.
This must be where he stores the bodies.
Phil, where are you?
I'm over here.
I didn't.
I love the smell of mold in the morning.
We're almost there.
What's he doing with us?
All right, this is what I brought you to see, guys.
Where is he taking us? Yikes!
Okay.
Whoa.
Not often you see a meat locker in the basement of a building in St. Thomas, but this particular meat locker should be famous. This is the building that was owned by the butcher who chopped up Jumbo after he was on the
No.
track. Absolutely. Pete Peters, the butcher. So he would have come in here, brought some of the pieces possibly in here,
Oh,
So you got
no,
jumbo
no.
steaks in there?
but you never know.
I'm going in now.
Check it out, you sure?
Yeah.
Hey, you need a new partner?
Whoa.
Yeah, were you thinking of closing the door?
Give him a kick, we'll take care of it right now.
I've been trying to close the door on Scott for a long time.
Quite possibly some of the pieces might have been stored here, but he was the guy that was in charge of the quartering, and this was his meat lockers.
And if you look at the hinges on that, that's classic
Well,
freezer hinge. That's a great door.
Yeah,
Hinges
show
on
us
there.
the door.
No. That's gonna be my studio door.
Wow. You didn't find any tusks in there, did you?
I didn't find any tusks in there, no, but I can see
bad.
where Jumbo was trying to claw his way out, though. Phil's got his little piece of Jumbo. He can't prove it one way or the other, but you know what? It's a good story, and we're going with it. You know what, Sheldon?
Yeah.
If we buried you down here, they'd never find you.
No, they wouldn't even come looking.
Exactly. That was weird.
Yeah, that was different.
So is this where you recorded?
This is my little studio. Oh, you're looking at the guitars?
Well, I can't ever not look at a guitar. First thing I see is a Gibson Les Paul. I've bought and sold and collected guitars for a long time. The two big names in electric guitars are Gibson and Fender. Les Paul was the guy that invented the electric guitar, and that's why the Gibson model is named after him. This is
that's
early
12
70s, right?
74, that's an early one.
Black Beauty,
You
right?
can't afford those 50s ones.
Plays nice.
Now Scott's spotted perhaps the treasure.
So, what would it take to pry this baby away from you? I really, really, really wanted that guitar, but I wanted it at a good price.
Would you do 3 on it?
Phil started at $3,000, which was too rich for us. You see, you're getting up into retail level then, right?
Well,
And we're gonna have to try and resell it.
would you? Would you try and resell that?
Well, okay, that's
I'm
my
just-
story and I'm sticking to it.
Okay. 24 is the best I can do on her. Can't go a nickel lower. I just can't. But I mean, that's a great investment. You know it's not gonna go down in value.
Now guitars have gone through the roof. In fact, there are people that have companies that invest in guitars and sell shares in their company. Shell, I mean, as you probably gleaned, I buy more guitars than I sell. So I haven't sold a Black Beauty in a long time. We might make $300, $400, $500 off it, but it may take a little while. Are you okay with that?
Oh, if you're okay, I'm in.
2,400.
Oh, that's a deal. Now I gotta go and cry somewhere.
There's some fun stuff here.
Yeah. The best picks are always volume and quality.
Piece of railway history from St. Thomas.
Sometimes you get volume, sometimes you get quality. I think I should pick up an amp and then I can serenade you while you're driving. In this case, we didn't get volume, but we got a really good item. I'm glad Sheldon paid for half of it because I might be able to keep it for a while. I haven't got that much into it now.
That was too much fun not to come back.
I hope to see you guys again.
Yeah.
Thanks again.
Thanks a lot.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
Have a
See
good
you
one,
later.
guys.
See ya.
That was a lot of stuff. I'm really happy about that Les Paul. I'll keep that at my place for safekeeping.
Yeah.
I was interested in what Phil said about the guy up the road. Phil said he had a buddy named Jake that may have just the thing we were looking for. He's got an old church and he's got a jumbo-related item, is how he said it.
Hey, well, that's worth a look. What do you think it might be?
Well, I'm thinking, I don't think it's a piece of jumbo.
That's too big of a stretch.
Well, plus the fact that Barnum had him stuffed and took him around with him and then they burned up in a fire. So it could be anything.
Yeah. We're looking for...
A church, and that's it, right there. What a great building. Hello, how are you doing? Scott.
I'm Jake.
I'm Sheldon.
How you doing?
So how long since this has been a church?
This one was actually built back in the early 50s. We just acquired it not too long ago, and we use it for mostly music these days.
Oh, is that
Seriously?
right? So the story goes that you have a jumbo item. Does that mean a large item or something related to Jumbo the elephant?
Well, it's a little bit of both. Let me take you inside and I'll show you, and you can decide for yourself.
Perfect. When you walk into a building, in this case a church, and see something spectacular that you didn't expect to see,
Come on in, guys.
Wow.
and there it sits. That's a big one.
This would be the big item.
That is almost a religious moment for a picker. And was it in this church?
It was in this church. Climbed up in the belfry, and I discovered that there indeed was a train bell in the church, not a church bell.
So how does this relate to Jumbo?
Jumbo the elephant was whacked by a train in the late 1800s.
Right.
The bell from that train was never found.
Are you saying this is the bell?
The only missing bell in all of the records of our station is the Jumbo bell.
No records for the church?
All we know is that this bell was donated when this church was built back in '52. We tried to track down the lineage of this bell by bringing in actual railroad engineers who were 95 and 97 years old. They knew the style of the yoke and the type of bell and the color of the paint. And it was one of the old guys that said, that's probably the bell off the train that killed Jumbo.
Really?
It's huge.
Yeah.
By railway standards. It's 17.5 inches across.
Is there some significance to that with respect to the train that killed Jumbo?
Well, that was a giant double boiler. And most of the big trains, the double boilers, were all 17.5 inch.
Does it have to have the bigger bell that made more noise because it had double boilers instead of one boiler?
More noise coming off the engine.
Right. Wow, listen to that, eh? You sure hear the train coming.
Too bad Jumbo didn't hear it coming. Jake had taken this on as a project. He's been doing all sorts of research on the piece, going down to the museum, and I think he's partway there.
One marking on the inside of the bell, which is really interesting, is on the side of the clapper.
Exactly. I'm
It
just
reads
looking at that.
Keystone.
Keystone, okay, that's an American company.
Yeah, that's a foundry located in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
and is period correct for the time.
So this may be the bell off the train.
This could be the bell off the train that killed Jumbo.
If it has a Jumbo connection, the sky's the limit on what we could make of it. Question is, what do you want for it?
The last one I saw quoted on, with no provenance, no markers, no nothing, was going at $4,500.
Have you ever seen one that sold?
I haven't been looking for the ones that sold.
Okay, so what do you want for this one?
I'd like to see, 25 out of it.
He's telling us it's worth $4,500, and then he's saying, I'd let it go for $2,500. So he's trying to give us the impression we're getting a deal, even if we take his number. We just don't do that. Well, I'll tell you, here's what we're thinking. We would want to try and flip this for $2,800, which means we got to buy it, leave ourselves some room. So we're thinking, Sheldon, you pull the trigger.
2?
Okay, I got an offer for you.
All right.
$2,200. You got our deal.
Thanks, guys.
I love this bell.
They get their bell, I got a little cash to go towards my mortgage, and I'm a happy camper. I'm gonna be crying down the road if I hear this was the Jumbo bell, and I could have bought myself a new Porsche.
I
with
think
it.
we scored Jumbo.
If we can tie it into Jumbo, this could be the windfall of the decade for us.
Thanks a lot,
thanks
guys.
a lot.
Thanks
You guys
a lot.
have a good night. Thanks for everything.
Okay.
I cannot see a thing behind me. Get me every time, too.
That joke never
Gonna
gets old, does it?
Gonna give me a heart attack.
We're heading out to see Jim.
Yeah, and this one sounds like it really could be good. This guy's been in the amusement game business forever.
Like,
And I
are we
guess-
talking about the little horses that used to sit out in front of the hardware store?
Yeah, yeah. Anything coin operated.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Keep your eyes peeled.
There.
Look at the vending machines out to the side of the place.
You know you're in the right place.
Jeez, I almost turned in front of that semi.
You got a little excited there, didn't
Yeah.
you?
This is a great place. Darth Dog. I like the little Jumbo on the side of the shed. Look at the old horse.
And I bet you that's Jim right there.
He's got a cowboy hat on. That's a good sign.
Oh, this is gonna be good. I'm guessing you'd be Jim.
Where'd you hear that?
I'm Sheldon, my
Scott.
partner Scott.
Hi, Scott. Nice meeting you. Oh, you be quiet.
He's protecting you. He knows we're going to try and take stuff off you.
So I heard you've been in the amusement business for quite some time.
About 50 years.
When you first got in, a nickel and a dime probably bought something.
Oh, a nickel and a penny. What the
penny?
hell, a bloody penny. Imagine that. Started with one gum machine. Then got into a few kiddie rides, a few pinballs, a few pop machines. I always said it was recession-proof because when you don't have any money in your pocket, you still got a quarter to give the kid for a bubble gum. Bubble gum built this. It's pretty good. You want to see some rides?
I'd love to.
Love to see some rides.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Look at this rocket ship. I always wanted to go to space.
That's a good place to hang your hat.
It's time for this stuff to go because I'm going to celebrate my 80th birthday, I hope, very soon.
Got a little motorcycle, too.
Everything's for sale, including me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man. Feel like Peter Fond already.
I'm going across the country with a middle-aged kid.
I never saw anybody who enjoyed that so much as he does. Oh, yeah. Want to ride this one?
Whoa, there it goes. Okay, I'm coming in. I think I got you by a nose. See, this is the way we are. I'm all flash and style,
Yeah.
and you're all meat and potatoes.
Thanks, Scott. Thank you for that.
You guys are crazy.
Let's get picking. There are 3 things about this pick that make this a picker's dream. 1, he needs to get rid of stuff. Man, look, there's another jet there. 2, we got a guy that's been in the same business for 60 years.
This is a chuck wagon, Scott.
Looks like a chariot. And 3, he never sold anything. He kept everything that he amassed over 60 years.
Oh, geez. Take one or take them all?
We'll take a lot that work, put it that way.
Okay.
Do you have any of the larger horses?
I do. Down in that building down there.
Seriously, let's go.
Okay.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 2 horses, 3 horses.
Do these all work?
This guy works.
That is
Oh, that's a
great
beauty.
one. It was big, it was blue, it was beautiful, had a leather saddle on it. It was a good one. So what do you want for a working one as opposed to a non-working horse, just so we know?
Well, this one, say 500.
Yeah.
Then the non-working one, I don't know, 200, 250.
What if we were to buy a whole herd of horses?
Because then we can sell them to somebody who uses a prop in their window during stampede, right?
How many's in a herd?
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a herd of horses. So say $1,000.
Whoa. Just hold on. I don't know about that. A whole bunch of things go through our mind when we get into a place like this, which you don't do very often. The first thing that goes through your mind is, how am I going to get this home? See, what I'm thinking, we don't want to be in the busty ones for any more than 50 to 100 bucks, max, because of the cost of getting them back home and everything else, right?
Yeah.
Once you get over that hurdle and realize you're going to have to get a truck to take it home, you're saying, how can I make this worthwhile? So if we were to go 800, I'd feel comfortable. That's what I'm thinking.
Is that a deal?
Give me a 900. Give me 900.
800. But
I don't have to do anything.
you don't have to do anything except open the doors and we'll get them out.
Yeah, I'll do that deal.
Done.
I got it.
We want to ride those horses back to Calgary. Do you have any more horses on the premises?
I might have a couple of elephants.
A couple elephants?
Yeah, not real.
Where are they?
I didn't think you'd have the real ones.
Yeah. Show us the way, Jim.
So which trailer are they in?
The green trailer.
Scott, the pink elephant. I gotta get up there and get a closer look. Look at these elephants.
A pink, a blue, and a brown or something.
And all hand painted.
The blue one looks like it's painted like Jumbo.
Yeah, exactly.
We got a thing for Jumbo.
Yeah.
Have you?
Yeah. This is cool. They're big, they're bold, they're brightly colored.
They are beautiful.
And they look like they're in just about perfect condition. So what would something like this cost new?
4,000.
4,000 bucks. Yeah. Well, it's gonna be a pain in the butt moving these, Sheldon, but what would it take for us to drive these babies away?
Oh, let's say 1,000 bucks.
That's for the 3, right?
Yeah.
How about if we went 750 for the 3? Would that be fair for you? I don't want you to be upset, but is that good?
We'll do a deal.
Done.
We'll do a deal.
I love those elephants. Those
That's
elephants.
great.
Goodbye, elephant.
Now we got a herd of elephants.
Anywhere else for us to see, Jim?
How about the Ferris wheel? Antique
You got a Ferris wheel?
Really?
Or an old circus Ferris wheel.
How old is old?
I think it's 1895.
I've got a tendency that I always have to climb on something if it looks like it can be climbed. Wow, that's amazing. There's a ton of them here.
If Scott and I are doing our job properly as pickers, we're visualizing the next use of something.
You could make a really good bench in front of your cabin out of it, couldn't you?
if you owned it, that's where you'd sit.
Right, but you just get a new cushion made for it.
Right.
Well, do you know what I'm wondering? Based on the shape of them, I'm wondering if this design was patterned after a horse-drawn carriage. When you're dealing with architectural antiques like that,
It's a similar little bench, isn't it?
very similar. The story's half the battle. When somebody can say, hey, where'd you get that cool seat? That's off a turn-of-the-century Ferris wheel. That sells the seat. We don't have to sell it. There's 12 seats. So if two guys from Calgary were interested in buying 1, 2, 5, 10, what would they be per? We need to have a good deal because they are heavy.
I don't know, what do you give me? What are you offering today?
If we took them all, would you say 25?
I'd say if you take them all, 25.
Yeah. Done.
Done deal.
25 times
Hey, Jim,
12.
that's great. Thank you for that.
That old Ferris wheel, I was really surprised that they had any interest at all in the thing. That's pretty funny.
I'm not sure what we're going to do with them, but
That's great. Helps me, it gets rid of some stuff from here. I hope they make $1 million.
holy cow.
Want to go inside and see what we got?
We've probably done all the damage we can do, but we may as well take a look, right?
Thank you. Take a look around.
Oh, you got a few things in here, Jim.
Yes, sir. Lots of stuff in here.
What did I just see there? And I look back, and sure enough, I see the tail fin on what looks like it's a caddy or something, but it's got a red stripe on it. Sheldon, you gotta see this. It's a Batman kiddie ride. Wow.
Oh, yeah, the Batmobile.
I look on the license plate, it says Gotham City 1966, and I cannot believe my eyes. I have never had the opportunity to actually see one. How long have you had this?
Probably 40 years.
40 years. That is great. Can we buy this from you? I didn't think we were gonna find anything this good.
No kidding.
What would you need out of this? I knew we were gonna have to pay a good dollar for it because that was a good thing. I mean, an elephant's an elephant and it's nice, but this is a Batmobile.
Oh, a couple of thousand.
Couple of thousand. I'd be happy to go $1,000 on it because it's Batman.
I might consider 13.
What do you do in the auction business?
Yeah, give him one of those.
$12.50?
There you go, sold.
Oh man, that is
You got it.
fabulous.
That's a great buy.
That is
You want it.
great. I love that.
Only because I like you.
This might go in my house for my kids to play with for a while.
You sure you don't want to buy some more stuff?
I'm scared if we stay too long, you're going to sell us the property.
Okay.
The pieces that we bought today were a little part of our youth.
Now I'm gonna go home and tell my mom she scarred me because she wouldn't let me ride on them when I was a kid so much that I had to buy one.
Hey, Jim, this was just the most fun we've had in a long time.
Oh, me too. Thanks
Yeah.
for coming.
And now we're in the amusement business.
You got that right. Enjoy it. That's what I kept everything for, so that somebody could restore it and bring it back to life. That's the whole name of the game.
I think he's happy. We're sure happy. This was literally one of the best days I've had picking in my life. Well, you take care of yourself.
Thank you, you too.
Okay.
Have a good trip. I think they're like family. I think they got the right attitude.
You don't get those very often in
Oh,
this business.
yeah, that was just incredible.
I'd love to do what they're doing.
We're going to see Terry in St. Thomas, Ontario, the site of the Jumbo Railroad accident. Terry has been in the railroad industry for many years, works in the industry, and he's a serious jumbo collector. And he's going to give us an appraisal on our bell.
Wow.
This be the big item.
But we bought it in a funny location.
The only missing bell in all of the records of our station is the jumbo bell.
So hopefully he's got a photo and we'll know for sure. I think this is our house right here.
We've heard that Terry is probably the biggest jumbo collector in this area. He's also got experience as a railroader, being in the railroad for over 35 years. Combination of those two things makes him the guy we want to see about our bell.
I'm Sheldon.
Oh, nice to meet you, Sheldon.
Scott.
Nice to meet you, Scott. Welcome to St. Thomas.
We understand you got a lot of jumbo stuff.
I've certainly had my eye on jumbo for many years. Come on in, see what I got.
We've been looking forward to this. Wow. Terry, you got some stuff here.
Terry's got a cross-section of jumbo collectibles. He's got glass, he's got toys.
It's a mechanical bank. He would press his tail,
Oh,
and there she goes.
isn't that good?
I know what's out there. I know what's rare. I've been watching that market for 30 years. That's a photo of Jumbo laying there on the side of the bank after he'd been struck and killed. A very big piece of Canadian history. It's a very big piece of railroad history. You can see the engine in the background. That wasn't the engine that actually hit him. It's a prop for this picture.
Is there any known photo of the engine immediately after the crash that shows the bell?
I haven't seen one. It was a big deal to take a picture in those days. It was also dark. It was 9:30 at night when Jumbo was killed. It was after the show.
Okay, something's been bugging me for a long time. I can't figure out how this accident even happened because this is the world famous Jumbo being taken across the train tracks. How does a train hit him? How does somebody not see the train? Did the train not see Jumbo?
Wasn't the bell ringing?
People saw a headlight. The circus trains were all on one side, and there was a deep ditch on the other side. The train was coming. They probably had 5 or 6 minutes at the most, and they had to run like 30 cars. Jumbo got trapped between the cars and ditches. People are running at the train trying to stop it, and Jumbo's running.
Any mention of the bell in the reports?
Well, the bell, they say, was knocked off in the accident. That's where it ends.
Yeah, we've got something to show you.
Okay, great.
Now it's our turn.
You don't see these every day. Ready?
Oh, wow, that's really cool.
That's a big piece of brass.
What do you got here for a diameter, 17 inches?
17 and a half.
Okay, 17.5 inch. Wow. I was shocked to see what looked to be a railroad bell. I was really quite stunned to see it, tell you the truth. Any marks, serial numbers?
No numbers on the bell. There is a name inside. It says Keystone.
Oh, yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean it's a Keystone bell because the actual ringer is separate from the bell. They couldn't-
Absolutely. It would have been two different manufacturers. Like somebody would have made the frame and for mounting it, and this would have been made somewhere else that specialized in brass.
Well, a bell like this, if it has no connection to the Jumbo train, what do you think a bell like this would be worth?
Well, it's an absolutely incredible railroad piece. The bell is very rare because lots of them didn't survive. There was a big chunk of brass there, so a lot of them ended up in the scrap pile. I'm sure there's lots of railroad collectors that would be interested in that bell just for the sake of the bell. Well, the value of the bell is in the $4,000 range.
Wow, Scott and I are really pleased. This is a good appraisal.
Now, what if it's the Jumbo bell?
I don't have any reason to say that this isn't from the engine that struck Jumbo, but I don't have any proof positive that it is either. If that was the Jumbo bell, every disco light and siren would be going off in St. Thomas, and they would be landing corporate jets at the airport because there's lots of people in North America that would want that bell.
If you could tie it to Jumbo, what would it bring?
I'm sure that, you're talking like a $10,000 to $15,000 bell.
Whoa!
Bingo!
Exactly.
That's exciting news.
Terry, thanks a lot for the
You're welcome,
appraisal.
Scott.
Hey, thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Sheldon. You guys take care.
You keep looking, and we'll keep in touch. But we're not going to sell that bell until we do a little more investigation. Well, as usual, Ontario was fabulous, picked a bunch of great things, but it's time to go west.
I still think we have the Jumbo bell. The mystery continues.
It's a good mystery to have, right? Away we go.
Yeehaw!
There's a huge mound of stuff. I ain't leaving without at least getting it out.
You're probably finding stuff you don't even know you have.
Yikes. It immediately gave me a shiver up my spine. Creep show central. Oh my Lord. So what would something like this be worth?
$1,500.
Seriously?
It is.
Big day today.
You're gonna have the best auction this town's seen in a long time. 666. I really, really, really wanted that gas pump.
Whoa. The bidding was going to be tough. It was going to be a tough sale to buy at. On guard, little Scotty, let's go.
I'm Scott Cousins,
I'm Sheldon Smithens.
and we're Pickers. We travel all over Canada, coast to coast, from the West Rocky Mountains to the Eastern Shores and all the back roads in between, looking for hidden gems in people's basements, attics, and bars. Sometimes we take a gamble, trust in our gut to make a buck.
Just like the people we meet, every story is different.
It's not junk to us. Nothing like an early morning Ontario picking day.
Love Southern Ontario.
You know, talking about things women don't get. They don't get Jerry Lewis, right? They don't really get fart jokes, right? And they don't get gas pumps. I've never met a woman that looked at a gas pump and went, wow.
I'm with women on 2 out of 3. So we've got a lot planned here.
So we're going through London, we go over to Paris.
Yeah. Then we'll backtrack to Ingersoll. We've really done well here before.
I look forward to seeing Marty again, too.
And then from there up to Brussels.
Oh, cool. We're doing London, Paris, Brussels.
The European tour, all in Southern Ontario.
Okay, so you get the tip, I'll start the car.
Hey, I got the tip the last time.
That's the way it should be.
You ever been to Paris?
I've never been to Paris, Ontario.
Is there any other Paris? You're gonna love this. We're going to see Robert. His father, Bruce, was a collector extraordinaire. It's going up to auction, but here's the beauty. We're getting to sneak in before the crowds.
Nope, there it is. Gotta be it, there's a tent.
This
Wow,
is the
oh,
place.
yeah, look at this.
Wow, look at all the pumps.
Wow, it's
look at all
incredible.
the gear
Oh,
outside.
look, a double-decker pump.
Yeah.
We're getting in early, but we are looking for some of the stuff that wasn't intended for the auction.
Tractors.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look at this little honey hole, eh?
Bruce was a big collector, almost notorious in the area.
Love the taxi pinball.
And he had decided about 6 weeks ago to have an auction sale and sell it off. And unfortunately, he passed away before the sale. But his son was moving the stuff that he and his dad had decided to move together. Scott,
How you doing, Scott?
nice to meet
Bob.
you.
Sheldon.
How you doing, Sheldon?
Looks like he was quite the collector.
Oh,
Or you're responsible for part of this too.
a little bit. Not as much as he was.
Did your father work for Coca-Cola?
He did. He started just before the war. He worked there until the 70s.
Bruce was a Coca-Cola salesman. So do you have any salesman samples or anything like that?
Oh, yeah, there's a few around.
Yeah, see, these are good ones.
This one's in really good shape.
Nice 1930s thermometer with the silhouette girl on it.
That's actually scheduled for the auction.
Are these globes originals? That white rose looks right.
The white rose
Yeah.
is original. The
Super Test.
It's original.
I'll show you this.
Oh, yeah.
You probably heard of white rose,
Yep.
but I don't know if you've ever seen red rose.
No.
I've never seen red rose. And those are original.
These are original,
And you got the mate for
and
it.
I got the pair.
Oh my Lord. To the right guy, that's got to be $1,000 a side.
I would think.
Yeah.
I would think.
Yeah, are they going in the auction or?
They're supposed to be going in the auction.
You don't mind if I snoop in here, do you?
Nope, go ahead.
Yeah, watch him. Soon enough, he's going to be asking to crawl under your bed.
Yeah.
Only if you got stuff. Quite the license plate collection.
Yeah.
Just as an idea, some of the earlier plates, what would they sell for?
They usually go 20 to 50 bucks a set.
And all the oil tins going in the sale?
Yeah, pretty much so. There's quite a bit in here that's going to be scheduled for the auction, but there's a few things I was going to keep myself in that.
And you're gonna let us buy them from you?
Maybe.
You got some great stuff here for the auction, and we're gonna come back for the auction, but what do you got today that we can buy right now?
Well, let's see what we can find.
Always want to look at gas pumps. That's nice.
That's actually scheduled for the auction as well.
Bengal double visible gas pump. If you're going to zero in on one item in the whole auction, that was our star.
You're gonna have the best auction this town's seen in a long time. So we can buy stuff in here, right?
There's other stuff in here you can go wild at.
Oh gosh, wow.
Wow, you got some inventory here, Bob.
There's a huge mound of stuff.
Literally a mountain.
Wow, wow, wow.
There's lots of different things in that,
Isn't that a primitive chair?
That's an old box.
full of golf balls.
That's a beaut.
We're probably finding stuff you don't even know you have. Scott and I are gonna send you a bill for the cleanup. Scott definitely is looking for height and vantage points.
Oh, I see something. I'm going for the hockey games. Hockey games are really good sellers. Gives me the opportunity to get up on top of that pile of stuff and see if there's anything good in there. There's also a miner's helmet over here. Sheldon likes to wear those.
And this is what makes Scott the Kenny Linsman of Pickers. I would love to present you with the Academy Award. Could you keep your speech short this time?
Yeah.
He's a climber, has been since he was 2 years old.
I'm in for a penny, I'm in for a pound, it looks like.
Looks like you're in for 160 pounds.
I wish. If you're afraid to climb, if you're afraid to get dirty, you shouldn't be in this business.
You say you're too old for this?
Yeah.
And I got a couple years on you, buddy.
It's not the years, it's the mileage.
So that's why I pick with Scott.
We got the Sears All-Star Hockey Game. The only thing that's really of any consequence out of these things are the men. How the hell am I getting out of here?
I spotted a little closer to the ground, little bundle of fishing stuff.
I don't know what's in it.
Some lures.
I don't know, just $20 worth of stuff in there.
The men are all gone out of this game.
How can I make a buck on that, though? It's 20 if I'm using it myself, for sure.
The games are a dime a dozen. Everyone wants the players. No guys in that one either.
Oh, maybe 15.
Man, you're tough.
He's probably looking down at me right now, so.
Thinking, sell some of this stuff.
What are these?
Those are 2 cast iron birds. I know he paid $100 for them.
This can be a really interesting situation. I can't pay that. So you're negotiating with Bob, but Bruce is always hovering in the background.
If he got back what he paid for them, then I'd let him go.
If I saw him in an antique shop for $100, I wouldn't buy him, right? So,
How do you put a value on sentimentality?
oh,
You'll probably see some toys in there.
you wind this baby up.
Never falls off a table.
Yeah. They make new ones like this, but they're not nearly as cool as this. Oh, it is a Marks. 1950.
These are all mine from when I was a kid.
If you were interested in selling them, I'd be interested in buying them. And are you prepared to sell them?
Well,
How much for the box? He did the old grimace, which I knew it wasn't going to be cheap.
the lowest I'd go is 1,000 for the lot.
I think you're going to enjoy those for a long time because there's no money for us to be made on that.
I know.
He quotes me a price that's so high that he can live with it if I take him, but he knows I'm not gonna.
Hey, Bob,
Yeah,
what would you want for that?
how about 25?
Man, that's what a picker's gonna sell that for.
Now there's something that's sort of disgusting. The old fly strips.
Yeah.
Nice, colorful box with a guy standing on there.
Original box, 3 for 10 cents.
I'll take them.
Not only was it advertising, it had some of the strips inside it.
What would you need out of that? I was gonna say 10.
Make it 15.
Done.
Okay.
Sometimes you just want to get a deal going and to make them think, hey, these guys are here to buy. You break the ice. So what would you want for a paint tin? I don't normally buy them.
Probably about 15 bucks.
Done. So I'm buying things I don't even care about. Got the ball moving, and then I pass it off to Sheldon.
Hey, Bob,
Yeah.
can I ask you about this box here? Pine is good in our area. We don't see very much on the prairies. It was exposed dovetails. So what do you want for part of a box?
Probably about 40 bucks.
I was gonna say 30.
40.
35.
35.
35 it is.
Okay.
What about the door?
It's pretty old too.
That's a nice door.
Just like at an auction sale, you want to get the bidders into the flow.
50 bucks.
40?
Even the glass alone is worth that much.
Well, we're gonna probably break it on the way home, so it's gonna cost us double that.
The other thing we're trying to do is set our price point down low so that when we get to a better item, he's already thinking we're cheap, so the price is going to come down.
Okay.
Done. 40.
40.
Thank you. Scott, we're on a roll here.
Look at these wheels, Sheldon.
75 bucks for the pair.
Gotta take those.
Okay, you're moving them.
I'll wheel them over to you.
There's something else back here that I can't figure out what it is. Hey, Sheldon, don't you like these things? It was a wooden bicycle wheel, highly sought after by guys that collect vintage bicycles. It's hooked on something else. I ain't leaving without at least getting it out. In the back, I can see a couple of grain scales.
That's one of them anyway.
That's one.
Cast iron, well made.
Let me pass that one to you. So, given that I climbed in there to get them, what are you prepared to do on these?
This looks like it's a meat hook, eh?
Yeah, I don't think it is, though. I think it's just a big grain scale. We can always sell grain scales in our market.
The lowest I'll go on these is 25 a piece.
I think that's a fair price, Sheldon.
Yeah.
Okay, shake the man's hand.
All right, before I do, here's a wooden bicycle wheel. You take 10 for that?
No, we gotta go 15. Gotta go 15.
Done. Perfect.
We did some damage in there.
Yeah.
Scott and I find guys that collect so much, they need shipping containers for overload. And sure enough, this is the case. Wow.
Pony boy. I used to be good at this, but not anymore.
Need some practice.
That was years and years ago. Let's see what these look like. That's not the worst one I've ever seen. So what would you want for these?
If you give me 50 for these two, you can have that for 15. 65.
60 bucks.
Ooh. All right, 60.
Done.
All right.
See the cigar cut?
It's an early one.
1875. It's quite a nice one.
And this was not made for cutting a cigar, it was for cutting a whole
Plug.
wad of tobacco.
Whole plug. I like to get 100 out of it.
75?
85.
Okay, you owe me one.
The ball is now starting to roll, and if we find that great item, we've got a rapport with Bob, little give, a little take. We just have to find the item.
This one's got the base. Oh, Anarcos. These are the old oil bottles. Oil bottles sat between the gas pumps at a gas station. When you wanted a quart of oil, they just grabbed the bottle out of the rack, pour it into your vehicle. The only reason why this one's collectible is because it says Anarco on it, right? 99% of the bottles you see are generic with nothing on them other than 1 quart glass. What would one of these quarts sell for, and what would the pint sell for?
Normally around here, we'll usually get about 165 for the quart. And usually about 2 1/4 for the pint.
Yeah, and I think you probably do better here with them than we do out west. But for a couple of pickers who got to try and take them west and make some money, what would your best price be on the 3 of them?
375.
My thought was 300. That was where I was coming from.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure if we can find the right guy, we're okay, but whether we're going to find the right guy. How about 3 1/4?
If it was 350, I'll do 350. That's the lowest I can go.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
We haven't bought a good one of these in a while. That's what people collect, is name brand oil and gas products. We scored.
Your dad, Bruce, would he have enjoyed this today?
Oh yeah, for sure. He would have loved it. I think he's watching from up above right now. So.
Saying, you sold it too cheap.
I know.
Somebody will want these for the front lawn. They're nicely rusted, too.
Those were an easy buy at 75, and we'll make good money on them.
I figure that's a good item because there's guys that collect things to kill pests with.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay.
If we're going to be back for the auction,
Bring lots of money next time.
well, I'm thinking that we might get better deals at the auction.
Yeah, right. Sale day is just around the corner, and Scott and I are really excited. Thanks, Bob.
See you,
Okay.
Bob.
All right.
Take care, guys.
Yep. You know, I would have loved to have gotten more. The best things are going on the auction. That's why.
Yeah, that's the way it is. If we can pick up either of those double pumps for 5, 6 grand, might be a good idea. If I can pick up the Coke silhouette thermometer, 400 on that.
There is some stuff we could do well on. All depends on price. Hey, we haven't seen Marty for a while. That should be interesting. Marty's a contact that Scott and I have used before for finding goods.
You should try it.
And I once sold at auction for $5,000.
I'm sitting in a $5,000 chair?
We were hoping that if he came across something good, he'd give us a call, and sure enough, we got that call. We're gonna go see Marty.
I think this is it
This
right
is
here.
the one right here. Yeah, you
Oh,
got it.
tight. Little tight for Betsy here. See if I can get through there without taking the wheels out. We understand that Marty's cleared out a house of sorts. We're not sure what he's got. Well, we've got some good stuff off him last year.
Yeah. I'm excited. This should be good, Scott.
Yeah. Anyone home?
There he is. Hey, how you doing?
Good to see you.
Yeah, good.
So what's the story with this place?
It's a retired veterinarian's place.
So how old is the fella?
He's 86. There's 3 generations.
Oh, okay.
All veterinarians.
I basically just bought it all in bulk after scouring it for a few hours.
Let's
It's
take a look.
all over. Well, this was his office.
Wow, there's a lot of stuff.
Check this out.
Oh, geez, yeah. I've had lots of doctor's bags, but I haven't had a vet's bag. Teat dilators. I think I'll leave that one for you, bud. Oh, that's nice. Permaglow arterial embalming fluid. Oh, look at that. He's got surgical instruments in there with syringes and all kinds of prods and things like that. It's almost like a horse dental kit.
There's people out there that like to collect anything that has to do with death and poison because it is creepy, and it's because it's not something you can just find in any antique store.
They are some of the weirdest devices I've ever seen. This is a real find.
If you want to pull it outside, go ahead.
Bunch of stuff in there. I've dealt in medical instruments many times,
Hey, this is cool.
but have 3 generations of medical devices, you just don't get them anymore. Why don't we take a look at some of this stuff and see what we got? This is bizarre.
These are really interesting little bottles, aren't
Yeah,
they?
and I mean, there are guys that collect nothing but poison bottles.
To see a whole crate of them, really rare.
So how many do we have?
I count about 50.
So what would you want if we took the lot?
I'd like to get about $10 a bottle.
I'd like to pay 5.
I'd like to win the lottery this Friday.
I could go as low as 400 on 50.
Done. Turn of the century, cobalt blue poison bottles have a market. Whoa, this looks cool. What's this?
So it's a little portable apothecary.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably 1870s, 1880s.
Oh, there's a secret door. Yeah, I was wondering why it was so shallow back
I'm
there.
intrigued. The box was a piece of craftsmanship. It was really jewelry in wood. 125 plus years later. So that's a real treasure.
The question is, Marty, what do you need out of a little item like this?
It's one of the gems in the collection. My best price is... I'd have to get 300 out of it.
Would you go 250?
This is going to be a real interesting negotiation because Marty's no dummy. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's got. And it's a really high-quality item.
I doubt they've ever come across something like this before, and especially in such large quantities.
We don't want to go through them individually. He might realize it's a lot better than he thought it was if he actually goes through them all. Yikes. Oh, man, is this creepy. I opened it up, but it immediately gave me a shiver up my spine.
It's a trepannery kit. It's essentially used for drilling and digging and scraping bone. So it's real precision stuff.
Well, it better be if you're cored into somebody's head.
Exactly.
The thing with medical instruments, the gorier, the better.
They appeal to so many different types of collectors of medical stuff. Whether it's people like, morticians.
Serial killers.
And if you've got the money to display something like that on your shelf.
Oh yeah, you're gonna really pick up girls with that on the shelf. So how much is this?
But I wouldn't let you walk out of here with it for less than $1,000.
$1,000 bucks. So I'm gonna try a tactic that I used on my buddy Sheldon years ago when I bought his garage off him.
What Scott means by that tactic is he's going to take advantage of Marty, just like he took advantage of me.
I'm gonna try a different tact here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and value the top 3 or 4 items, and then I'm gonna try and get close to that price for everything. What would it take to drive away with all of it? Rather than us trying to dick around and figure out what's what, buy it all, then we take it home and research it.
Everything we see in front of us?
Yeah.
You guys can play with it. Last one alive wins. $2,000.
If we hit a home run on the bone drilling thing, well, all the rest is profit, and there's some good profit there.
I don't know, it's a flyer, but it's a good flyer, I think.
Yeah.
Done.
Good stuff.
We just hit the mother lode. And now you know, Marty, you find creepy stuff, you know who to phone.
I'm gonna straighten out all these poison bottles here. We don't know whether when you find that many, it actually decreases the value or increases the value. See if I can get a picture of this. So there's one. It's so funny, because I just met Glenn a couple weeks ago, and he says, "If do you ever see poison bottles?" And I said, "You know what? I see them, but I don't know that much about." And he says, "Well, here's my card. If you get them, send me a picture."
And here's the ultimate stash of poison bombs.
Yeah. So I'm gonna email these to him, and then maybe he can give us an idea of what they're worth. This kind of a pick doesn't come along very often.
We're going home with some good items. Hey, thanks, Marty.
Best of luck with that stuff.
If we do really well, it could be our new specialty.
Yeah, stinky, creepy stuff. Okay, thanks a lot. See you again. Whoa, yeah, it's got the cool and creep factor.
Hey, it's sale day. This should be fun.
I've seen you auction so many times. You're one of the few guys I can understand. You know, most auctioneers, I can't understand a word they're saying. I just sort of listen to the number and go, yeah, that's okay. I'm good with that one. I'd love to get those palm presses.
Gas pump, maybe?
One of the double visible gas pumps.
It's going to be some competitive bidding here today. Oh, yeah, here we go. Look at all the cars are out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
People are here already for the viewing.
It's a great day for an auction. Can't wait. I love an auction sale. The electricity was great. I love the build-up and good stuff to find, too.
Elvis is in the building. For the most part, I avoid auction because there's too much competition for good items.
We were going to be in a competitive situation. It was a big sale, well advertised, and the first thing we did was try and zero in on just a few items. Where's the Coke stuff?
Right
here we go, right here.
Yeah, see, it's got repaint there, and it's got a touch of repaint right up at the top.
Yeah.
This one's a good one, though.
Yeah. But look at this. That's
Kid's dental
rare.
chair, yeah.
I bet when the kid walked into the dental office and saw that. Yeah. That's a star, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a Canadian one, which is good.
Yeah.
This has got really nice brass work on it.
They're tough to find in our market.
If we could pick it up at $5, I gotta buy her $6,500. It was a beaut. All the metal was good, the base was good, original cylinder.
The hoses were good.
The hoses were good. So if you're gonna go for any of them, that's the one you go for.
Gonna be fast and furious bidding here today. Lots of competition.
I'm prepared to have my hands like this for the entire day.
It's an auction, Scott. There's gonna be some stuff that goes really high, but there'll be some bargains here too.
Take a run at the Coke items.
You're gonna get some Coke items probably early, just the way they're situated near the podium there. That might be an opportunity if not everybody's here. That might be an edge. You bid on some of the stuff you're interested in, I'll bid too.
I think we should have one tag, not two tags. I don't want you having a tag. I do not want you to have a tag.
My partner thinks that we only need one number, but I think we need two. Oh, that's a good number for him.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Hey, Scott, I just registered you. You got your own number.
666. Good to see you, Bob.
How you
Oh,
doing?
hey, Bob.
Yep. How
Big,
you doing?
good.
Yep.
Big day today.
Oh, she's a big one.
Yeah.
Excited?
Oh, yeah. A few people here now, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You must be meeting a lot of people that knew your dad.
Oh, tons.
This fellow, Bruce, was a well-known collector. Some people wanted a piece of Bruce, a memory, and other people were there to add that one piece to their collection. And it's a rare opportunity when they can fill it, and all they have to do is outbid the guy that's there today.
Hey, buy a pal.
You're 75, 50 bids, 75 and $100 now, $100 at a quarter. One bid, 125, 150 here, 125, $60 here, $60 there, $70 here, and $80.
Auctioneers speak in a language that is foreign to most people.
80, 90, 90 here, $100 here, another bid, 1 here, 50, 75, 175.
It's called speak fast and confusing so that nobody understands what you're saying, so that they'll bid more money than they want to pay. And then they'll have buyer's remorse. That's what we call that language.
20, now 5, 25 over to 2, and another, how about 100? $50, maybe going to get 55, help yourself. Now here's a couple real nice Coca-Cola thermometers, guys. $200 here, another 2, $1 and $200 here, one bid, $200 here, one bid,
Two, he's asking.
$150, $100 one, one half of the back, now 2, $200 2, now 50, now 4, $400, 50, $400, now 50, now $700, 7, now 7.
One of them was near mint, maybe a 9 out of 10. The other one was a great thermometer, but it had some chips down the side.
$950. Sold $900 your way, Gordy, $900.
There were good things. The bidding was going to be tough. It was going to be a tough sale to buy at.
Okay, now we're getting into the globes here, guys. Bring us all the Ben globes.
The problem with glass globes is they can be reproduced really easily. It's very, very difficult to know whether you've got new old stock. In other words, somebody fished it out of the basement of a hardware store, or you got a reproduction if you don't know the provenance. That's an example of a knockoff. And a lot of those were in that real gray zone that you just couldn't tell. And when you can't tell, don't buy it.
Hey, we got the fencing gear. I got it. There's something I don't think I ever sold before. Well, $100. Sold at 150 to Pier Lantern. What do you get there? 70, 50.
Well, I ended up bidding on a few things, and some of them were sort of impromptu things. I didn't know I was going to walk away with a pair of foils, and that was okay.
Anyone that buys these things should have to wear them. Okay, actually, that's a good thing because I can disguise my face while I'm leaving.
What are you, the unknown pickers?
Yeah.
All right, you got the Super Test Safety Service box. $40 over there, $50, 75.
No, what are you doing?
$50 here, the biggest $60 here, 50 and 60 last call, $50, 60. Sold $50, 313, $50.
All right.
Super Test, and it's full.
The deco's gone.
About the Super Test first aid kit.
You're not serious with any of this, are you?
I'm absolutely serious.
I cannot believe that my picker partner bought this. I don't want to be anywhere near those things for the rest of the trip.
Oh, look at here. Could be anybody's girlfriend. All right, sell that mannequin. Someone give me
Don't
200.
even think about it.
Put her between us and the truck?
No.
Just as like a referee.
No.
Anybody give me $100 for the mannequin? $100, 50 where?
Scott, one shot at her?
No.
Not a bit of 41, 41. I'm at 125, hold it to 51, $51.
Not even think about it.
$100. Anybody give me 100? You bought her, sir, for $130. Hey, good luck.
I should have a shirt that says, I'm with Stingy.
Now, folks, here's your highlight of your pumps. You got the Bengal Double Clear Vision. There's a
here we go.
Here we go. What do I get for
It's in great. The brass is great on it. It's just a beautiful thing.
Boy, if we could buy one good thing today, it was going to be the Bengal double visible gas pump.
Better get 4,000. I got 3 million. Better get 4,000. 2, 3. Now shade on number 35. 35. Now 5,000 and start. 5,000. Now shade on number 5. 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. 4,000. Now shade on number 4. 35. So on there. 4. Now 45. 45. And now 5. So on there. 5. Now 55. 55 and 6.
We're pickers. We're not collectors. So we're trying to buy the item, flip it, make $1,000, $1,500 on it.
Now 55, 55 and 6 now 85. 6 now now the big number 5. 6 now now the big number 5. 7.
After that point in time, there's just no margin in it for us to tie up that much cash to make that little money.
Last call. Anybody else? 7,500.
We gave it a shot now. We were there for a couple of minutes. But sometimes you swing for the fences and you end up not getting it. It just happens that way. No harm done. Give me your bidding number.
I've come to two conclusions today. Sheldon's a hell of an auctioneer, and he shouldn't be allowed to buy at auction.
Oh, somebody call for first aid?
You know, you finally bought something you don't have to pack, and who cares if it bounces all the way to Calgary?
These are French foils, Scott. Did you know that?
Yeah.
I thought, well, gee, that's a pretty good buy for the few bucks that I spent on them.
I drove here.
I'll drive.
I'm driving. I'm not letting you have control of anything ever again.
Cranky, cranky, cranky. I think not everything comes down to dollars and cents. I think when I talked to Bob, he was very pleased. It was a good feel in the air. I think his father would have been pleased. Everybody went away smiling, including us. On guard, little Scotty, let's go. Oh!
Well, I'm really looking forward to getting to Ken's. I hear he's a bit of a car guy, and he may have a gas pump for us.
Too bad we missed out on the ones at Rob's place.
Maybe we can get one we can afford from Ken.
Hey, this is our guy. He looks like a car guy.
Look at the White Rose gas pumps.
Oh, those are beauts.
Where there's one gas pump, there's always more.
Now I'm excited.
This could be good. I'm looking forward to this.
Hey, I'm Sheldon.
Sheldon, how are you?
I'm really good. How are you?
Scott, how are you doing?
Scott?
Where did you get the signs you got on the outside of the building?
Just here and there. Most of them were used for patches on greeneries. When you started, you weren't really collecting, you were just saving junk. But after a while, it got to be valuable junk.
Where should we start?
Start right in here.
Looks like we're getting into the honey hole first. Wow. Oh, I love this place.
This is where all the hard work is done.
You got great stuff in your office. This is the ultimate man cave.
It's where I like to put a lot of the nicer stuff, just to show it off.
Oh, look at this, Scott. I'm guessing that's not for sale?
No, I think I'm going to hold on to it for...
If I owned it, I'd hang on to it too.
Geez, you don't see the diesel very often, do you? Or I'm almost blinded by this Esso diesel gas pump. Is that an original lens inside there?
Yes, it is, with the curved glass.
What would it take to pry this baby away from you?
It's another one that looks pretty good where it is.
This is Ken's little refuge. So it could be a little tough buying in here. That's a neat one, that little red one. It looked like a fire hydrant.
You sat outside so they could lock them up at night so nobody could take your gas.
That's very rare, isn't it?
See, it is rare.
And this is the...
That's the handle.
So you pump it like that.
Yep.
It must be a farm pump or something like that, right?
It could have been, yes.
Or maybe just a small gas station.
You could actually buy a pint of gasoline if you only needed a pint.
This one's got to be from 1920s or 30s, right?
Or before the 20s, maybe.
It's a Bowser. So what would something like this be worth?
Oh, it's probably worth $1,500.
Seriously?
It is.
But he put a fairly hefty price on. It wasn't viable for us to turn him over at a quick profit.
Looks like you got something interesting over there. And it's a Bennett, which is a good Canadian name for gas pump. I like the weird and eclectic things, and I like the 30s pieces. And these two pieces, that farm pump and this yellow one, are pretty cool. What would you think it would take to get the red farm pump and the yellow Bennett?
I'm thinking it would still be $1,500 for the pair of them.
Yeah?
It would.
I'm gonna take a flyer on it, and this is a real flyer. Don't look at me that way. I'd go $1,000 on the pair.
Well, I think you're paying too little. So
no matter what I offered, you would think I was paying too little.
I'm sure it would be too little. If you want them, $1,300 for the pair of them. But that's it. Think about it.
11.
No. 13.
We haven't seen everything yet, and we don't want to blow our wad because there might be something really good around the corner. I love the Anarco boys.
You look at all the expensive stuff.
You're just setting me up, aren't you? This little guy is one of the most fun characters in the oil and gas.
People recognize that.
Oh. Yeah.
Ken had some Anarco oil jars. 2 pints, the tough ones to find.
What would you need out of 2 bottles?
Probably $300 for the 2 of them.
I was thinking.
If it was $350, I'll do $350. That's the lowest I can go.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
Don't get mad. I was thinking 1, 2, 3.
If you gave me $350 for the 3 items.
I'm not going to argue for $50.
Okay.
Let's shake the man's hand. But all of a sudden, the ball is rolling, and in the hardest venue. You got some other stuff you could show us?
Yeah, we could try another shot.
And away we go. Yeehaw! I loved it. We rolled into a very old farmstead. It was actually where Ken had spent his formative years. Hey.
Oh, I think we need our flashlights. Oh, my Lord.
We worked our way through the barn. Everything is covered with 1/4 of an inch of dust.
That thing's sort of fun. It's a funky lamp.
An old porcelain base on it.
Wow.
The purple.
That would have hung at a gas station in the 20s, 30s, 40s, would have hung over the 2 visible gas pumps. That was a real find.
I think there's 2 of them here.
Is there?
2 are worth twice as much as 1.
At least. I'm thinking, for where I come from, it's worth 3 times the price.
Yeah, that's the other one.
What would you want for the pair? I always like, if I can, to get the seller to make the first offer in terms of price. Then I get a sense of whether we're just out of the mark without insulting him.
They would be $300 for the 2 of them.
Would we do 2 on the pair?
We certainly would.
2.
I don't think I could do that.
2. We just consummated a deal for you.
$250 would work.
Well, you gotta let us win a little. 2 1/4?
I think I would need $250.
I'll tell you what, we'll flip on it. If it's heads, it's $250. If it's tails, it's 2 1/4.
Sounds good.
Tails! Yes!
Story of my life.
If you can make somebody your friend and make them like you, you'll make a friend in the process and you'll always get a better deal.
There's one more building we can go and have a look.
I'm hoping maybe he's got a gas pump we can buy, because we couldn't buy the pumps at Rob's auction sale.
There's a couple of pumps in here if you want to have a look at them.
Oh, yeah?
Treasure trove.
Look at the White Rose gas pump. Everything's dark, and it's like a halo over top of this beautiful yellow gas pump.
There it is.
I had to contain my joy because I knew we were leaving with it. It was only a question of how cheap we could get it. Who redid it?
I redid it, actually. Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, excellent job. Wow.
It's not a problem in the oil and gas industry to repaint gas pumps because it's just so hard to get one that's in good original condition. They sat outside, they were there in the elements, so that's an acceptable thing. I think you used a more modern hose on it, right?
Actually, I think the hose is off my washing machine. Just don't tell my wife.
Now, what about this one here? That's a 50s.
That's a 50s. They put a lot more chrome on them then.
So did you redo this one too?
Yes, I did.
They look
Same
good
kind.
together.
As soon as I see something I want to buy, I'm always scanning around to see if there's anything else I can throw into the deal. So Ken, what would you want for the pair of them?
I could probably go down to $1,800 for the pair of them.
You got to leave us some meat on the bone. How about $1,300 on the pair?
Holy, I never thought of that.
I figure 1,300. Come on, we got to point out, it's got a rub.
It does
Right?
have a rub. $1,650.
There's a round number.
Yeah, and I was just going to suggest it. 1,500, I think, leaves us some room, and hopefully that's good for you too.
At least we don't have to flip a coin this time.
Did you take the rest of the stuff out of here so we wouldn't buy it from you?
It was lots of fun wheeling and dealing with them. It makes it better for me if I enjoy it and they enjoy it.
They'd look cool indoors, outdoors, in your loft, in your garage. If it's got the little Anarco boy, and we have customers for it. Pump her up there, Scott. You don't have to be a gas pump guy to appreciate them. Hey, thanks a lot, Ken. That was a lot of fun.
This is great, man. Had a great time. Got some really cool things.
Ken was a good guy.
Great guy.
This pump's gonna do well in Calgary.
You know, you just don't find them in Alberta. We got one in Ontario. Back to Alberta, we'll make a bunch of money off that one.
I'd sure like to know what the poison bottles might be worth.
Well, I think we should call them Glenn and see what they're worth. Let's pull over. What about that old cemetery right there?
Yeah, let's do it. Do cemeteries sort of creep you out?
Actually, they don't at all. Just like old stuff doesn't creep me out. I just think it's part of history. 2 weeks ago, I met Glenn. He came up to me and said, I collect poison bottles. Sure enough, we come into some poison bottles. I know exactly who to call.
Hello?
Glenn, Scott.
Hey, Scott, how's it going?
Did you get those pictures I sent?
Yeah, I did. You've got quite an interesting find there.
Now, I heard that that was a coffin-shaped bottle. I don't know if that's true or not.
Yes, in fact.
They're called in the collecting world a Canadian coffin. These bottles were the regulation bottles that pharmacists had to use. At one time, people accidentally poisoned themselves. So pharmacists came up with a solution, and that would be a specially made cobalt glass bottle. The lettering and the little stars you see on the bottle allow you to sense, using your fingers in the dark, that, yep, okay, this bottle contains poison. I better not drink it.
Sheldon and I have both dealt in poison bottles, but we're not experts in poison bottles. How many do we have?
I count about 50.
So what would you want if we took the lot?
I could go as low as 400 on 50.
Done. Now here's the $64,000 question, we hope. What are they worth?
Well, condition is really, really important with poison bottle collectors. I would say anywhere between $35 to $50 each.
Wow, and we got about 50.
Do the math.
Hey, thanks a lot, Glenn.
Thank you.
That's excellent. We got to take extra special care of them now. That's why I'm driving.
The crowd back in Alberta is going to get really excited when they see what we found in Ontario. Whoa,
I'm only
easy,
doing
fella.
60K. It's a 60 zone.
Yeah, but we got some fragile things back there.
If you don't like it, Sheldon, you drive.
I'm not sure if we got enough gas money to get home. I hope we don't have to phone your mom again for money.
I do too.
She's getting really tired of that. This time you ask. Look at the Cuba saw.
Hey, Sheldon. Slow. Sheldon, you got a toothache? Maybe I can do a little work on you.
I'll live with the pain, Scott.
Look at this place.
Yeah.
Whoa,
Yeah, I
it's
remember.
unbelievable.
You're gonna have to crawl through here because it's pretty damn packed.
Oh, wow. Incredible. What would you want for that?
I need $500.
Bill, you give me your finger. Scott, check that out.
That is so great.
$7 grand.
Ow! I either need you to help me with this or pick up my body. I have to have this. I'm Scott Cousins.
I'm Sheldon Smithens.
And we're Pickers. We travel all over Canada, coast to coast, from the West Rocky Mountains to the Eastern Shores and all the back roads in between, looking for hidden gems in people's basements, attics, and barns. Sometimes we take a gamble, trust in our gut to make a buck.
Just like the people we meet, every story is different.
It's not junk to us. Oh, look at the duck, the biggest mallard duck.
Have you noticed everything in Alberta is big?
Who would ever think to have the world's largest pierogi
On a fork. Probably some of it came from, say, Bakerville. It has the world's largest Easter egg. Hey, look at the big windmill.
Turn right in here. You get the coffee, I'll sort out where we're going.
Hey, where are we at?
We're in Red Deer, Gasoline Alley. We're halfway to Edmonton. We're gonna hit Edmonton. We're gonna see Ron and Conrad in Edmonton. Then we go north and east up to Vilna.
Oh, that should be interesting.
Yeah, that's Bill. I think he's the one with the primitive painted furniture, which is gonna be cool. And then we backtrack back down to Millerville, where we're gonna see Veronica. And then we might have a pick in Calgary. And the funny thing is, I think we're gonna see some big things in small towns.
Let's go.
Can you imagine little Fort Edmonton in the height of the gold rush? Edmonton was the gateway to the Klondike.
Yeah, I think it's more famous for trading away Wayne Gretzky. That didn't bother me in Calgary at all.
City of champions.
So they say. Usually I just say Calgary farted and out came Edmonton.
Oh, Scott. You are gonna love this collection.
I've heard that it's just unbelievable.
Conrad and his father, Ron, have amassed the most amazing collection in probably Western Canada.
Well, from what I hear, probably Canada. I talked to Conrad on the phone about bringing stuff up for them to look at. And he said, look, we're always buying. So I grabbed a bunch of stuff, threw it in the back of the truck, and we'll see what we can do with them.
You'd never know it, but this is the spot. I think we can pull right in here.
Wow, look at this place.
Yeah.
Whoa, whoa.
This is even better than I remember.
Unbelievable.
Hey.
Hi. Welcome to sunny Alberta.
Hi,
and the
Conrad.
Bonner Museum.
Yeah.
Good to see you
Scott,
again.
good to see you.
Good to see you, Ron.
In 1976, I bought a little toy truck, and it's one of those Lincolns right there with the ladders on it.
The ladder truck.
Yeah, and that was the beginning of our collection.
We've done it as a family. We look at it as our hobby that's kind of gone wild. So we're big into cars, tractors. We have a soda pop collection, Coke, Pepsi, 7-Up, Crush, Stubby, alcohol, jukeboxes, general store, Meccano, and tin trucks, signs, gas pumps. Been through the years and decades, something that we've just added to.
It's a disease. You can't stop. You got to keep going.
You can get treatment. You just call us. We'll take care of it for you.
You're like a kid in a candy store, aren't you?
This is the most amazing private collection, and it really is private. It's very special that they've let us in today.
Can we stop at Red Indian?
Wow. Well, that has to be one of the most incredible Red Indian collections.
Red Indian is a real iconic image. It is the holy grail of oil and gas collectibles. I've never seen the sign that's on the top.
That's an original plaster Indian head. It is mint, and we've never seen another, and I don't know if we ever will.
That is one of the best Red Indian collectibles you will ever see.
This is the creme de la creme when it comes to Canadian pumps.
Wow.
And the restoration is just incredible in this one.
Everyone that collects oil and gas wants Red Indian.
And tins are almost as difficult to find as the signs.
The 5-gallon pails.
Right. They got everything going for them. They're a Canadian company.
That's right.
They got the great graphic. They got good color. They've got everything you want out of a piece of advertising. Normally, like you get $20 for one of these. I would think a Red Indian, 150.
At least.
Yeah.
Would you part with one of those?
When you put as much effort and care into acquiring things, there's a huge emotional attachment. Nope.
That's the only two we have.
Sorry. Don't have to sell it, so let's just hang on to it. This is the general store.
Oh, wow.
A little bit of everything.
Great store. But you don't like Calgary because you're from Edmonton. So I think we could probably buy that Calgary ginger ale sign.
I love Calgary breweries.
That's ginger ale, that's not brewery.
I love Calgary ginger ale or breweries.
It's not a question of money with Conrad. Conrads are not going to sell it to you because they've got a place for it and they want to keep it. I'm hopeful maybe in the back room there's something that they would sell. And I got to a place where, fortunately, we'd separated Conrad and Ron. What about all the stuff you've got up on the shelves here? Can we take a look and see if there's anything we like?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Bang, I'm keying in now. Is there anything there I can buy? Well, Conrad's not there. Get some boat motors.
I think that's a no-name.
Outboard motor for international modelers, and that's what they were. You put them on your balsa wood boat. Those are really popular, and they were orphans in that collection. They didn't belong there. There was nothing that was associated with them. Would you sell these? These three little guys?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah?
Sure.
Scott, the pit bull, is pick, even when there's no picking to be had. He still picked.
Give me 100 for that one and 50 apiece for them. And that's a hell of a deal, I think. $200 for the...
Don, I'm not taking a chance you're going to say no if I make you an offer.
Thanks, Ron.
I got to go through them. And...
What are you guys doing?
No.
What does that mean? Do you sell them something?
Yeah.
No.
But I
You did
felt
not.
sorry for the guy.
No,
I mean,
I-
they come all the way out here and come home without nothing, so I sold them
sell
those
you
motors.
You did.
Just 3 little motors.
Yeah, he did.
That's all.
You did not.
Yeah, he did. I wasn't sure whether Conrad was really mad or was he pretending to be mad.
I was gonna start collecting these.
Oh, do you want to buy these?
Oh, yeah.
What would you be, 200? We got 2 1/4? It would have been fun to sell them back for 25 bucks more than we paid for them.
Yeah, take them home.
I guess you needed something.
We got to have something.
Thanks, Ron.
Get one of them all.
And I know what we're doing next time. We're going to find out when Conrad's on holidays, and we're coming back to deal with Ron.
It's our soda alley, I guess you'd call it, because there's quite a bunch on both sides.
Wow.
Whoa.
See some stuff I like already.
The impact is just there.
Get out of the way. I want to get in.
My favorite logo? This guy right here.
Oh, Stubby.
The little soda jerk.
That probably should be my new nickname, Stubby.
Put a cowboy hat on him and...
I think he looks a lot like me, just I've got longer hair.
Coca-Cola right this way.
Wow.
It's spectacular. One of the largest collections I've been in of just strictly Coca-Cola.
Well, you got all different sizes of the Coke buttons. And anything with a triangle like that, that dates back to the 30s. Can you show us some stuff that you got doubles and triples of?
Not today. You have to come back.
Oh, come on.
There's some right behind me against the wall, but I wasn't gonna tell him that.
Maybe we'll have to show you some stuff then.
Well, we could do
We
that.
could, we're always buying. Let's go take a look.
Sale is just as good as a buy.
Now you're talking.
We brought a few of our better items that we thought Ron and Conrad might like.
A hell of a sign, that one.
Just in case we can sell them some things.
Here it is, the good, the bad, and the ugly.
This is garage fresh.
A wacky taxi.
Isn't that great? But that's a Marks.
That's like the Dick Tracy one I've got.
They are zeroing in on the vehicles that are in good nick or that are rare.
That's a tough one to find.
The Sunshine Biscuit truck, it's so rare, you take it in any condition you can have until you can find a good one.
We've avoided the neatest thing here. That gargoyle, the mobile oil sign, looks to be in pretty great shape.
But I think we have one, don't we?
I think we have one, Scott.
yeah, sure.
Sorry, guys, I think we have
I'm
one.
buying that one. He didn't have that sign, and he wanted that sign.
Maybe we can roll that into a
Maybe
package price.
deal here.
Oh, you're gonna try and package us, are you?
well.
Ron and Conrad are shrewd buyers. They know what they want, they know what they like, they know what they need for their collection. The gargoyle sign became the focus of attention.
This one we paid a gob for. The mobile oil we like.
$13.50 would take it away.
I'm gonna shake on the gargoyle piece.
Great.
And we let it go to you, because it's got a good home here, for $1,800.
Do better on that. You can go 17 on that.
If you go 3 on that, I'll go 17 on that.
I want to go 2 on this and 17 on that.
I think 2's too cheap on that.
It's
that
all
is
about the
such a good
condition.
toy. I know it is,
I know it's rare.
but at 2, it's too cheap, even in that condition.
Everything else we've agreed upon but Sunshine.
Yeah.
Split it, 50.
Hey, exactly, or flip a coin.
We'll give you your 3 on this.
Okay.
Sunshine goes 3.
17.
Gargoyle 17.
I still like the wacky taxi.
That's free.
That's a throw-in.
That's free.
That's the start of your collection.
And I'd say we got ourselves a deal.
Do we?
got
Thank you,
ourselves a
sir.
Got a deal?
Yeah.
You know how he slides that in.
Yeah.
The gargoyle sign was something that we would have been happy to find under any conditions.
When we bought that gargoyle sign, Ron was the guy I had in mind for that because we were going to get top dollar. We're the guys hunting it down. We bring it to them. They give us the money so we can hunt some more for them. Free boat motors, but we can take that back to Calgary and make some money. We'll see you again soon. Take care.
Thanks, guys.
See you guys, travel safe.
You're the consummate picker, Scott. You never give up.
Can't give up. There's always that little, like, that you leave the door open a little crack, you gotta dive through. I think Ron's going to be in trouble. I think he's going to be grounded after selling those boat motors.
And there's small town, big heart. Look at the Cuba saw.
That is the ugliest coiler I've ever seen. The only thing that's missing is the steam coming off.
Oh, that's no turd, that's sausage, man. Next time I come, I'm going to Costco first, and I'm bringing a lot of mustard with me. There's a little town with a big bun up the road.
We're going to see Bill, who's got some primitive painted furniture.
Bill sounds like a good guy. I think we're going to have some fun today.
I hope so. We haven't driven all the way up here. We're not buying anything.
That's the thing about primitive furniture. You're not going to find it close to cities. I'm sensing this could be our place.
Oh, yeah, look at the
Hey, look at all the outbuildings. Wow, somebody's been mowing a lot of grass
Wow,
here.
have they ever? Everything's clean and neat, which is sort of shaky for a picker because you want it to look really ragged.
This is it.
With a cowboy hat on.
That's Billy. He's our kind of guy.
Hi.
I'm Sheldon.
Hi, Sheldon.
Scott?
Hi, nice to meet you.
Welcome to the Hominium Farm here.
Where do we start?
I'm strictly into primitives. Anything that would be handmade when the homesteaders came here.
I'm hoping the big barn is full of furniture.
The barn, it has quite a bit of stuff in it.
Perfect. We'll start there.
Your family built that barn?
My dad built that, yes. You're gonna have to crawl through here because it's pretty jam-packed.
Oh, wow. Incredible. Oh.
You could see a bunch of color in there. Greens, blues, reds, yellows. Those are the colors you see on Ukrainian furniture.
There are some great things here, Bill.
About 15 years ago, I had a picker drive up into my yard, and he had a truckload of primitive Ukrainian furniture. That's basically how I got going, is through other pickers. It grew to the extent that it is now, which I have about 2,000 pieces.
You ever seen one of those?
No.
Pistol holder.
You got some really interesting primitive weapons here.
In our market, in Western Canada, it's unusual to find a guy with this much primitive.
That had some paint on it at one time.
Lots of Ukrainian furniture, or primitive furniture generally, is made not by carpenters. It's made by husbands, fathers, mothers, people that needed the furniture.
And one of the beautiful things is you can see the hand of the craftsman in there. We love it.
What's the story on this little chest, Bill?
That's got the nice motifs on it, and I believe the hinges are all handmade as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting piece.
It had clear age, crackling paint.
That's a desirable piece.
What would you want for that?
I probably need about $350 at least for that one.
Jesus, you're steep.
That's a good deal.
Yeah, but we're selling it, remember? We're not collecting it. If I'm buying it to sell it,
yeah,
I got to get it at 200, 250 max.
Anything that's really, really good is hard to pick. Heritage is becoming important to some of the people that probably didn't grow up with the items. It's becoming competitive because people are getting to know what it's worth.
So you're not prepared to move on this orange chest?
300. I said 350. 300.
Bill's prices are at the top of the market.
Hey, Bill, I was paying $10 a pop for these in Denmark. I could buy as many as I want.
Is that right?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's a bread cutter.
Oh, right.
But they use them as a bookcase for holding your books on. It works perfectly. What would you want for one of those?
I probably need $50 for it.
50?
Yeah.
Bill, you give me your finger. Yeah. I want to soften you up a little bit here.
Prices are a little strong, but I'm still encouraged because there's enough good things here.
Bill, can I ask you about this sled here? That's kind of an interesting piece. What would you want for it?
$50.
Hey, now we're getting somewhere.
Ah, thank you. There, see, we got a deal.
$50 sold.
We'll do well on that. We should double our money.
That looks almost like a jam cupboard, Bill.
Yes, I believe it. It's your jam jelly cupboard.
What would you need out of something like that?
70.
Shell? It seems pretty solid.
Yeah.
I'd rather be at 50. Would you be at 50?
I'd rather be at 70.
Well, hey, why don't we cut her down the middle?
How about this? Are you a gambling man?
I farm.
Then you're a gambling man.
Then you are a gambler, yeah.
I'll do this. You pick it, heads or tails. If it's heads, it's 70. If it's tails, it's 50.
Let's put it at 60 rather than 50.
You're not a gambler man. Okay, shake his hand at 60. That's
60.
good.
All right. Thank you. Hey, I love that.
That might be European. It may be authentically coming with the immigrants.
Oh, what would you want for that?
Oh, give me $20.
There are some great doors here.
No
In fact,
doors. Sheldon?
Yeah.
No doors. The problem with Sheldon is he always buys doors and beavers.
How about the one right beside you, Scott? That's rather unique. They're right behind you.
This one?
Yeah.
It's got the real alligator paint on it. Normally, I don't buy doors, I don't like doors, I don't want doors, but that was a really good one.
And it's also got porcupine chewed out on the bottom. Rather unique.
That's hard to do, Scott.
That's hard to do.
We couldn't make that up.
I could make that up. So is the reason you want me to pay a lot of money for it is because of the porcupine chewed it?
No, you can have that for $10.
$10?
Yes.
We just bought a door, Scott. I just shook.
You can't get that paint color without 100 years of wear. It's got nice green color on the backside.
Yeah, I lost one door. I've got many more.
And I figure with the price we're paying on that stuff, if we can't sell it, we can burn it in the fireplace.
All right, we'll take you over to another building up. I got the garage.
Sure.
Hey, wow. It just keeps going on and on and on.
Bill, you're not climbing in here very often, I can tell you that.
What is that?
It's the biggest wedding chest box you'll ever see.
Yeah, simple spruce and pine.
Just plank construction top. See what the inside looks like. Bottom's solid. It's a solid piece. $100. Shake his hand. He's not talking.
It's a bit of a challenge to say yes right away.
Yeah, I'm with Scott with that one. I think 100's all we do on that one. Thank you. 100 done on the chest. Let the sun shine. Things are starting to happen.
Hey, Sheldon. Slow. I always think I'd look good in a buffalo coat, but I realize they're not made for short people.
There was enough coat there for you to make some leggings to boot.
Wow, there's a lot of stuff. I'm always hoping every time I come into a new room, I'm going to see a killer item. Yikes.
Oh, wow.
That's a big one.
Yes, it is.
You got to have a big house to put that baby in.
Yes, it is.
But that would have probably been the most important piece of furniture in your house when you had it.
Is it one piece?
Yes, it is.
Beautiful flat to the wall, probably early 20th century, but it was primitive, it was done right.
The interesting part about this one is these doors are made out of a door, cut into 4 pieces.
Homemade, right? Just made out of what you had.
You know what the best thing about this is? Its size. You know what the worst thing about this is?
It's
size.
Exactly. You got to have a massive house to put this in, or a store. It'd be great in a store.
Country store?
Yeah.
Perfect. Let's get down to brass tacks. What do you need for that?
600.
I'm sold at 600 already, but I got to try and grind them down. That's just the way it is. Would you go 4?
600, I think I got to get out of it.
It's not good to not negotiate. You got to negotiate.
We're pickers.
The colors are nice on it, guys.
It is nice.
I don't mind a challenge, to tell you the truth. It's part of the game. 550. And that will be my rock bottom.
Will it?
Yes. Oh, I enjoy the game. Yes, I do. Very much so. Yeah, yeah.
Because my friend was giving me the old 5-finger salute over there.
$550, $50 more.
Now it's the moment of truth, and I'm looking at Scott to see, are we gonna go for this thing, or is it just too big to maneuver?
I think we could do 550 on that.
It's a deal. It all works out in the long run.
And the fact you're delivering it to Calgary, I mean,
That's right.
That's a little heavier than I thought it
That's a fun little thing, isn't it? Somebody could turn that into a coffee table. Hell, the handle's worth $10.
We can come back tomorrow and grab the rest of it
With the proper truck. It's a beautiful piece of furniture, and I'm thinking it's going into a store rather than a house.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Bill. It's been a pleasure.
See you later.
Have a good trip.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was good.
I think when it all gets back to the warehouse, I think we're going to be really happy with our load today.
Man, these are the biggest mosquitoes I've ever seen in my life.
Maybe one of these towns should have just a giant mosquito. We are on our way to one of the 7 wonders of the northern Alberta world.
And why are we going right when it said Calgary the other way, didn't it?
But I want to take you to town and show you those mushrooms.
We're going to see the world's biggest stool.
There are the mushrooms.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You cannot be serious.
Hey, come on, they're mushrooms. That's a tourist trap, that thing.
I'm guessing tens of people per year come by to see that one.
That's truly Canadian.
Well, one good thing is the weather's a heck of a lot better here than it was in Edmonton. If nothing else, it might be a good omen.
So where are we going?
We're going to Gio's building. Gio's a hairstylist. Gio is the guy that my buddy recommended because I mentioned that we had a guy looking for some signs.
Look at this building, eh? Hey, well, this should be good.
Yeah. See, do I need a haircut? I think I do.
I'm okay today.
Not a little bit above the ears?
Yeah. There's some goodies here. Wow. I was totally amazed to find all those signs in such an unlikely setting. Hey, Sheldon.
Sheldon?
And Scott.
Scott.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you doing?
Good. I need a haircut. I thought you might have a few signs here from what I hear.
I can help you out with both, but mostly the haircut.
Does that mean you're not really a motivated seller?
I can see they're all screwed down.
They're not going anywhere. These particular ones, anyway.
My initial reaction is we're hooped.
I have some on the other side that I haven't put up yet.
Do you?
Yeah, would you like to take a look at them?
Yeah. Can we take our coat off?
You bet.
One of the great things about Gio is he is making his collection a part of his environment. Wow, do you have signs?
Yeah, there's some goodies here. Wow.
Yeah, I've been collecting for about 30 years or so.
Holy cow.
I live and work and play out of the same space, which keeps it really simple.
I try not to do a beauty salon or a barber shop. I try and create something in between. A hair joint.
Love it, a hair joint. Scott, check that out.
Oh, yeah.
Neat.
That is so great.
That is just incredible, that neon. It has everything going for it. That red is bold, condition is perfect.
It's got that Art Deco look to it. I take it that's not going to be for sale.
I don't know if the price is right, if I get the right amount of money for it.
What's the right price? Because I love that.
Pretty close to 15.
I see you got a Coke flange over there and another one on the floor. Flanges are very interesting advertising collectibles because they would have been screwed to the outside of the building so you could see the signage from either side you were coming down the street. So to get them in good condition is very difficult because every kid that came along picked up a rock and threw it at the sign. This one's probably into the 50s is my guess. 41 for this one.
39.
39, so that's the earlier one. When you have the green around the outside, that means it's the earlier one. Would you be interested in parting with them if the price was right?
If the price was right.
And what would the right price be?
Well, you tell me.
I'm thinking $1,000 a piece. That's a pretty fair offer.
I'm pretty attached to them. I'll have to say $1,500 a piece.
But we were out.
They can't replace them though, right?
Well, you can. It's hard though. Gio's not so much a tough negotiator as an unmotivated seller. He's a smart guy. Is that for sale?
Sorry.
Okay. So you're not selling that?
No, sorry.
I'm attached to them.
What about this? Would you part with that?
No.
No.
I've been living with them for a while now. It's just like family.
Hey, I see something that brings back some memories. I love that.
Very historic ski hill in Alberta.
Yeah, exactly. Brings back some memories from my youth. Would you part with that, Gio?
Yep.
What would you want for that?
Make me an offer.
What about 150?
Sure. Sold.
Hey, that was easy, and now we broke the ice.
I'm getting hopeful here.
Yeah. Now the ball is rolling.
This one's got the blue, it's got the yellow. That's a beaut. It's a pig. If it was in great condition, I could see this going 7,000, maybe even higher. Sold! Would you sell it?
No, I'm gonna keep it.
Oh, geez, I was ready to shake. So we're grinding, we're wheeling, we're dealing. We're trying to buy some signs here.
Mauricio.
And how dare somebody come in and want a haircut? Right as we're doing some business. Turns out to be good timing so we can strategize.
This is one of the more desirable Texaco signs.
I think our buddy would love that.
Yeah, this is as good as you're gonna see this sign if you don't find it mint. I've seen that sign many, many times before. It's usually beat, and they often got shot because the middle of the star on the Texaco is a perfect point for somebody to practice their aim. We got a buyer for just that sign.
I would really love to leave with that.
Yeah, I mean, I like the sign. I'm concerned we're not gonna make any money off it.
I'd like to run 1,200 by him. Or if we're close again on another big guy, we offer 25 for the two or whatever the case. So, yeah. I think our buddy would love that.
That would be perfect.
Had the second star originally, right? But
yeah, one on either side. Yeah, this would have hung outside the gas station, right?
this one, the individual letters, porcelain on steel, good heavy ones. I know it's very desirable. I don't know if he's gonna part with it, but we
gotta try them all.
Yeah. Hey, Gio, you all done?
All done.
We've been spending money and you aren't even here.
Whose money you spending?
His.
We've decided we're gonna make you an offer you cannot refuse. That.
The two Coke ones that we've already tried you on, but maybe we can sweeten the pot a little.
And Texaco.
So, we're thinking 6,500.
For everything?
Yeah, that's what we're thinking.
Oh, I thought maybe just for the Texaco.
We were going nowhere. Gio was just not budging.
But I'm not giving up that easy. What would your best be on the meats? How about if we went 22 for the pair?
Hey, now
12 for that and 1,000 for that.
Now that's getting generous.
Sure.
Done.
I'll do that.
Done.
Give my buddy a call that was looking for the Texaco sign, and he's excited. He asked me what else he has. I explained to him a few of the signs, including the big Chevrolet sign, and he goes, "What? I've been looking for years for that. I want that sign." I wanted to make sure we got the sign, so I thought I'd soften Gio up by paying him for a haircut. Just a little bit off the bottom here.
Come on, Gio, give him his money's worth. When was the last time you ran a comb through that? I'm really enjoying this. Thanks for selling us a couple of signs there, Gio. Do you do dreadlocks?
There you go, you're tuned up.
Beautiful.
All right, well, time to go and make the deal. I love when Scott's smiling.
Made a call. You know you didn't want to sell it, but you're gonna have to give me a stupid number on it.
$7 grand. That's stupid enough?
Ow! That hurt. Come on, you know that's way too much money for this sign. We go 4.
55.
For us to make any money off it, we gotta buy it from you at 5.
Chevrolet.
If it was mint, I'd be jumping at 7 grand.
Give it a good home?
Give it a good home.
Okay.
We got a deal.
Wow. Hey, thanks a lot, Gio. We'll go get some packing.
This isn't that bad, this one. It's a bit awkward, but it's not too heavy.
The guys are great. The guys share the same passion that I do for the signs.
It's a great sign. It's a 4-color, big dealer sign. That is a good one.
Just a classic. I love it. Good image. Our bank account has now got a haircut.
Yeah. We'll be back. Don't worry.
Yeah.
And you're more than welcome.
Thanks a
Thanks
lot.
a lot.
Yeah. We made a new friend, drove away with some great signs. Doesn't get any better than that. Only wish I had hair that he could have cut.
He could have given you a bullet. Look at the great owl over there.
Oh, what a glorious day to be heading out to the foothills.
It is absolutely gorgeous. Look at that landscape over there. Look at, you can see the mountains clear as day.
Did you realize in the 1930s you could still homestead at Millerville?
Seriously?
Yeah. It was an agreement with the government. You broke the land, you worked it for a certain time period, and you received it as a gift.
Wow.
So we're going to see Veronica today. That should be interesting.
You haven't seen Veronica probably 15 years.
Oh, you knew her late husband.
Yeah, he truly was a jack of all trades and master of all trades.
When she called me, she said, there are a lot of tools. There's a lot of everything.
But we got to be careful too, because she wants to move volume.
Hey, this is the place.
Wow, this is nice. Very secluded.
Let's go meet Veronica.
Hi, bud. How are you?
Hi.
Hi, Veronica.
I'm Sheldon.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Alex,
My
nice
son
to meet you.
Alex. He's my youngest son.
How are you?
Good. You're doing a bit of work here.
We're definitely under construction.
Hey, I'd be happy to be living here in a teepee.
So did you do most of the work yourself?
Michael did. Michael designed the house and he built all this.
I knew Mike years and years ago.
Yeah, I know.
We used to have some fun together.
Yeah, all you guys were pickers and...
We picked up tools, we just give them to him.
So that's where he got them all,
yeah.
eh?
Yeah, that's where they came from.
Guilty as charged.
He has tools.
Lead on.
Okay.
Love your dog.
Yeah, this is Pacho.
Ah.
And a donkey named Charlie, and my horse is Monty.
And if there's anything off limits, just tell us, because otherwise
Sure.
I'll be digging through it.
Okay, so this is all the stuff. Michael's man cave, if you like.
Oh my goodness. That's amazing.
My first impression, there's quantity, there's quality, and that's what I like to see.
It's my husband's collection. He was a picker for 40 years.
Look at all the Stanley. Wow.
He did a lot of woodworking, and he was so totally immersed in it.
You really need a week to do this, not a day. The sign shell.
That's a good one, isn't
That's
it?
an old wood one. We'll have to have that.
Shell, Scott?
You see that sewing machine up at the back, Shell?
Oh, the Royal
Hobbyist.
So just ask, and I'll let you know.
The adrenaline starts flowing, especially when you get into a good pick like this.
I love this box. Water gremlin. And look, a homemade fishing lure in it. Did you see the double-sided anvil over there?
No, but I'm looking at these really nice toolboxes here.
Well, there's actually one we couldn't even open.
Is that this big one here?
The big one in the front.
I know who sold that to him about 15 years ago.
No, you're kidding.
Yeah. I can tell you what was in it when I saw it. It was full of finishing carpenter's tools. And I would probably, just for fun, I'd step up on this one and I'd give you 6 unopened. We could open this up and it could be filled with lead.
That's right. I know.
Right.
I know.
The worst we're gonna do is lose $400 and we might hit a bingo.
I'm a carpenter myself, so
Oh,
something
okay.
like that is.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll hang on to that.
Hey, I just thought it'd be fun to take a chance. You know what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna do a little bit of looking.
Okay.
Scott and I wanted to package things.
That would give us a sense as to how we want to approach the whole buy and what you want out of it, right?
We thought it might make it easier for Veronica to sell. This is incredible, Scott.
You know, this is all good saleable stuff. I think we just put a big pile of stuff together.
Yeah, and come up with a good, healthy offer.
Yeah. Sheldon, you got a toothache? Maybe I can do a little work on you. Look at my tool of choice.
I'll live with the pain, Scott.
Mike never threw anything away, organized it all because he always had a use for it someday.
The little wonder torch.
Yeah.
It's a little mini blowtorch.
Isn't it sweet?
It really is.
Yeah.
You know me with sleds.
Yeah, I know. Mike made that one.
Boy, he was good, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah. He
What
was
a craftsman.
It was a little bit sort of apprehensive because I thought, oh, goodness me, you know, they're sort of zooming in on some of the nice stuff.
Look at this, Scott.
Is that a John Deere one?
It's a Canadian one.
It's a tractor lawn sprinkler.
Yeah, it's a beauty. I think we got to add that to the
Oh,
pile.
absolutely. I either need you to help me with this or pick up my body. I have to have this. That is a beaut. And you know what? This ain't a sewing machine, Shell. It's a bandsaw. But if ever there was a good one, this is it.
There we go.
Okay, so we just got to grease it up and get it moving.
Oh yeah, she could work again very easily.
Oh my goodness. We have one thing here that's not for sale.
We thought that might happen, but we didn't know whether he had made a bunch of them.
No, Michael made it for his grandson.
Sometimes you're dealing with not just a commercial transaction, sentiments and attachments run high.
Why don't we grab that one and we'll take it away?
Here, I'll put it back where it came from. And I think we were battling that a little bit here today.
I see you've got the little,
You know, the only reason I'm even interested in offering on it is because I hauled it down and it was heavy.
Yes, I know. You were actually the bravest of them all.
Yeah.
But to be honest with you, Scott, I think I'll hold on to that because I know there were some very interested parties.
What do you think they'd pay you for it?
They were talking in the hundreds.
Well, we are too.
You know, of 700.
Not that many hundreds.
Yeah.
So pretty much pulled out what we were interested on this table here. I thought we'd maybe making an offer on this bundle of goodies.
Everything that's from the door in that's in our pile. And if there's anything that you don't want to sell, just let us know and we can pull it out. Put it this way. We tried to put together a critical mass that it would at least be a decent dollar for you. Because if we offer you $100 on that sign, you might say, well, $100, I might want to keep it. But if we offered you $1,000 on everything, that might say, oh, that's reasonable.
$1,000 on everything? Absolutely no.
Okay.
No, there's way more than $1,000.
Okay. I can tell that Veronica's getting nervous.
The watering tractor, I was thinking of using that because it's self-propelled.
Their eyes are going from item to item of things that she didn't really want to part with. For us, that's one of the key pieces.
Yeah, is
in
that
the
right?
deal.
Yeah. You'd have to offer me a lot of money to do that.
What's a lot of money?
I don't know. That's the problem. I have a big problem here. I should have spent months sort of researching all this. I would rather do it piece by piece. There are a lot of gems that are hidden. I mean, that tin alone there is worth bucks. And sometimes the one gem can be, you know, the value of the entire table.
That's a nice
This
stuff.
is a tough way to do this.
This has got to work for us.
Yes.
But most importantly, it has to work for you, Veronica.
Okay. Basically, it is all up for grabs, but, you know, I want a decent price for it.
Well, I think we have to recalibrate that.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Why don't we ask her about the pieces that we haven't included then?
Sure.
We thought when we came in that Veronica's prime motivation was to get rid of large quantities of stuff quickly. I'm just going to peek in here while we're walking. In fact, it's not. It's to maximize the amount of money per item that she gets. $10 on this?
No.
So we just decide, let's pick the items we can sell, we can make money on. Maybe we'll both be happy at the end of the day. I see something I like right here. Is that something you'd part with?
Okay, we don't know what that is.
I don't know what it is either, but I know what it's gonna be. Sand it down, turn it sideways, put a piece of glass on it. It's gonna be a coffee table.
Oh, isn't that fun?
Yeah. What I really think was going through her mind was, once we told her about the coffee table, she thought she had a use for that. What would you need out of it? You and I are
As much as I can get, as much as I can get. Come on.
Oh no, this is the way it's gonna be.
Hey, what do you think then? I am definitely a sentimental person, but I'm trying to declutter.
Shell, what do you think?
We might as well start now.
$150?
You're way up above me, buddy. That's what I'd sell it for once it was done.
Well, it's totally unique.
It is totally unique.
We're trying to be fair here.
But I like the idea of that price.
I'm sure you do.
Fair to Veronica, fair to ourselves, because we are here to make a buck.
I was gonna say $50. It cost us $50 to get a piece of glass.
Well, that's true.
Why didn't we say 65?
Done.
Hey, that's a good deal.
Done. It's pretty hard for me to negotiate hard when you said 150 in the first place.
David, I like that.
I really like your bicycle.
Isn't that sweet?
Calgary Cycle.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
No wonder he saved it.
Yeah, you know, Mike had a soft spot for stuff like
Yeah.
that. Men's bikes are way harder to come by than women's because men beat the rat out of them. For us to buy that bike, Shell,
Yeah.
I'm thinking $100.
100's a good solid offer.
100's a solid
I
offer.
think that's a good
You
offer.
think it's a good offer?
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
done.
Done. Somehow or other, piece by piece by piece, that seems to be more successful. The sign.
That's the Philip Morris sign.
It was the kind of thing somebody that had a loft would hang that in the place of a piece of art. I'll give you $100 for it, sell it for 150.
Alex?
I think you should push for at least 10 this time.
All right, 110.
105. 105, she said. Okay, there we go. Everybody's happy. Veronica, is that a butcher block?
Yes, it is. A fabulous butcher block.
Oh, it is,
Wow,
too. Let's go take a look.
Man, has it ever had some use? Look at that.
Yeah.
I bet you that's, what, 200-300 pounds?
Oh, yeah.
Every bit of that, yeah.
I love the fact that it says Sault Ste. Marie. It's a good piece of Canadiana, and they're always popular. This is a good one. Is this something you'd sell?
I'd like at least 400 plus.
At least 400 and then
400
plus.
and plus.
Yeah.
400
I know.
plus.
What about 405?
405 again. Okay.
Wow, no problem. Bada bing, bada boom. Well, we've got some packing up to do.
It's been a great day. It's been a fun day, and I'm happy to see it go. And I think it's going to a bunch of guys who are going to put it in the right place, and that's good.
Normally, I'd say we made a dent, but there's so much here, Veronica. I'm not.
You made a small dent. You have to come back. Sure.
I was a bit nervous about this pick coming in because Mike was a friend of mine. I think we got the best of both worlds. Got some stuff, we gave her some money.
There's a lot left, and we'll be back here to pick again. That was a lot of fun.
That was.
Good seeing you again. It's been a long time. So, you're a hard one.
I was taught well by Michael. But anyway, come back.
Love to.
All right.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, bye.
See you later. The donkey, the burro. He's a big burro. They can be mean bastards, those things.
I know you fought with the wild turkey. Now you're telling me you've had it out with the donkey as well?
I've seen what donkeys can do. They use them as guard dogs.
Oh yeah, I'd bet on the donkey. Of course, I often bet on the donkey.
Wow, there's nothing like a cedar strip canoe. Amazing.
Holy smokes, you got stock. Let's dive in, I'd say.
I may get in and never get out.
Hey, you look good at that.
Oh. I've never tried to mate a moose, so I didn't know what they sounded like. Oh, I love that.
Don't fall, Scott, because I'm not catching you.
That's the St. Glan of the Beaver. It's used in the perfume trade.
Oh, to beaver balls. What you mean by that is
no. Oh, now that's a pretty boat.
We wanted that canoe bad.
Real bad.
Whoa! I'm Scott Cousins.
I'm Sheldon Smithens.
And we're Pickers. We travel all over Canada, coast to coast, from the West Rocky Mountains to the Eastern Shores and all the back roads in between, looking for hidden gems in people's basements, attics, and barns. Sometimes we take a gamble, trust in our gut to make a buck.
Just like the people we meet, every story is different.
It's not junk to us.
We're off on a Saskatchewan adventure. And you know me, I always like the delicacy of the area.
Yeah? I think you should get your frying pan ready for some beaver balls.
We're gonna head north, up to La Ronge, and then even north of La Ronge up to Mississippi.
Mississippi?
Yeah.
Say that 6 times after having 3 beer. Well, I got my eye out for a 14-foot or less cedar strip canoe, hopefully a chestnut or a Peterborough.
Part of the reason I wanted to come up here was just to see the Churchill River. That was virtually a highway by canoes for the fur trade.
I'm always flabbergasted when I think of people getting into a birch bark canoe and crossing Canada.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what they thought they might see, whether they thought they were going to come back?
It was kind of like picking.
It's
It's a very unusual day in that we're going to see a guy that has a trading post. Scott Robertson, he wheels and deals in furs with natives.
I think we must be getting pretty darn close.
Here we are,
Yep.
Robertson Trading Company.
I'm just gonna pull in here.
And look at the Voyageurs on the sign.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be excellent. Oh, yeah.
Yikes. Whoa. Yeah, they got every kind of animal known to man here. Look at the eagle. Look at the bald eagle.
Oh, beautiful.
Look at the bear trap.
Incredible. They sell food and groceries and all sorts of beautiful crafts. You ever seen this many jackets in one spot?
You must be Scott.
I am.
I'm Scott too.
Hello there.
Sheldon, nice to meet you.
You run this place.
It runs me.
I can see that. You got a lot of stuff here.
We buy and sell all the wild fur skins. Beaver casters, moose hides, moccasins, mucklucks. We still deal with Aboriginal people on a daily basis, and we've been doing it now for 44 years. This is all the work of my father.
Wow.
I just keep the doors open. That's my dad wearing a beaver felt hat, standing in front of a truckload of baled fur. We buried my dad in a pair of moose hide moccasins, laid out on a black beaver skin.
That's a good way to go. I see a Hudson's Bay pot up there. I'm zeroing in on the historically interesting things that are at least 100 or more years old. Yeah, they're always copper.
They're always copper. That pot could be 400 years old.
Exactly. They never change much.
A trapper bringing one of those home to his wife would have been a prince. I mean, their standard of living would have gone through the roof. Now they can boil tea and boil meat. I've actually found 3 in my lifetime.
I'm just curious if you have any idea what they're worth.
I think they're worth in the neighborhood of $400.
So have you ever been offered money on this?
No, and those I wouldn't sell.
I noticed you got a ton of bear traps.
My father loved bear traps.
Do you have any bear traps for sale?
My father won't let me sell them, so sorry, guys.
Well, why don't you show us around a bit, and let's see what we can talk about, and maybe we can help you and you can help us.
I'm drooling already. Love the birch bark canoe.
I'd buy one of those.
No. Not everything is for sale.
These are beautiful, they're interesting, but they really should be out there and enjoyed, not tucked away and hanging up, not for sale. So are the beaver coming back? I notice you have pelt.
The beaver are back in spades, and this is good stuff.
Yeah.
Sheldon buys every beaver we see.
I've always been intrigued by the fur trade. It's so important to the history of our country.
That was the currency for the entire continent for what, 200 years?
Yeah.
Everything of value was measured against the skin of a blanket beaver. This is a bale of otter skins. This is my favorite fur.
Scott Robertson is still wheeling and dealing in furs, just like guys have done for several hundred years.
All gorgeous. There's no junk in here.
Yeah. I love them. I'm going to start with 2 beavers.
So Sheldon, you're buying this for yourself here?
Yeah.
Just so I'm clear on that.
But you don't mind if I have a buyer for it that I can turn them over at a profit?
Don't bother me at all.
Scott and I are usually partners in everything, but every once in a while I'll step into something that he doesn't want to partake in.
And vice versa. I don't have a problem with traditional hunting and fishing. I don't tell anyone how to live their life, but I had ferrets as pets. It's just not my thing.
These are river otters.
Well, river, lake, yeah.
While Sheldon's impersonating a fur trader, I walk back to the front of the store and I see something that doesn't belong. What's the story on that? It's an orphan, and I was wondering whether that's something that you might be prepared to part with. Good old 1950s or 60s buckskin jacket, beautiful beadwork. It's hidden under a 1-hour martinizing bag, so I'm thinking, wow, maybe that's up for grabs.
Sorry.
You didn't even know it was there until I pointed it out, did you?
You're right, no, but...
You work here every day, you didn't even know it was there.
Yes, you're right. My father would be rolling over in his grave.
What you mean by that is?
No. To tell people that something is not for sale is something most people don't understand. It is a diminishing trade. The good stuff is disappearing.
All these jackets say not for sale. Everything said not for sale.
People come in and look at the beadwork that we have on the walls, the photographs, those big mounted fish. All of that stuff works for us. It's advertising that works 24/7. My father had an expression that if he could find somebody who loves the thing as much as he does, perhaps he'll make a sale. Come on back here, I'll show you guys some of the older stuff.
They almost look like what we would call prairie oysters. But
that's the scent gland of the beaver. We still buy and sell that stuff.
No scent to the scent gland.
It's very mild. It's used in the perfume trade. This kind of thing is worth 50 bucks a pound.
Eau de beaver balls.
We have stuff like albino wolverines, which are extremely rare.
Pound for pound, that's probably the toughest animal on the face of the earth.
It's like the Tasmanian devil, yeah?
Known to take on bear.
Yeah, I've heard stories. He's mean and ornery. Well, I'm just gonna get you guys a bunch of beadwork to look at and just make you drool. These are beaded moose hide coin purses, a lady's coin purse made by a local lady. She's a Cree woman. She's my favorite beader.
It's just exquisite, isn't it?
This is the best work I've seen.
I would take all the ones that were the same size and I'd put them in a shadow box frame.
Yeah.
Piece of ultraviolet glass in front of it.
And if Scott and I stepped up and said, we're going to offer you a good, serious dollar for all these pieces,
I'd say, come back in 20 years, I'll see if I've changed my mind.
Okay. From my perspective, it's a tragedy to see it there and not for sale. And I don't believe in hoarding because I want somebody else to enjoy it.
Hoard that stuff. Hoard the good stuff.
You and I come from different places.
Absolutely, I see that. A good fur buyer doesn't just grade the skin, he grades the trapper as well. It's the same when you're selling this stuff. You want it to go to a good home? Absolutely, you're grading that buyer. Sheldon is the sort of the soft shoe kind of guy who seems to have an appreciation, and Scott is the mercenary. He's there to buy and sell and make a buck.
Are you looking to sell any stuff?
You guys can have a look around. There is stuff for sale.
but I did notice there was a woman leafing through moose hides, and I struck up a conversation. Are these smoke tanned?
Yeah, they're smoke tanned hides. They all have different textures.
Turns out that Lori's one of the artisans whose works we were drooling over earlier. This is a beautiful vest. I thought, what the heck, I might as well try it on. That's a pretty nice vest.
Yeah.
I like the beadwork.
And those are made out of glass beads. That's my passion, is beads and hides and everything.
Just
I don't think he wants to take off the vest.
I think he wants to buy that vest.
That looks really nice on you.
What would you charge?
Between 5 and 6 cents.
She wanted between $500 and $600 for it.
Because of all the glass bead and stuff?
He's a picker, though.
Yeah, so if you
he's
said,
going to be talking 5.
If you said between 5 and 6, I'd
You're
probably
gonna
go
meet
the
you
5.
halfway.
Sold. Out of respect to Lori and her craftsmanship, I'm happy to pay the extra $50. I like this one.
It's a traditional Cree berry basket.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy a couple of these paddles. Quite the pair of moccasins. So if I put together a bit of a bundle, you can maybe shave a little bit off the price?
A couple of cents.
Okay, well here's my little bundle here. How'd I do?
Well, I would have expected more, but... Totals, $885. If I knock off 235 bucks, that's 27%, $650.
Could you say 6?
Jesus. I'll have to declare you as a dependent. All right, 600.
Deal. Thank you very much.
Been
Thanks
fun?
a lot.
Yeah. It's been an education. I'm happy that we had the experience. It was unique. I'll never forget L'Orange because of it.
Let's get on the road and try and find ourselves a canoe.
On to the next pick.
I love the town. Everything about it was great, except that there was nothing to buy.
We've got to be persistent. I'm feeling like something good is just around the corner. So today should be interesting. I'm going to see Lynn. Lynn was a commercial pilot, a bush pilot at the age of 17.
Wow.
Yeah. He's got a few things, including a cedar strip canoe.
We've got a guy that wants one. Fellow we know, we sell lots of stuff to him, said, I'm looking for a cedar strip 14-foot canoe.
And he wants a chestnut or Peterborough, or maybe a Huron.
Yeah, he wants it to be beautiful.
You need a four-wheel drive on this road.
Yep, this is the place.
Yeah. Beautiful log house.
Yeah, see, look, there's a shed, too. Hopefully we can get to it. That's the key.
Hey, you'd be Lynn.
Great to see you guys here.
Hey, Lynn Scott, how are you?
Right, real good.
You're a bush pilot?
I am too, yeah.
Apparently you're a legend.
Well, not really. I've been here a long time, that's all. I'm just old. Yeah, come on, I'll show you around.
Okay.
I quit school when I was very young. I went into aviation. This is really nice shape, and it's not for sale.
You know us too well.
There you go. I thought I better point that out because I'm not selling it, but I like good stuff.
You get to read people in this business, and he is a straight shooter. It's a buffalo rope, Sheldon.
Let's take a look. Let's spread this out, Scott.
Yeah.
Nice hide, good size, good condition.
This would be a good cutter rope, right? Just to throw across
Yeah,
when you're on a
that's what-
cutter?
Oh,
That's
perfect.
what they use
Yeah.
them for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That buffalo hide could be made into a jacket, buffalo chaps.
So what would you need out of a buffalo rope?
I don't know what they're worth because I can't remember what I paid for it.
That's a piece we can buy here, take back to Calgary.
This one we would be about 150 bucks, I think.
I'm going to shake your hand at 150 bucks.
And I'm going to shake your
got
hand
that?
too.
Yeah,
that's very
reasonable.
fair.
Yeah.
Can I ask you about that sealskin?
Yeah, that was sealed. I picked that up on my travels someplace.
It looks like it's your size.
Let's see if I can do a Superman
go.
cape. I got a new name, Super Seal.
I was hoping that Scott would jump in the water and maybe try to swim in it. I could see somebody coming up with a harpoon and it's all over for the picker.
You don't see too many seals up here.
No.
I know we can sell a buffalo robe. I don't know about a sealskin.
This is our house here.
Wow.
We walk in, and this is a guy's cabin. Hey, your hands don't get cold in those in the winter.
No, those are my mitts I use for skidooing.
Is that wolf?
That's wolf.
Wow. It's got mounts of fish on the wall, it's logs, it's art everywhere. I love it. Birch bark moose call. You probably know how to use this thing.
Well, not as good as some people, but I can give it a try here. Oh.
Myself, I've never tried to mate a moose, so I didn't know what they sounded like.
That was music to a female moose's ears.
I'm sure it was.
Kind of sounds like Scott loading the truck.
Well, you know, there's the other one. Here's another one. Here, moose. Here, moose.
Sheldon and I both have picker's eyes, which is we're constantly scanning.
Look at that hat, Scott.
There's the spiders out of his shirt.
Spiders.
It's birch, isn't
bark,
it?
Yeah. It's birch
Hey,
bark. There you go.
You look good in a birch bark hat. It actually even went beyond a cowboy hat. It had kind of an upscale, sort of a riverboat gambler hat is what I would call that.
People say I got a wooden head. There you go. That's hilarious. Anytime we see anything that's that weird, we know there's going to be a market for it. What would it cost us to buy a hat like that?
Well, that particular one, I don't think you could find one like it anywhere. So let's see. Well, for you guys, I'll give you the deal, 75 bucks.
I think for 75 bucks, we can't get beat up on it.
Okay.
I'll have the only birch bark cowboy hat in Western Canada.
I'd like to show you one of my rifles, and you have to be a real person that appreciates it. Now, this is a 1907. You can tell the Browning look at it. It was Stevenson, but it was licensed by Browning.
This is that very typical Browning, those shape.
Now, the unique thing about this, there's not one number on anything. It was right out of the factory, and you never get guns without numbers on the parts. They're all
So would that be
stamped.
like a prototype or something?
A prototype, yes.
Yeah. It was clearly a collectible gun, had a real good history to it.
And that's a little over 100 years old, this one.
Wow.
But I mean, this gun's $1,000, so.
We find that all the time, that people think they know what we want.
I brought my permit with me, but I have a feeling for $1,000.
If he wants to show it to us, it's because he values it.
That's why I put the price where it is there, because I don't want to sell this
Oh,
bad, but
I could kind of tell you weren't keen on selling it. Not something we were interested in, but we're here. Heck, we're going to look around and see if there's other things.
We walk down the hill, and I can see from a distance is a little canoe. Wow.
Yeah, this is made by a local person here. It's a fiberglass cedar strip.
Small.
Yeah,
That's
it
the
is.
good thing.
That's basically one person.
Is it about a 12-footer?
Yeah. The canoe was nice. It was a good size. We've been looking for a canoe for a particular guy.
It's wood, then covered in fiberglass.
That's right. It's
Cedar strip.
Thin layer of fiberglass.
Yeah.
But you could get that off if you wanted to. No
Oh,
problem.
yeah.
Palm sander, it would clean up real nice.
Could add a grand
Perfect.
one.
Yeah.
And what would you need out of a canoe like that?
Oh man, it must be $600 anyway for that one.
Are you firm on that 6?
I'm firm on it, yeah.
Yeah.
Like I say, I started the price I want and I stayed there. Yeah.
You gonna throw a couple paddles in if we buy it?
Oh, gee, you guys, my goodness.
It's our job to grind, man.
That's right, it is. I got to think a minute on that. Yeah, now that I got it out of here, I thought, oh, that's a nice old canoe I got here.
Unfortunately, not available.
You don't know how many times we find that where one of us will dig something out of a corner, bring it out, and the person will go, oh, God.
Forgot I had that.
Right.
I can
well,
use
this happened
that.
to me today.
Say,
Okay.
Lynn, I noticed a few outbuildings.
Yes.
And Scott and I
Oh,
wouldn't be doing
they're
our
pretty-
job if
they're
we
pretty-
weren't
they're
rummaging.
They're pretty junky. Yeah, oh, my goodness.
The junkier, the better.
Oh, my
Can we
goodness.
look?
Yeah, but...
Lynn keeps this place real neat.
Do us a favor, sell us your
yeah,
junk.
don't tell anybody where you were.
He didn't want to show us anything that looked dirty and unkept.
This is closed for a reason. You're not supposed to see this.
And he thought that everything he had in there was junk and we wouldn't want it anyway. I see something I like.
What do you see in here? Oh, that's a beautiful prop. That's for airboat. I guess they could find anything anywhere, those boys.
You can't use this anymore, though. This
No,
is just
no,
a wall
that's
hanger.
just a wall hanger, yeah.
So what would you want for a
Oh,
wall
actually,
hanger?
it's a very valuable... I'm learning from you.
I can't pick a picker, okay?
Okay.
That's what every guy wants, is a propeller on his wall.
That's maple, that one.
This still good here. It's...
The bigger, the better.
This one's new.
Yeah.
They cost me $625.
Wow. Here, why don't we haul them out?
Yeah, just bring them out, and then we'll see.
I got that one.
None of those propellers were super, super old. The really desirable ones are from First World War, Second World War planes. But these were good. They had a good look. They had decals on them.
Did you mention this one's a Saskatchewan one?
Yeah, there's a fellow, Anderson, his name is, from Prince Albert.
Oh, yeah, there it is, right there, see?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
PA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're good props, you know.
But it's a nice maple.
Yeah.
They're wonderful. And anybody, even people with a modern home, will hang them up.
Yeah, once you clean those up, I think they are, you know.
So this one's a little bit smaller, a little bit newer, a little bit less cool.
Yep.
Would you do 5 for all 3?
Yeah, I guess I'll have $500 that isn't sitting in the warehouse for years.
Shake the man's hand,
Well,
Sheldon.
there we go.
And these are going to make somebody really happy.
Well, that's good. Yeah. Okay.
They've already made me happy.
Yeah, they're
You know, we've taken up a bunch of your time. Why don't we get everything loaded up and then we'll settle up?
Sure, good.
Excellent. It was a pleasure.
Here we are in northern Saskatchewan. We've met a real colorful character. Let's just fire him in this box.
I can take that one off, hang it like that, wear this one like that.
I'm not walking into the bar with you.
I feel like Joe Perry from Aerosmith.
That's a beauty, eh, Scott?
They're wonderful.
It was a great day for me today. I sold some stuff and made some money, and I was able to show them this wonderful wilderness we live in. We've invited one of our friends that's a Métis violin player. If you want to listen to him now, if you got time.
Absolutely.
Love to. Scott and I have had just the best day. Well, now we're in heaven. Scott and I both like music. And here's Tristan. Doesn't get any better than that.
Hey, great, hey!
Great end to a great day. So long and thanks again.
Yes.
See you later.
Wow, did it turn out good when we found those props, because we haven't seen a canoe that we can buy. Everyone thinks their canoes are like gold.
All right, well, we're on the hunt for another one we can actually buy. Beautiful morning up here in the Missinippi area. Missinippi in Cree is the Churchill River.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. We've been looking for a canoe for a particular guy. He needs a 14-footer. We're on the trail again. I feel like a canoe man.
That's bad.
going to see Rick. Rick's a canoe outfitter. Here's the place.
I can see from a distance a bunch of canoes. I'm excited and I haven't even got there yet.
Hey, Rick.
That's right.
Sheldon and Scott.
Good to meet you. What got you up here in the first place?
I went on a canoe trip when I was a kid, and I thought, well, why would you go anywhere else? I have about 80 canoes here. These old canoes, they were built with one's hands. Beyond where they can take you and what they can do, they're just a beautiful craft.
We understand you have some cedar strip canoes.
I have a few.
We got a client that may want one, so let's see what you got.
I bet if a few of these canoes could talk, they could tell a pretty good tale.
There are stories behind each one of them.
Whoa, incredible.
So this is an old chestnut prospector.
It's an impressive canoe. Quite nicely done inside. That's exactly what our client is looking for.
There is the saying that anything is for sale at the right price.
It's still got a great logo.
Yeah, that's one of the neat things about this canoe.
The logo's beautiful on that one.
There was an old gentleman in town here. So this gentleman died, and his wife said he wanted you to have the canoe.
Oh. This particular canoe is really attached to Rick.
I could not replace this canoe.
Well, you could replace the canoe, you couldn't replace the story.
No.
It's pretty clear to me that one's not going anywhere, ever. Well, why don't we get this back in the rafters and look at a canoe we might be able to buy? There's a couple oldies.
What about this one right here?
Yeah, this is a 14-foot Huron.
It's a nice size. Good one-person canoe.
Exactly, yeah.
I could see myself with a fly rod, throw it in the bottom of the boat, go out there and paddle out.
Yeah. It's a canoe that you want to just savor.
Seats are great.
I like the babiche.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's something about it. It's got a really good feeling about it. What would you want for it?
What it's worth and what I would sell it for might not be exactly the same thing.
I want to know what it's worth first. We wanted to gauge where he was coming from in terms of prices, so we know we're in the ballpark price-wise.
So I think it's worth probably $1,500.
We wanted that canoe bad.
Real bad.
I'd have a lot of difficulty selling it for $1,500. I got this canoe for my daughter. My daughter would not be happy if I parted. This is her most favorite thing in the world. She paddles so beautifully, like it's like poetry in motion when she's out on the water in a canoe.
I'll hold him down with the paddle. You take the canoe.
What you would have to do is negotiate with my daughter.
I haven't met Sarah, but I'm not real good with negotiating with teenagers. I got one of my own. I've never been able to negotiate anything with him. So I'm leaving that to Sheldon. I'm out, man.
That canoe under there is my wife's first canoe. She named it Rick's Folly. I went and took it down a shallow rapid one time and wiped out and put a big hole in the bottom of it.
Yeah, I can see the hole.
It's one of those things, you shouldn't really run rapids in the dark.
Well, I'm guessing Rick's Folly's not for sale, right?
My wife would kill me if I sold it.
Well, more importantly, she couldn't rub your nose in it.
Well, maybe I'd better sell it.
I'm a little frustrated we're not buying.
Desperation sets in. Now we got to get something out of this pick.
Well, do you have another one you can show us?
I most certainly do. It's over at my house.
One we may be able to buy? Okay, well, let's take a look anyway.
You got a lot of stories behind you.
Do any of your canoes not have a story?
Whoa! This would be the place.
This is the place, yeah.
Wow. Oh, now that's a pretty boat.
Whoa, is that a beaut?
Yeah.
That is one beautiful boat.
It was my personal craft.
Peterborough is sort of the Cadillac of Canadian canoes.
Does it paddle well, Rick?
It paddles beautifully.
It's a beautiful cedar strip with really nice thin ribs, collectible, just like chestnut.
And this is pre-war, right?
Yeah, this is 1928 or 29.
Right.
There was an ad in the paper, antique canoe for sale, $20.
I'm hoping this is the canoe that Scott and I are going to buy today.
Right after I bought this canoe, I married my wife.
That's the definition of sentimental value.
Yeah, lots of memories in this one.
Yeah. It would be a tough one to part with, yeah.
So we're not buying this canoe.
As much as we'd like to.
Yeah, well, to have Scott and Sheldon take one of those canoes away, you know, a friendship would be gone. And
we're striking out here left, right, and center. What about that little 14-footer we saw? Do you think Sarah might be convinced to part with it?
you know, that would be a real challenge, but you'd have to talk to Sarah.
Rick mentioned that Sarah is interested in buying a car. Maybe she would part with her canoe. No harm in asking. So we really like your 14-foot cedar strip canoe.
Yeah, I do too.
It was sort of interesting. I was trying to gauge whether the 14-foot canoe was for sale, but price was an issue. We hear you need a car, though.
What if we were to pay you some cash for the canoe, make sure it went to you and not your father, and see if we could drive away with a canoe and maybe you drive away in your car?
Well, it depends on how much.
Oh, there. So we now established that it's for sale.
We got closer than we did with your old man. What would you think would be a fair price for that little canoe?
Oh, it'd be really hard for me to sell it. I love it so much.
Rick had mentioned $1,500.
Nope.
There you go, we're done.
Nope.
At least you guys are consistent. Yeah. I respect Sarah for having the integrity to say, no, I paddle that canoe. It's not for sale. Well, it looks like we're not buying a canoe, Rick. Would you rent us one?
I most certainly would rent you a canoe. That's something that we can do.
Today we ran into one of the biggest obstacles a picker can encounter, and that's the sentimental value.
And if it doesn't go well, I'm sinking us both. I'm taking you down with me, man. Wow, there's nothing like being out on a lake. And to be in a cedar strip canoe, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, if we want to get a canoe for our client, we got to go somewhere else, because it seems to me that the people up here, they've either got sentimental attachment to it and money's not an issue, or they use it and it's not for sale.
I wish we'd bought this one.
So we got to get it further south to try and find ourselves a canoe.
Well, it was great. You're a great guy, and happy paddling.
Thank you.
All right,
Okay,
thanks.
Keep in touch.
Yep. I think Scott and Sheldon are disappointed, upset, but I still have my canoes, so I'm happy.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
Good stories, but we desperately need a pick now.
I'm getting a bit disheartened by this. I mean,
but I'm optimistic, Scott. I think there's a good pick just around the corner.
yeah, that's why I have you as a partner. You're always optimistic, particularly when I'm not. Let's head south.
Saskatoon seems to be a real hub for pickers. You know, we've known a few guys over the years that have done really well coming here.
Yeah.
We're going to see Rod. Rod's been a dealer for a long time.
Had an antique store, sold the building, shut the antique store down.
We're hoping that we can lighten his load a little bit. This would be the place right here.
I'm feeling optimistic. I think I'm gonna back this thing in.
Oh, you're backing in.
Yeah.
Do you feel lucky?
Well, do you, punk? Wow, it's loaded.
Right to the ceiling. Look at that.
Okay, quit peeking. You look like a perp.
Hey.
Hey, Scott. How you doing?
Good. I know you. I've
Sheldon?
seen you before many
yes,
times.
I recognize you too.
We've actually set up across from each other at antique shows before. It's a bit of a fire hydrant like Sheldon and I, so we're gonna get along good.
I couldn't help but notice in your attached garage over there, you were loaded to the ceiling.
Yeah, she's packed.
Yeah, and then now I'm seeing another big building back there too.
Yeah, another 2,000 square feet back there.
Oh, really?
Used to be an enclosed swimming pool.
Oh, okay. This guy's got inventory for 3 shops.
It's a little congested. It's got an alleyway in the center you can...
Full of stuff.
And lo and behold, it's just jammed to the rafters. Wow. You got a little stock here, Rod.
This guy's my kind of guy. Is this where you put all the stuff when you closed your store?
Oh, a lot of it, yeah.
Maybe we should lighten the load here a bit.
I may get in and never get out.
If you get stuck, I'm not going in after you.
That's what I want to hear. All for one and one for all. Rod had price tags on a lot of things because he used to own a store and he takes stuff to shows. What would you need out of that? We know because we're in the picker fraternity, those prices mean nothing. That's just a starting point.
How about 140?
Okay.
Texaco flange, 140. Done deal.
Oh, isn't that good? Flirt.
Probably 0.95.
All right.
Okay.
Hey, that'll work out to be a good garbage can for somebody. What would you like from that, Rod?
30 bucks?
30 it is.
Sounds good.
A couple pairs of moccasins. I'd go 100 the pair.
Yep.
Great.
Shake?
I'm shaking from a distance.
Okay.
Shake.
Can't see you shaking.
I'm shaking.
Okay, all right, shook.
You got a nice Coca-Cola sign back here. It's a bit beat, but it's a good one. Obviously, mint stuff sells for more money, but we can sell any sign in any condition. I'm coming out, man. I'm starting to heat up in here.
I think Rod called us over just because he wanted to clean out an aisleway to get through here.
This is pre-war, right? Trademark registered in the tail.
Yep.
After the war, it came out of the tail.
I believe you're right.
Bottle's still in good shape. It's still Coke. It's not going to be the mint piece in anyone's collection, but it's big, it's bright.
That's right. Yep.
What'd you have to pay to get it?
I can't recall, but I know what I wouldn't let it go for.
What would you let it go for?
100 bucks.
100 bucks.
100 bucks it is.
100 bucks.
Done.
At 100 bucks, I'll buy that every day of the week. Okay, anywhere else to show us?
Whoa! Rod, you got stuff everywhere.
I do.
This place is just filled to the rafters.
There's that real early Sweet Caps porcelain sign up at the front there somewhere.
Up at the front.
Up at the front.
I'm afraid it's at the front.
I think you were interested in that, weren't you, Scott?
So I'm gonna have to climb to get it? I don't normally like cigarette signs, but when it's 8 colors, turn of the century, I'm going in.
All right, good luck, man. Ow!
Pretty warm up there?
Well, it's like literally as hot as a stove burner.
We could turn it over. You could fry an egg, Scott.
Where should I be looking?
Well, it'll be at the front.
How come you want the thing in the front of the cube van, Scott?
I didn't want it in the front. I didn't want it to be in the front. I think I might see something. I'm not gonna need a haircut. I think I burned it all off.
I love when Scott's in there digging hard, working that puck, working those corners, and I'm glad it's him and not me. Yeah, well, no one said it was gonna be easy. Ow! So I saw a pair of drive-in speakers. I just love them. I mean, it's so nostalgic. It brings back memories. Going to the drive-in movie, you know, putting a speaker on your window.
Can you hand me a flashlight? Oh, what's this?
Just the feel of a much simpler time.
That's for sure, back in the 56.
I'm dying of heat stroke here. I'm sweating. I had to take my cowboy hat off. I'm hurt. Are you making that flashlight, Sheldon?
So what would you need for something like that? I see what the retail price is.
For you, a couple $100 bucks.
Boy, that's pretty good. How about 175?
Done.
Thanks, Rod.
Okay.
Did you see how I bought something out the back?
I think I might have found it. No, that's not it. Damn it.
Oh.
I gotta come out.
That's it for you?
I can smell my hair burning. On the way out, I saw a Willard battery rack, and I thought, I can't come out of this van with nothing.
Yeah, that's not bad for 600 bucks. What do you mean?
Don't do that to me. I almost died when he said that because I thought, oh my God, I'm gonna have to take it and put it back in there now. Well, the guy we're gonna sell this to is gonna strip it and make it a Texaco stand.
There you go.
65?
Done.
Okay. Oh, I'm gonna die, man. I'm gonna have heat stroke.
Here, have a seat.
Thank you.
You've lost weight.
We're finding some treasures, and Rod's really being generous and playing ball on the occasional piece. It's a big building. God, take a look. Holy smokes, you got stock. Oh, Scott, everywhere you look.
Wow, this is a cornucopia. A smorgasbord, if you will.
So this used to be a swimming pool? Most people would love to have a swimming pool
Yeah,
in their
we did.
home, and then Guys like us would like to have this room right here instead of a swimming pool. Well, let's dive in, I'd say. I'm going deep, Scott. I think when Rod closed his store, his inventory just went in and he kept piling it higher and higher. What do you need for the Chevy?
Oh, I don't know, that's a Ford.
Oh, okay.
So you got a red Indian gas pump, you do that up yourself?
I did.
Oh, I love that, yeah.
Wow, yeah. That's a good looking pump, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
So what would something like this cost you?
Probably about 65 these days. That's like a retail value.
Right.
An insurance value.
If you were selling to a couple of poor pickers, what would you want for them?
Probably about 65. I'm kind of attached to it.
That ship sailed a long time ago, yeah.
Oh, wow.
This is the resto shop.
Yeah. This is where it all gets done, doesn't it? You got a few projects on the go.
I do. I won't live to see them all done, but...
Man, you got stuff.
Yeah, what a good shop.
There's a nice little tractor shell. The nice thing about that tractor is it actually looked like a tractor. It didn't look like a toy, looked like a real little tractor.
Don't fall, Scott, because this time I'm not catching you.
Just tell my wife I love her.
Yeah. It's a kid's pedal toy. It's meant to be played with and played with hard. And that one was in honest, good condition.
Can we buy that?
Sure, gathering dust.
What would you need out of that?
I'd probably go about 4 on that.
Would you go 3?
I'd probably meet you halfway at 350. In fact, I know I would.
Done. You've been really fair with us.
Thanks, Sheldon.
I mean, it's
Thank
a
you,
good-looking tractor.
Yeah.
It really is a good-looking tractor.
We're now at the stage we've got a pretty good load, but I always ask, can we see what you got in the house?
Okay, we'll check out some stuff down here, guys.
Whoa.
Wow.
Incredible.
He's got toys from little to big. He's got toys from 30s to 60s. He's got some really nice stuff.
I'd like to hang out here myself. These toys are in remarkably good condition.
Yeah.
Look at the boats. Wow, that is so good. You don't see that very often. It's only a 1950s or 60s toy.
I know, but look at that.
You got lots of good things in here. That is just so good. You see 100 car transporters, but I've never seen a boat transporter before. Now, what would something like that sell for?
Oh, man, it's from my childhood.
Oh, this is yours?
Yeah.
You let me go on about how much I like it, and then it's not for sale. Yeah.
I got a photograph of a toy that I got at Christmas time.
Seriously?
I do. This was my pedal car from when I was a little guy.
Oh.
It's a deluxe thistle, Canadian thistle. My mom, my brother, and I'm sitting in the pedal car. Gives me pleasure when I look at it, you know. Yeah. Reminds me of a different time. I just get enjoyment from looking at it, possessing it, whatever, you know.
Well, that's a nice one.
Yeah, it's good original condition, right?
Yep.
Tires look right. Decals are good.
I just spotted a chair. I'm going to sit down.
Okay.
Well, this is a nice, decent, original condition one.
Yeah, it is.
Mini toy, Canadian company. What would you need out of the BA truck?
Probably about 550.
Yeah, I'm a bit out of the market on this. I was sort of hoping to go 450.
How about we meet at 475?
I'm buying a BA truck.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks,
All right.
Sheldon, we got a tanker.
This, Scott, is a classic Canadian chair. This was a good reupholstery job too because they saved the original little label here. Adds to the interest, adds to the value, adds to how easy we can move it along.
Do I look good in this chair?
I think I look better in the chair. Would you part with this Coombs chair?
We probably would.
I've sold hundreds of them over the years. They're very distinctive.
I think we'd have to have 250.
I was going to say a couple hundred.
I think we'd have to have 250.
And I was going to say a couple hundred. What about splitting the difference?
Okay, we could do that.
Done.
Done deal.
Now that I own it, I'm going to take full advantage of it.
You do that.
Yeah. We'll sell that chair for maybe $300 without even blinking. This has been a great day, good pick. Rod's a great contact.
We should do okay on this VA truck. All original condition, right?
Yeah, that's a good one, isn't it?
When it comes up, I'll grab it like this. One thing we never have any trouble selling is advertising. I can't believe you actually saw movies at the drive-in. You led a different life than I did, bud.
Oh, jeez!
Oh, you're serious?
No.
No. Darn it, I was hoping.
Hey, that was a lot of fun today, Rod.
It was, Sheldon.
Yeah.
Oh, they were very nice. Yeah, very nice. A lot of fun to deal with.
Come visit us in Calgary.
Sounds good. We'll do that.
Look us up, I'll show you my stuff.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Thanks, Rod.
Talk to you.
Boy, that was a good pick.
That pick saved our Saskatchewan trip because we were slim pickings till then. I mean, we got a bunch of different stuff there. That made the difference between us making money and us just paying for our gas.
Yeah.
We're still looking for that canoe, though. We're still looking for that really good canoe. Weed Central here.
Oh, I got one way out there.
Hence the size of that one.
Scott, I got a little Saskatchewan salad making here.
Yeah, I'm done with this.
And the weather's blowing in.
Yeah.
I'd rather go picking.
Welcome to my nightmare.
Yeah. This is great. I love this place. Whoa, that's a biggie. Don't kill yourself, Sheldon.
Looks like there could be a few dead pickers.
Whoa.
And what you got to do is to kiss the codfish. Kiss it anywhere you like.
Yeah, it's from Lunenburg. I was told it was 100 years old.
That's the holy grail of nautical items.
Looks like it's a bit naughty. A fairly large erotic form.
Oh yeah, I love the size of this.
If it hits our color, we pay $3.
The only thing I like is a camel.
It's gonna be great.
I'm Scott Cousins.
I'm Sheldon Smithens.
And we're pickers. We travel all over Canada, coast to coast, from the West Rocky Mountains to the Eastern Shores and all the back roads in between, looking for hidden gems in people's basements, attics, and barns. Sometimes we take a gamble, trust in our gut to make a buck.
Just like the people we meet, every story is different.
It's not junk to us. First time in Newfoundland for me.
First time in Newfoundland for me, but you know, I already know I like it.
We've always had sort of a special bond, I think, Newfoundlanders with Alberta. You know, we're still from away, but we're not from Toronto.
Oh, St. John's is beautiful, isn't it?
This is the most amazing port I've ever been in. This is where they went out, brought the fish back in, they cleaned it, they salted it. I mean, this is history right here. This is Canadian history.
Newfoundland history. So what have we got lined up on the picks?
We're starting in St. John's, and we got to get over to Portugal Cove. Then we're going to scoot around to Portagrave.
Wow.
I think we're seeing Ross there.
I'm excited. This is going to be great. Let's go.
Yeah, and you know the deal. We're outside of the prairies. You're navigating and I'm driving.
Who said that?
I think that was the deal we had. You might not remember. You had a couple pints that night.
Going to see Elizabeth, who's the only certified art appraiser on Newfoundland.
Seriously?
Yeah.
We don't get into that kind of thing very often. But we both love art. We both have nice collections, actually. It's been a while since we've done a little bit of an art pick.
Yeah, you see a piece here, a piece there, but we're going to see lots of art here today.
It's a little unusual for us. We'll take a chance, see what we find.
Hey, that's Elizabeth right there, I bet. Let's go meet her.
You must be Elizabeth.
I am. Hi.
Scott, how are you?
I'm fine. Welcome, Scott.
I'm Sheldon. Yeah.
Welcome.
Nice day?
Wonderful day.
We hear you have art.
Do we ever? My son Brian works with me.
Let's see what you got.
Well, come on in.
She is such a bubbly individual. You can tell we're going to have some fun here. Whoa. Wow, you've got art everywhere.
We have. It's piled on the walls. It's hung on the walls. It's everywhere.
You need more walls.
We do. We need more space.
Yeah.
You even got one with a price up there.
Well, everything has a price.
And everything's negotiable, right?
Oh, right. Well, my son Brian and I have been working together in the art business for nearly 20 years. I have a love of Newfoundland art. I wish I were a billionaire so that I could buy all the pieces that I want to buy. We have kind of no control over what comes in because it comes on consignment from estates, people downsizing and so on. Leaf through anything. That's what it's here for.
I see a ton of art stacked up against the walls. We're hoping that we get a shot at some art at wholesale prices.
That oil has a good feel to it.
It's a lovely piece.
Maybe we can find a piece of local, well-known art that we can take back and make money on.
Isn't that interesting?
Newfoundland art is strong. There are large numbers of collectors. As far as style is concerned, we see everything from minimalist to many things that are abstracted these days.
That's a good Newfoundland scene, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? So, Reginald Shepherd's Serigraph.
Some Newfoundland artists are very hot right now. So if we can find a piece like that at a reasonable price, we can make money on it. Yeah. Well, I see that Newfoundland 10-cent piece, and that's a really cool
That's just
piece.
a classic, isn't
Christopher
it?
Pratt,
Yeah.
one of our top artists.
And that's a bit atypical for him.
Until 1949, Newfoundland was its own separate country, had its own currency, its own postage stamps, and they were very, very visually appealing. What would something like that sell for?
Well, for now, probably $3,000 to $3,500.
That's a really good image, but you know, the problem is it's probably got a better market value here than when we take it back to Alberta. I'm just feeling Elizabeth out.
You could access a lot of Newfoundland people in Calgary and Fort McMurray, though.
There's no moss growing underneath Elizabeth.
I see something really neat.
Oh, that's good, isn't it?
Bingo! I see a fabulous panorama.
That's an old photograph of the Hudson Space Station. This is 1935. My uncle had a distinguished career with the Hudson's Bay.
That's a winner. Anytime, any day. It told you it was from Cartwright, Labrador. That's the difference between it being just a nice picture and a historical picture. Is it okay if we pull stuff out to the living room? It's a little bigger there.
When my son Brian comes, he'll look after all those prices.
I'm still back digging around, and Elizabeth calls us out in a sort of voice that tells us she needs us there right away.
Scott? Sheldon?
Immediately, I know what's going on, and I don't want any part of it.
See, what we do here, we've got a ceremony. What you got to do right now, boys, is to get rid of the Calgary hats. Well, anybody who comes to Newfoundland who is interested in the culture and the people, and we think they'd make a good honorary Newfoundlander or Labradorian, we'll screech them in.
You're a good-looking man in a hat like that, man.
He's a good-looking man in a hat like... We are both good-looking men in a hat like this. Our ancient reason for being here in Newfoundland was the codfish. And what you got to do is to kiss the codfish. And I got one right here for you. Oh, boy, have I got one.
The problem is, Sheldon, you got to kiss it right there.
You can kiss it anywhere you like.
Can I just blow it a kiss?
No, you got to get down and go.
Okay, come on, be a man.
Yeah. Right. Oh, there you go. Look,
there you go.
Did it.
Is it a fresh codfish?
Yes, it's a fresh cod out of the water. Oh.
I'm a rookie. In retrospect, I should have given it an air kiss because I gave it a good smack, a slimy kind of a thing.
Perfect. My God, was that good. Now, there's another part of this.
I know what the other part is.
You got to drink our special beverage. It's called Screech, yes? Click up and drink up, boys. Oh my God, your honorary Newfoundlanders, welcome to the clan, welcome to the crew, and welcome to the province. Sure, we're so glad you're here.
I can feel it going down.
I bet you can.
But it took the cod off my lips, so...
Well, that's the whole idea.
I'm thinking setup. She's liquored us up, and the son is on his way to do the negotiating. Hi, Brian. I'm Sheldon.
This is Sheldon.
Scott, how are you?
Pleased to meet you. Brian does all the negotiations, and they'll negotiate with him. I think he's fairly tough, but he wants to make a deal.
So where were you out and about to?
I had to bring some more artwork because I didn't think there was enough here.
Yeah. Scott and I have laid out several pieces that we want to inquire about price-wise.
this piece here.
Danielle Laronge had a studio just outside of town somewhere for a while.
What would something like that sell for?
$1,000.
That's too much for me. I liked it just as an image, but so I'll go hang it back on the wall.
Okay.
Yeah. The prices were just a little too steep for resale for us.
I want to ask you a little bit about this map. It's a French map of Newfoundland.
It's probably between 1820 and 1850. It is printed off a plate, but I think it's hand-colored.
Now, what would you need out of that? That's the question. This is a consignment piece, right?
Yeah, I had 350 for it.
Which is like way too much. Well, I think you better just tell us what the cheapest you could go on this thing.
He has to have 200.
Yeah, see, I don't think we can
out.
sell it for more than 200. That's the problem. I would have liked to got it for like 150 because you're essentially paying 50 for the piece, 100 for the frame.
Yes. Yeah.
You sell it for 2 1/4. But if he needs 200, we're done.
He needs 200.
Maybe I'll ask you about this little watercolor.
Yeah.
Kind of fun.
Obviously in desperate need of reframing.
Well, you know me. I like the dancing girl, Scott.
Oh, of course.
Little Moulin Rouge. What would you want for that?
$50 range, $40.
40 it is. Done. 40? I just bought a little watercolor. Now the ball is rolling. Hard to lose on that one.
So that's a funny one.
It's a watercolor. It's a
good piece.
Good piece. It's very well done.
It's making me hungry.
Yeah. Now, I know this is one you guys wanted to see.
Oh.
This is the Mary Pratt.
It's her sketch of kittens.
It's atypical for her, right? It's not in the ultra realist or super realist style.
No, that's right.
We want to walk away with that piece if the price is right. Now, what would something like that sell for?
I would like to get, $500 kind of thing, but, we are open to offers.
Yeah, I was going to say, you'd like to get $500.
Yeah, I'd like to get $500.
And I'd like to win the lottery, but it ain't going to happen today.
I would like to pay I'd like to pay 3. Can we do 350?
Do 350.
Oh.
Done.
Oh, hey, that's really good. Yeah, that's really good.
That piece is worth at least that much, probably double that much. Now, I got to talk to you about the photo that I saw. I love panoramic photos. What would you need out of this photo?
Well, I was hoping for 200 out of that one.
You're tough.
I know.
How much would you need out of this, Brian? I'd rather be dealing with Brian than Elizabeth right now. She's a little tougher than him.
But it's mine.
Less than that, but it's hers.
What do you think about $100?
Well, that's not enough.
I tried.
Good try.
How about if we split it at 150?
How about we do this? How about $150 and you throw in the candy? Is that good?
What do you think? Is that okay? Can we do that? You
sure
okay
we
with
can.
that?
Oh, fantastic.
Perfect.
Okay, well, we've done it.
My kids are going to love the cookies, and we'll make money on the Labrador photo.
Nice, colorful watercolor.
And who doesn't like dancing girls? That's a winner anytime, any day. We bought a Mary Pratt. It's not every day you get to buy a Mary Pratt. So this is a good day for us. I gotta give you a hug. You're so great.
I want a piece of that action.
Okay. Oh, it's great to have you. Bye. Take care.
Scott and I have had a chance to look through a lot of Newfoundland art. Well, that was a lot of fun. What a good sport, Elizabeth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
For Brian and me, the day has gone just wonderfully. We've enjoyed it enormously. And they're good at this job. Hey.
I'm happy with our purchases.
I am too. I don't think we can get hurt on any of those pieces. I'm always surprised by how gracious everyone we see is.
Yeah, lovely. So we're off to see John in Portugal Cove. He sounds like an interesting guy. He's a poker player.
Oh yeah? Let's see how the negotiations go then.
John lives in an old church, and he's motivated. He's moving to BC to be closer to his kids.
So he's got to clear everything out of the church?
That's the intent.
Wow.
Our timing is perfect. Could be our lucky day.
This must be the place for sure.
Oh yeah.
Look at this stuff scattered all over the place. He's got a mural on the front of it.
Wow.
Hey, look, a couple of cats. They're having a scrap right there.
Well, let's go meet John. Never knocked on a church door before. Hi, you'd be John.
Yes, I am.
Sheldon.
Pleased to meet you.
Hey, and Scott.
Good to meet you, John.
Wow, what an incredible place you have.
Welcome to my nightmare.
Wow. Oh, John. You got stuff.
Yeah, a lot of stuff. When the wind would blow through here, everything moves. It's alive.
So what's that, some sort of jig?
Yeah, that's a squid jigger.
Pretty vicious looking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not getting that out of your mouth when you suck it.
Look at this. This is interesting. Instead of Canada Dry, it's American Dry.
In St. John's?
St. John's.
Yeah. Where are you finding things?
Locally, yeah, within 100 miles. I consider myself a picker. It sort of started, I guess, in my grandfather's barn in PEI. And he had a lot of old jugs because he was a bit of a moonshiner. And then eventually I got into the restaurant business, and it was the cheapest, nicest way to decorate a restaurant was with just interesting objects. And when I was done with the restaurant business, it seemed pretty obvious that picking is something that is a bit more fun. The hunt is the key.
Something else interesting here, too. It's a microphone of some sort. You ever seen
Probably
one, Sheldon?
right.
Oh, really unusual. Hello, hockey fans in Canada, the United States, and Newfoundland.
Yeah.
This is where we want to be. Everything's sort of just jumbled about. There's good stuff in showcases, there's bad stuff in showcases. So we should be able to make some good bargains today.
Is that a shark's jaw right there?
It is actually, yeah.
Found locally?
Yes, yeah. That actually bit the guy, if his story was true when he sold it to me.
Really?
Because he did have a huge scar on his arm.
Hey, Scott, check that out.
What kind of shark would that be?
It's a mako shark, I think.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's one of the fastest sharks in the ocean, I think.
If we're going to take something back to Alberta, I want it to be a shark jaw. What would you want for something like that?
I'd like to get 40 for it.
How's 30?
35 is my lucky number.
That'll get the ball rolling.
So.
That's a good piece to start with a soup broth, and then we'll sell the jaw afterwards. Oh, Scott, you got to see this. Homemade furniture at its finest. Look what they've used for drawers.
Yeah.
Cod fillets.
Not just that, it's Hubei cod fillets.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm selling off my collection of stuff is that I made a big decision to move out to Vancouver. My kids are living out there.
Ah, okay.
And they're not coming back, so I guess I got to go out there.
He wants to lighten the load. I'm anticipating we have an extremely motivated seller. What he doesn't sell to us, he's got to haul across the country.
What's the beacon from?
That's off an old ship. Yeah, that was like a spotlight. This is probably, you know, early electric, I guess.
Yeah. What kind of bulb goes in it? In recent times, decorators have been going to industrial design. That's going to be a real funky thing for somebody to put on their wall in a loft or in a big new modern house. What would you sell something like that for? You're taking too long.
To get 60 bucks.
Sheldon, what do you think? I was thinking more like 40 bucks, but.
Yeah, 40 sounds good to me.
Actually, you know, 40 sounds real good to me, too. Sold. Don't even want to negotiate that one. Because somebody will love it, but...
And it's big for you to move, right?
It is definitely too big.
I see something I like.
Yeah.
Hey, you found some granite. I love old curling stones.
10 years ago, I used to find a set a year at a garage sale. But
Really?
I haven't seen a set for 5 years.
That's the only ones I've ever gotten.
They're pigs, though.
You know what I like about them? Is they're honestly used.
I'll give them to you for half what I paid for them.
And what did you pay for them?
200.
You paid 200.
You got it. Normally, I'm the one who's picking, so now I'm getting picked.
I used to buy these things for $5 and $10 and sell them for 25 bucks.
It's just a matter of how good can they pick me.
So I think at 50 bucks a throw, we can probably do it.
Okay.
Done, and I'm really happy with those. So here we are on the rock, and we're buying rocks, granite rocks, and good ones.
Look at this. This is interesting. Now, these aren't sugar molds.
No, they're actually cod jigger molds.
Oh, so those little cod jiggers like this that we see, that's how you make them?
Yeah. If you notice, all my pots there are hanging on jiggers, and each one of these jiggers is different. Yeah, they're all from a different community.
Hey, that's a great thing to do with them.
Yeah, isn't that smart?
And the light bulb goes off. We can take those back to Calgary and we can market them the same way he's using them. What would you need out of some jiggers?
I'd take $10 a piece for them.
If we were to buy like more than 5, could we get them for 8 a throw?
If I've actually got more than 5.
Okay, well, let's see what we can do.
Okay, we'll have a look.
Give ourselves 5 minutes, see how many we can each find.
All right, well, I just spotted one.
There's one. That's a Norwegian one, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Same idea.
Yeah, it's different.
Any bonus points for a good-looking one?
Oh, there's a few here. There's another one.
We've owned jigs before. Never thought of using them as hooks.
Oh, there's another one, a little guy.
Well, that for sure doesn't count.
Sheldon tried, of course, to change the rules as we went along.
What about a treble hook?
Oh, a treble hook's a good one.
Treble's double.
But he tried to suggest because his had 3 hooks, it was worth twice as much as all of mine. I think we might be running out of time here. So I think I got more than you. You think? Well, I clearly won.
And if you're going cod fishing, here. Throw that in, good luck.
How you making out there?
We did okay, actually. In terms of good ones, we got 11. Then we got the 3 on the reels. Here's what I'm thinking. You said $8 a throw.
Yeah.
How about 125 for everything?
Sold.
Done.
We're in the cod
Thank
business.
you, sir. We're in the
fishing
cod business, yeah.
Yeah, is that a good
All
thing?
it's got to do now is rent a boat.
Yeah.
Why don't you give us a show upstairs, see what's up there.
Okay, let's go up and have a look.
Wow. Is this where you live?
Yes, yeah.
Check this out, Scott.
Oh, this is great.
This is the ultimate, isn't it?
I love this place. I could live here.
Yeah. It's loaded with stuff, and these things are a little closer to John's heart. This is where he lives. Hey, Scott, take a look at the Moulin Rouge.
Oh, yeah, it's a roulette game.
But it's weird. It's German. Scott and I have seen a lot of gaming devices, but to find the Moulin Rouge in Newfoundland, it just doesn't make sense.
I think it's partly the war connection between Newfoundland. We had a lot of, soldiers per capita.
Right. Might have brought that back from Germany as a souvenir.
That's what I'm guessing.
So what would you sell something like that for?
I was offered 5 for it.
But I don't know. We could roll the dice on roulette here.
We could even put 100 of it on a spin. I like to play a bit of poker, yeah. It's like this is all gambling.
Oh, gosh, I don't want to do this.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't want. Because here's what I'd suggest. You may not like it.
No.
But if we pick, say, green, if it hits our color, we pay 3. If it hits your color, we pay 5. If it hits neither of our colors, we pay 4.
Whoa.
That's an interesting deal. Okay, I guess we got a game because anything I like is a gamble.
Money down, hands back.
I'm gonna pick red. Okay, who wants to put the quarter in?
You can. It's your machine. You do it.
My gamble? Okay.
Yeah.
And away we go. Come on, red. Go red.
Go green. Go green. Go green.
Red. Come on. Just pushing the button. Come on, red. For $100. To somebody who you know likes to gamble as much as you do.
Green? Oh, here's the part I really like.
It's gonna be red.
It's gonna be green.
Green.
Oh,
Yellow. Yellow. It's 400.
400.
4 it is.
That was fun.
Yeah.
That was an absolute laugh, actually.
Double or nothing?
No.
John's having some fun, we're having some fun, and that's going to help in our negotiations.
Hey, John, you got some photos.
Yeah, there's some photos I got off an antique dealer from here who retired.
And are they Newfoundland or are they?
Yes, yeah.
They look like they're reprints from the original negative, but they've got some just great images on them.
Look at this. This is a sod house.
Yeah, it's amazing how they lived, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Look at this one.
Is that the fire?
That's after the Great Fire.
So what would you want for these photos, John?
The last couple I sold for 15.
15 times 7.
Lucky 7 with the nun. Every Catholic boy's nightmare.
So that would be, I don't know, what would we do, 75 on the lot?
That's good.
Done.
Sold.
Perfect. We're looking for Newfoundland history. That picture alone threw 75 bucks. We shook on that real quick.
That's
nice.
a beauty. Yeah, it's from Lunenburg, Nova Scotia.
It's a ship's wheel. That's the holy grail of nautical items.
It took me a long time to get that off the guy who owned that one.
Is that right?
That's the only brass ship's wheel I've had in 25 years of this.
Yeah, that is a beauty.
I was told it was 100 years old, and that was 10, 15 years ago.
Would you part with that?
If the price was right.
I know that ship wheel's the best thing that we can buy today and take back to Calgary. What would you need out of something like that?
I was trying to get 8 for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was really surprised that John would part with the wheel in the first place.
It's a bit steep.
Yeah, I don't know. In Toronto, that wheel would be $1,200, $1,400 minimum. I know that.
Because if I owned it, I would never part with it. I love it. Would you take 5?
Started pretty high there, bud.
Yeah.
I think we should do the roulette wheel. Oh.
I will.
Great.
Sold.
And I hate to break it to you, but you do own it, and you are going to sell it.
Yeah, that's nice.
I'm really happy with that.
Good.
I own half of it, and I'm keeping my half. Lunan.
Okay.
Treat.
Good. It was
a lot of fun. We had a great time.
Me too.
Yeah. Sweep.
I love curling stones or anything winter sport related. We've lightened John's load by several hundred pounds. We're gonna do well. John's moving along, clearly. That wheel could be one of our big scores today. Thanks, John.
Hopefully we'll meet
Great
again
meeting you.
somewhere
Yeah.
along the trail.
Stop out in Calgary on your way to BC,
I will.
and we'll see you again. Thanks a lot.
Happy travels.
Okay.
Good guy.
Good pick. I'm thinking of becoming an Anglican. We did some really good picking in an Anglican church today, and we met a new friend. He's another guy like us. It's not all about money. It's about the love of the stuff and the relationships you develop along the way.
I love the ship's wheel.
Oh, that was a beaut.
So that was good timing. It's a great day for picking.
Wow, this is amazing. It looks like British Columbia here.
We got some great names around here. Pick Eyes, just over beyond Blow Me Down.
Around the corner from Dildo and Conception Bay.
So we're going to see Ross, who's a picking legend in this part of Newfoundland.
He's the Pickers picker.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
He's the guy that the Pickers pick from.
But he wants to get out of the business, so that should be an edge.
Yeah, wow, this is quite the fishing community.
Right down by the docks here. Wow, look at all the lobster traps.
Oh yeah, they got the new and the old. Here we are.
This should be interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, you would be Ross.
Welcome to Forty Grave.
Hey, Scott, how are you? So how long you been here?
All my life so far.
Is this the shed where you hold everything?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah, show us around.
We'll follow you in.
Wow.
Holy cow.
Well, you've got lots of stuff here, and we hear that you're a picker.
I was a serious picker. I used to go practically all over Newfoundland. I spent almost 30 years teaching, routine, and once you got out picking, you could travel all over the place. You were sort of free. There was no school bills, and it was great. But I'm not getting any younger, and it's time to move some of it.
Like that, Shell. Take a look at that.
I'm blown away by how much merchandise Ross has.
He's trying to simplify, get rid of stuff, so we might be here at the right moment to get some really good deals. Is it okay if I do a little climbing?
Go right ahead.
Am I going to be able to stand on this? I hope. Don't kill yourself, Sheldon.
Looks like there could be a few dead pickers on the bottom here, Scott. Guys that never made it.
Whoa. There's two things we're looking at when we come here. One is something that we can sell easily no matter what. The other thing is Newfoundland-related memorabilia.
These are dip nets, right? It's got small mesh in it, so it's probably for dipping capelin.
The capelin's a little fish, right?
Yeah.
What would this be used for?
It could have been used for a mooring, right?
Somebody just jigged that up, didn't they?
Yeah, it's ingenuity.
Ingenuity out
Yeah.
of just scrap.
Yeah. They were self-reliant people. If they wanted to do something, they had to make the tool to do it.
What's the purpose of these two?
These are snowshoes.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Wow, was that ever crude?
Yeah, those are homemaders.
If they didn't do it themselves, who was going to do it for them? We were a British colony, and Britain was a long ways away.
What do you need out of these crates, Ross? These are all original to this area, right?
Yeah.
These are boxes we don't see in our marketplace at all. Really early tea boxes, most of them from probably the teens or the 20s or the 30s at the latest. You're up for some boxes, aren't you, Shell?
Oh, absolutely.
Decorators love boxes. Plus, there was a jumbo box. I've never seen a jumbo tobacco box. So if we put together a couple of these boxes, would you give us a little bit of a deal on them?
When you get it put together, then I can say.
So why don't I pull them out?
No, not that one right there.
Okay. Ross is a sort of an interesting guy. I don't know quite how to read him. He's got a bit of a grumpy look on.
Dump them out on the shelf.
I'll pull the ones I want. The nice thing about boxes is we can put stuff in them. There's a lot of stuff in these boxes.
These were what the sealers used on the hoist to stop from going snowblind. You know.
Seriously?
Yeah.
These ones are broke. Those are really interesting things that we can sell in our marketplace, and we can probably put a premium on them. And I'll put them in this black lead box as well.
This one right here, see these slits?
Yep.
A fisherman used it as a knife for sticking his
Knives in.
that he cleaned away his fish with, right?
Oh, right. I think I'm gonna grab this sunlight box because I like it. Okay, I think I've done as much damage as I can do in here. Okay, so I think we got our boxes. Let's see, we got 8 little ones, 3 big ones. What are we thinking? How about 100 and a quarter?
150.
You came back real quick with that one. Had you been thinking that?
Well, I am thinking. It's interesting playing the game in reverse, sort of.
Oh, 135.
Fine.
Thank you, sir. I still can't get a read on Ross. I can't tell whether he's mad at me or he thinks he's taking me to the cleaners.
I think Ross thinks he's taking these Alberta boys to the cleaners. Hey, Scott.
A lobster claw. Wow, that's a big one.
Take a look at the size of that guy.
What's that, about a 5-pounder maybe?
Probably more.
Yeah. That's an old lobster trap, that one up in the ceiling there, Shell. What would you say on that one, Ross?
25.
Would you throw in the claw?
Yes, why not?
Done. Good item to take back to Alberta, a good old lobster trap. And if Scott gives me a hard time, I'm gonna shove him in that lobster trap.
I'm gonna get you with the claw, though. See what else we find.
Is this where the skipper hangs out?
God, is that hilarious. The Buchanan Blend, finest selected old Scotch whiskey. Sole suppliers to the House of Commons. That's
I see it's empty.
Yeah. What would you like for that bottle, Ross?
What's your offer?
I'd pay $10 just as a flask.
Well, then you can have it.
Okay.
If they see something they want, they're going to have it. I admire that quality.
Oh, wait, what's that? Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's a cute little guy. Sheldon and I've learned in our travels that if you see an odd-colored bottle, take a closer look at it. Poison. Sure enough, it's iodine. It's got the skull and crossbones on it. How about $5 on the little guy?
Okay.
We're rolling upstairs already. Hey, Shell, we got a whole bunch of cod jiggers in here.
We're cornering the market, Scott.
Yeah, we bought a few of those the other day. How about 100 and a quarter for everything?
Sold.
Done.
We're in the cod
Thank
business.
you, sir. We're in the cod business.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's a biggie.
Yeah.
We've now realized you can make pot holders out of those. I'll tell you what we paid him. We paid him $8 a throw for these.
Yeah.
80, 104. I think this is exactly what we did with him, and we paid him 100 and... Shal, what do we pay, John? 125 bucks?
Yep.
125 bucks?
Okay.
Done.
These are sheets that the sealers made for our fishermen, for their knives, right? And this right here was what was known as a stage lamp.
So would that be like whale oil in there?
That could be whale oil, could be seal oil. It's a different culture than what they're used to. You know, this is a fishing culture, outport Newfoundland culture.
Are these just washing up on the shore, these floats?
They may have sometime, but fishermen use them for floats on the nets.
Yeah.
And they put netting around them, right? Some of them, right? Just 10 there, I think.
10 floats, a little box. Could we do 100?
Yeah, okay.
Done.
I think we've sort of turned the corner with Ross. He now realizes it's not all about making money off everything. We just love the stuff, we love the stories, we love the history. Whenever I see a house, I always have to ask, is there anything for sale in the house? And
Yeah. Oh, yes, yeah.
he's letting us into the house, what we call the inner sanctum. That's where he's gonna keep the best things he's picked over 25, 30 years.
Wow, some good things in here.
Holy cow.
Got some treasures down here. All sorts of furniture, cabinets, several powder horns, and that's something in this part of the world. It's kind of a craft. When fellows are at sea, they'll carve into the powder horn.
I take it most of this stuff's personal collection for you.
Yeah,
I love this sea chest.
yeah. Right here, look, you can see where it was gnawed at by a rat.
Oh, yeah.
There must have been food in it at one stage, right?
Oh,
You know?
right. Well, we don't have rats. Alberta is rat-free, except for us, right?
Yeah.
Is that something you'd move?
No.
I'm guessing that most of this stuff's not for sale unless the price is right because it's your personal collection, right?
Yeah, well, there's no price, right, when it comes to some of it, right?
Okay.
These are his better pieces, so we're gonna have to work a little bit harder. I've seen this flag a couple of times in the last few days. It's a Newfoundland flag,
Yeah.
isn't it?
That's the provincial flag?
No. It was before Confederation, right?
What's that?
That's a ship's log. It was towed behind the ships, but you had to pull it in to read it.
And it's something that would have been towed behind the boat, and it would literally tell you how far you'd gone. Really interesting. Look, turn of the century, maybe 1920s.
And is this another one over here?
There's a more modern version. You read it in the ship.
So what would something like this sell for?
I've heard of them being sold for $500.
Whoa. I sort of like the look of that one, Sheldon, don't you? They look like bombs.
What if we stuck our neck out and say went 2 on that one?
No, you won't get it today.
No?
I would sell them both for probably 600.
That's a toughie. I sort of look at this like making a putt in a golf game. It might break right or it might break left. It might be worth more in our market or it might be worth less. So I'm thinking at this point we should talk about packaging some stuff together and see if we can get the price down.
You've got powder horns. Would you part with any of your powder horns?
That storage on right there, I probably let that go.
I think I can see why. Looks like it's a bit naughty. There was a lot of fascination with erotica. I've seen these before. They do them with walrus tusks. They make naughty bits on the end of them. This is quite interesting. They would shape them in erotic forms. That one happened to be a fairly large erotic form.
This is for powder storage, isn't it?
I would say. I don't think they'd carry it around.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just grab a couple of other things and see if we can maybe put a package together. This is some interesting hand tools. Really nice, finely made tools. Look at the old thread. That would be for a sail, right?
Yeah.
Yes, and that's a seam creaser, right, for pressing the stitching of the sail.
Oh. I'm really interested in old wood with a patina where somebody has used it for decades and decades and decades, worn it away, put their oils from their hands into it. This is a cool little lot. When we come to Newfoundland, we're looking for Newfoundland items, things that tell the history of Newfoundland. Why don't we talk about a bulk buy on this stuff?
They're not items that we've seen before, but Scott and I know instinctively that's the sort of thing we want to take home with us. What would you take for all of it, Ross?
Say 1,100.
We're not trying to insult
Well,
you.
no.
Well, I was thinking sort of 650 maybe.
And now we're doing the waltz.
950.
750.
Why don't we say 8?
Sounds good.
We're negotiating with ourselves now.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's
You
a
did
good
a good
deal.
job of negotiating there, buddy.
Yeah, you
You waited us out. We came here today looking for pieces that were representative of Newfoundland. The whole story came together today, and we were able to buy some of those pieces, and now we'll tell that story in Alberta. I know that's a good buy. There you go, bud. What's your favorite piece?
We're gonna sell it to a kinky gun collector.
Kind of a good-looking piece for a guy that likes Newfoundlandia.
These are great decorator-style boxes.
Thanks for showing us that Newfoundland hospitality.
Well, you're welcome.
Yeah.
You're very welcome.
It was a lot of fun watching Ross warm up to us over the course of the day, and that's what makes a good day for us. We got some cool things, and we're coming back.
Great.
Thanks, Ross.
I could say that I thoroughly enjoyed it, without exaggeration. Happy picking.
Well, that was great. That was an amazing pick, wasn't it?
Yeah, what a good guy.
Yeah, it was so funny because at the start he was a little leery of us, I think.
I think he was sidling up to me, but he wasn't quite sure where
yeah,
you were
right,
coming
yeah,
from.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, now a couple of offlanders coming to pick his stuff.
So you got to be careful around here. There's lots of moose.
Caution, moose may wander onto highway.
Huge moose with a crunched car.
And the moose is just standing there looking at it and say, "You want another?" We're going to see the appraiser to get our ship's wheel appraised. I'm a bit nervous about it though, because we paid a lot of money for that. It's not a Newfoundland wheel, it's a Nova Scotia wheel, and we're taking it back to Alberta. This is a bit of a flyer for us, right?
The appraiser we're bringing it to wheels and deals and nautical items, so he should know.
He's right here. Here we go.
Hey, that's a lot of brass under here. Well, this should be interesting.
Yeah, maybe we can pick this place too. I already see something I like.
Hope he appraises it by the pound. Hey, you'd be Jerry.
It's me.
Jerry Scott, how are you?
Hi, Scott. Good.
And I'm Sheldon.
Hi, Sheldon.
Nice to meet you.
Welcome to Granny's Attic.
Yeah. We heard you know a lot about aquatic things, nautical things.
I specialize in Newfoundland items. I have a lot of nautical pieces. Anything Newfoundland. I've been doing it for some 20-odd years.
We brought you an item we thought you might be interested in.
Okay, let's
I
have a
think
look.
we got a good deal on it, but we always want to make sure.
We don't deal a lot in nautical, but we think we found a good item.
Wow.
There she be. We unveil the ship's wheel, and I can see Jerry's excited.
This is a magnificent piece.
Not strictly speaking a Newfoundland wheel.
We sailed a lot from here to Nova Scotia. Great thing about it, it's got all the markings. Lunenburg, the foundry, the name of the company, Nova Scotia, of course.
He loves that wheel. And what would you date this to?
I would say 1850s to 1870 in that range.
Wow, that early.
He's been doing this a long time, buying and selling nautical items. He clearly knew this one.
Plays his cards a little close to his vest, but we could tell he was impressed with that ship's wheel.
I can sell one every day.
Is that right?
Really?
They're really hard to come by, and we have a want list,
Yeah.
and on it there's probably 10 or 12 at any given time.
Of guys looking for good ship's wheels.
Yeah, put them on their own vessels and to
Yeah.
make it look nice on their pleasure craft, that kind of thing.
This could be a score.
I was trying to get 8 for it.
Would you take 5?
Yes? So,
without telling you what we paid for it, what do you think we could get for this if we sold it?
In this shop here, retail, we'd be asking from $1,200 to $1,500.
Wow.
Hey.
Wow.
I'm shocked. I knew we did well buying that piece. Didn't think it was that good.
We could triple or quadruple up almost on this ship's wheel.
If you find it too heavy to take with you, I'll buy it.
That's going back to Alberta. Thanks, Jerry. Really good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Sheldon and I both loved that ship's wheel when we saw it. I love it even more now. We're gonna find a good home for it. Okay, let's keep going. Put her there. I was so happy when that number jumped out of his mouth. I just about jumped out of my shoe.
Fascinating part of the world.
The interesting thing is that we're not seeing any of the same old junk that we see all the time.
Yeah.
This is all oddball stuff.
Apparently around here, if you're one of the locals, they won't sell you anything. You have to be from away.
That's funny. That gives us an advantage. These cowboy hats don't get seen every day here.
In a leaky punt with a broken oar, it is always best to hug the shore.
That's a good one. Where'd you get that one from?
Yeah, old Newfoundland saying, apparently.
They're like, I is the buys that builds the boat, I is the buys that sails her. Whoa!
A harpoon! Maybe we should have a little wager. We're looking for the ultimate piece, the kitschiest piece of Newfoundlandia.
I can see the lust in their eyes.
Interesting things everywhere I look.
You're supposed to be Pickers. Where's the counter offer?
We don't want to insult you.
Insult me.
75 bucks.
If it was 150, I wowould say I'm in here like a dirty shirt.
When you said 150, I thought the lightning was coming. Oh, I think I've got the kitsch winner. That is kitsch.
That is crap. I think I just settled a bet.
I'm Scott Cousins.
I'm Sheldon Smithens.
And we're Pickers. We travel all over Canada, coast to coast, from the West Rocky Mountains to the Eastern Shores and all the back roads in between, looking for hidden gems in people's basements, attics, and barns. Sometimes we take a gamble, trust in our gut to make a buck.
Just like the people we meet, every story is different.
It's not junk to us.
Just a perfect day in Newfoundland. Such a beautiful place.
Well, I mean, this whole island is a gem.
Signal Hill, that's where Marconi received the very first overseas signal sent from England to North America.
Interesting.
Isn't this beautiful?
Is this Dead Man's Pond?
If this is Dead Man's Pond, that's Gibbets Hill. They'd hang you, roll you down the hill into the pond.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Yikes, what a way to go. Let's see where we're going.
Clear across the province to Corner Brook.
No offense, but why are we going all the way to Corner Brook?
Good pick. We get to see a little bit more of Newfoundland.
And we just skip a little over to Spaniards Bay.
To see Walter.
Exactly.
And we're up to Torbay to see Greg, military guy.
He sounds really cool.
That'll be interesting. Maybe we should have a little wager.
I don't really like wagers. I tend to lose them.
All right, we'll edge this one in your favor. It'll be the kitschiest piece of Newfoundlandia.
Well, I think I can live with that one. I'm the master of kitsch. You're my little apprentice, but you still haven't risen to master level yet.
The bet's on. Let's get going.
Okay. So what are the stakes going to be?
How about the loser displays and lives with his piece for the whole year?
I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that too. There's probably some really good kitsch in Newfoundland.
We're going to see Dave. Dave's got a couple of barns full of stuff, apparently. He's a picker.
I knew it would work. The old call worked.
Pasadena Beach.
Oh, look at that old building there.
Yeah.
A. Watton and Son.
It's like an old general store. I love it. Yeah.
Oh, there's a barn.
Oh, yeah. And there he is. That's got to be Dave right
Oh,
there.
yeah, there it is, yeah.
Salty dog.
Howdy, stranger. You guys are mainlanders, I can tell.
How can you tell?
Well, you got that $50 hat.
It's a lot more than $50, this one.
I'm Sheldon. This is Scott.
Hello, Scott.
Who's this?
That's Flora Zell. Flossie, to her friends.
Flossie. She's beautiful.
So is everything in here sort of blow-up prices?
Well, you got to show me the money. I haven't seen any money yet.
I think we got some Newfoundland money from before Confederation.
Oh, that's worth gold. We'll take that. Hang on to your Newfoundland money. because the east shall rise again.
Yeah. Well, let's get picking.
Okay, come on in.
You lived here your whole life, Dave?
Not yet.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
All right, let's take a look around.
This is a real interesting place. It's a barn. Stuff's hanging everywhere. It's laying on the ground.
I'm liking the disarray. There's stuff everywhere. I think we're in for a good day.
And have you met my wife up here? We're going for a ride today, later on.
He's a character, that's for sure.
I like primarily Newfoundland things. Old Newfoundland furniture, implements.
What's that, a Newfoundland lunch kit?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, that thing.
I traditionally changed careers every 10 years. I had a radio program, and I was in the Air Force, traveling around the world.
We've got a map of Corner Brook.
We went to Quebec, we had a baby. Went to Germany, we had a baby. Went to France, we had a baby. Went to BC, we had a baby. And I said, that's it, we're not moving anymore. And we haven't had any more since. Couldn't find any places better than this, so I decided to come home.
There's a Newfoundland dog saddle. Come on, Frosty, come on in.
I think you're pulling our leg, Dave.
Oh, look at that, look at that, look at that. Look at that.
Flossie's got to be in the deal. Is that for a Newfoundland pony?
Newfoundland dog.
Come on, don't
want me
because we're
riding.
mainlanders doesn't mean we're stupid.
We don't saddle our ponies, we ride them bareback, but the dogs we need to saddle. Hey, Frosty, hey, Frosty.
I think Dave is sizing us up.
So how much for the saddle?
$300.
Oh.
He thinks these Alberta boys have a big bankroll.
We'd sell this in Calgary for like $125.
You're joking.
That's what we'd sell it for. So I think we're out on this one. It's just a little too steep for us.
Well, I'll come down a little bit. I've negotiated a bit, for God's sake. You're supposed to be pickers. Where's the counter offer, you know?
Hey, if you're right way up here, we don't want to insult you.
Insult me.
75 bucks.
Hang on, I got to get my negotiating tool. You know what this is, eh? We call it a pickaroo. It's for picking logs.
Yeah. I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay.
Who better to have a pickaroo than a picker?
Well, I think I'm going to put this somewhere safe while we're negotiating.
That's you, a pickaroo. That's you in Australia.
Hi.
Okay, where next?
Dave has tucked some things away, just stored them. And I'm hoping we're going to find some interesting pieces that we can take home with us. You got a big block here, Dave.
Oh, yeah, that's beautiful. That's from when they really made sailing ships back in the old days.
Big ship's pulley.
Can you imagine the size of the ship that must have come off of, eh?
That's a beauty.
Yeah, that's a number one.
What does a number one sell for these days?
$200.
Whoa!
Well, I mean, look at it. Look.
Don't even know how to deal with that.
Show me where you can get another one.
That I can't tell you. But I can tell you this much. We can't buy it for $200.
No. I'd even take a shot at 100, but no two. $100? What do you say?
I say no.
I think Dave is boosting the prices up, and he does it with a twinkle in his eye. What you got up here, Dave?
Fairies! I hit your head on one.
Yeah.
What you got here, Dave?
Get out of there. That's all the good stuff up there.
Yeah.
It's the best thing in the place.
Oh, yeah. It's a sealing gun. Really interesting piece of Newfoundland history. Oh, beautiful. It's got some age, doesn't it?
Oh, man, put that up there in 1949.
What would you want for that?
I'm in the business of selling stuff. I got to make a living. But on the other hand, I find the longer you keep something, the more it's worth. That's why I've been married for 50 years. Offer me a ridiculous price, I might consider.
Well, what's a ridiculous price?
I don't know. How ridiculous are you?
Give them a scary price.
Well, that's why I put it up there so you wouldn't see it.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I would have thought $150 would be
a ridiculous price.
A ridiculous price.
And you're right. I think I'm tough when I have to be tough. Okay, you guys don't seem to know dick all about guns.
Whoa!
Oh, how about a harpoon?
Yeah. What would a harpoon sell for?
$300.
Whoa!
Oh, Dave, I'm in the wrong business. I got to start making harpoons. What else you got, Dave?
Nothing. That's it.
Come on. Dave's a good guy, but he's not letting us mainlanders take him to task here, man. He's not going to give us too much room on that stuff. He's going to make us work for everything we get. Sheldon, I know these saws aren't worth a crap, but that's an interesting homemade one, don't you think?
Yeah.
We see small buck saws all the time. We normally walk right by them, and you can't sell these worth a crap, but this one was a real neat handmade Newfoundland buck saw, almost like a little piece of folk art. So what would a wall hanger like that cost us?
Only 75 bucks. What's a real good deal for you?
25 bucks and I'll sell it for 40.
Oh, give me 30 bucks.
Okay, I'll
get
give
my money
you
back.
30, just because it's a Newfoundland piece. If it
Okay.
was like this one,
Yeah.
I wouldn't give you $3 for that one.
Yeah.
Ouch, and I just gouged my finger on it.
Another happy customer.
Hey, Scott, take a look at these.
Wow. We haven't seen any of those on our trip though, thus far, have
Yeah,
we?
those are the fanciest planters.
Oh, they came from up in Labrador, obviously.
This is sealskin. I love the sealskin and the hide lowers. In our market, they're getting close to being museum quality. They're very interesting.
They gotta be old, they're
Very-
so stiff.
I'd say back from the 40s, 30s or 40s.
What do you need for them?
For the pair, or you want one?
I'd take one.
100 bucks for one.
Really? And the pair?
300.
This is a tough guy to do some business with. Take 75 the pair?
No.
You said that quick.
Dave thinks he's got a couple of suckers here. So I'm now grinding back hard. Dave, bottom line, $100 the pair?
Do I have the supply of shoelaces?
You can have these.
Oh, I'll take them.
There you go.
I'll take them. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, deal.
Okay.
Scott and I'll do well in Alberta with that pair. They're $300 mucklucks. In our market, there's some profit.
And I'm thinking Dave's warm enough to a couple of manies.
If I wasn't having fun, I wouldn't be doing it. The good old mirrors there. Oh, that's thick.
Oh, I think I've got the kitsch
You
winner.
You got to be joking.
Oh, come on. It is the winner. It is the kitsch winner.
It's a friggin' moose.
Well, I know that much.
Made from seeds.
And they haven't painted them. They've just taken different color seeds. And that is about as cheesy as they get.
I don't know. Not kitsch, nothing to do with anything but poor taste.
You mean people buy stuff like that?
Well, we got a competition going. What would that cost me? I'm prepared to take the risk.
I say about 700 bucks.
You can't be serious.
And why are you giving them such a break right off the get-go?
Yeah, I was thinking like $7 would be good.
You sure know how to hurt a guy.
Just a second, before you negotiate here, if you buy it and you lose it, it stays on your wall for a year? Okay.
Look at the artistic expression there. Look at the moose. Look.
Put it this way, if we didn't have a bet going, I wouldn't even want it.
I got to get my money out of it.
What's your money?
50 bucks.
Whoa! 25
No,
bucks.
no.
25? That's beyond kitsch.
no.
Kitsch means you buy something for a couple of bucks.
What do you know about kitsch? I taught you everything you know.
Well, I mean, I get a kick out of the relationship. Stop arguing amongst themselves. They might get some better deals.
I mean, I think that wins the bet. But
You had to buy a piece of kitsch.
$50, you got a deal.
Okay.
50 bucks of our hard-earned money. That's a minor piece of kitsch if it's even kitsch at all.
So you can't even say kitsch.
That it ain't over till it's over.
It ain't over till it's over. Or the fat lady sings. Whoa. Sheldon, there's a beauty.
St. John's.
I'm inclined to think it's maybe, 1905 or 1910 in that area.
So that's where they started, and the camera would literally move all the way around to the end of the scene.
I understood he had a special camera.
Yeah, panorama.
Yeah.
That is an unbelievable piece to find in a farm near Corner Brook. We've got to take that thing home.
So what's the damage on that one? That's a long pause.
For something that was leaning against a table in a shed.
You take your time.
600 bucks. Well, what do you think it's worth?
I'm thinking it's like a $300 piece.
How about $350?
You're bidding against me again.
No, I'm up in the bid.
Anybody else for 4?
Well, I'm not gonna argue for 50 bucks, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you're not going to argue for 50 bucks, make it 400, and you got a deal.
How about 375?
Okay, I'm not going to argue over a quarter.
Good, thanks, Dave.
Okay, bye.
Well, that's a good photo. We're both real happy with that, because if we can't sell that, either one of us will live with that. Yeah. He's got a dog sled back here, Shell.
Oh, yeah?
I do? I tried to hide it away from you, but you found it.
We saw one of these things in British Columbia. Oh, it's a bit of a pig.
It's from across the bay. It was used in the woods for pulling out firewood. The guy I bought it from said, well, you can carry a full moose, you know, he said.
Out of the way, Flossie, dog sleigh coming through.
You don't make Flossie haul the dog sleigh, do you?
Oh, when she's in training, yeah.
Training for what, dinner?
That's,
oh, yeah, that's a beauty.
It's made here in Western Newfoundland.
That is absolutely what we're looking for. A piece of Newfoundland Labrador history.
And it was red at one point, and then somebody slapped a coat of white over top of it. We don't see that kind of thing. Very desirable, could very well end up as a coffee table. Well, what's the sort of dollars you're looking at of this?
600 bucks.
Whoa.
Worth every penny. I mean, it's 60 years old.
Yeah.
What were you thinking, Shell?
I was thinking half of that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You guys making a deal between yourselves? Or?
Yeah. You go outside and we'll do a deal. Sold.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Let me in on the deal, eh? No.
500.
Can I call my wife?
Don't bring your wife into this. This isn't her problem.
Well, she's going to get the money.
Yeah, and she's probably delighted.
That's fair.
500 bucks.
All right, done.
500 bucks.
500 bucks.
Okay.
Perfect. Good deal for us.
That dog sled is going to be a real conversation piece back in Alberta.
I think we should just settle up and get our van packed up.
Sunlight, fresh air.
Oh, it's lovely, isn't it? This has been a good day out here in the west coast of Newfoundland.
We bought a bunch of stuff. We're going to take it back to the prairies and make some Newfoundlanders, expatriates, real happy. It's wonderful.
I've never met 2 better pickers. I've only met 3 pickers in my life. So the number 1 and 2 for sure. Have you paid for that yet? Did you order a helicopter?
They found us, Dave.
You know, I think that sled might be something that we could get somebody to take a look at. It could be worth a lot more than we paid for it.
Okay, guys.
Hey, that's been good.
It's been a pleasure.
Hey, Dave, lots of fun.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah,
Have a good trip home.
Good seeing you. Look us up if you're ever our way.
Never going to the mainland.
You're a salty dog,
I've
aren't
been
you?
there. That's right.
That's a true Newfoundland mentality.
Dave was a lot of fun to deal with. I think we got a new friend.
See you guys!
So long, and thanks again.
But I still don't think he's going to call us anything but a CFA. Come from away. But the good thing is, I got the piece that I think wins the kitsch competition.
What?
Oh, there's no question, man. That moose, that is kitsch as defined by Scott Cousins, master of kitsch.
You're the judge and the jury of your own game, and you paid 50 bucks. That takes it out of the realm of kitsch.
No way. Kitsch doesn't necessarily mean crap. That is kitsch.
That is crap.
Oh, come on.
Well, we agree to disagree.
I disagree with that.
This could be our first big disagreement.
I agree with that.
Well, we're on our way to see Walter. He descends from a family that's been around this part of the world since the late 17th century.
Seriously?
Yeah. In fact, the road that we're going to be on is named after his family.
Is that right?
Yeah. He's written the book on Newfoundland furniture. And here's the good news. Walter's got a garage that's just loaded, and his wife has given him strict instructions. She wants her car in the garage this winter.
I've heard that story before.
So I'd say today could be a good day. And I bet that's our garage.
I bet you it is.
Walter?
Aha! Don't be trying to slide under.
I know, I'm up to your tricks. Hi, Walter. I'm Sheldon.
Sheldon.
Scott, how are you, Walter?
Welcome to my humble shed.
Can we dive in?
Be my guest.
Have you got stuff? Wow. We see a pile of furniture, every color, every style.
Interesting things everywhere I look.
The stuff in there is eclectic, but all high quality. So tell us the story.
I was an antiques dealer for several years before I went to work for the Provincial Museum in St. John. When I retired over 10 years ago, I started collecting again and started studying the furniture, really lusting after it. Any excuse to have it in the living room at night to study it and look at it, touch it.
Look at this, Shell. That is a really interesting piece of furniture.
Yeah.
What would you date this piece from?
I would guess about 1920. It's very plain looking, relatively speaking, but it's got Irish influence
Right.
on it. In these type of geometrical corners.
These three little spindles on the top takes it a step above most of those ones you see. So what would you need out of something like this? One of the first things Sheldon and I try to do is gauge the level at which this guy wants to sell.
I need to get 150. That's a cheap price.
I think at 150, we got to say yes on that.
The ball is rolling.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta clear out this place.
That's right. Your wife wants to park her car here.
Right now, she's going to need a Mini.
I'm gonna see that she does get a Mini.
Walter has not sold for years. Our timing is perfect. He needs some space.
And we're the first in the door.
Are those what a prairie boy would call a bailing bucket, locally referred to as a piggin?
Indeed, it's an Irish term. These were for bailing boats.
Yeah, I'm starting to learn the terms now.
You know why I'm interested in you guys having these things? Because we have a lot of Newfoundlanders living in Alberta.
I know.
And I want them to have access to these. That's the whole idea.
Walter's not just a picker that buys and sells and tries to make a buck on it. He loves the stuff.
I'm not interested in making money.
That's good for us if you're not interested in making money.
Don't get me wrong now. I don't want to give away something that's priceless.
No, we'd prefer to get you wrong.
I really enjoy the fact that Scott and Sheldon like the items. I mean, I don't have to make a lot of money selling them, just make some of my money back.
Maybe that should go back to the prairies.
1940s, early 50s, maybe.
Yeah.
50 bucks?
We'd probably sell that for 65 if we're lucky.
Yeah, so we
could
what,
pay
40?
40.
Okay.
Oh, shake the man's hand.
See, I'm easy to get along with.
You sure are.
You are.
Every once in a while, the stars align perfectly. We had interesting items. We had a great, knowledgeable seller.
If you look at the crest rail here and I turn this upside down, you've got this detail
Oh, yes, yes.
down here.
It's a real learning experience for Sheldon and I, because we're seeing furniture we really like, and we're learning about its history, so we can pass that on to the people we sell it to.
How about 60?
60.
I'm good with 60 if you are.
I'm good.
I really like that.
I see why you like it.
Yeah.
I could see the lust in their eyes when they saw something they really liked.
Would you sell it for what you paid for?
Oh, yeah.
Done. I'm turning into a quick draw
Yeah, you
kind of
read
a
my
guy.
mind.
No, your prices are fair. Everything is aligning as it should. Take a look at that.
Oh, those are great.
That's got to be an
Recycled materials.
apple box or mandarin oranges or something. Do you refer to this as a dory?
Yes, and these are little, like, crafty things. Somebody made them at home for something to do.
And this was made by the Apple Box Company.
We've seen apple boxes used for just about everything in Newfoundland.
What would you like for a pair of dories?
How about $35 for the two?
How about 30?
All right, I can't argue with that.
Thank you.
I think that's a good deal. Those are nice.
I'm glad you appreciate those. That's why I'm being
Very
very
much.
fair.
Take a look at this thing. See if it works.
That's
love
funky.
That is a goofy piece of folk art, that one. It had a boat in the middle of it, handcrafted. It had mirrors on the front and the sides. The way the mirrors are done, it looks like there's a boat coming around the corner.
Yeah.
And you lit it up with a little Christmas bulb. That is just total kitsch. You don't like it? I love it.
It's a red light special.
It's not often you find those small dioramas.
What would you want for the little diorama? I was thinking I'd have the kitsch competition with that.
$75.
Would you take 40?
I'd take 50.
It's just $50 bill, ripped in half and thrown away.
I've won, and don't try to tell me that I haven't won.
It ain't over till it's over.
I see you got a set of stairs here.
Leads to more stuff. Come this way.
Walter, you were holding out on us. We're doing well here, and now we've got a new area to go to.
I'd have to get 100 for it.
Sold. Pine chest right here.
I'll let you have it for $80.
Can't hesitate at all on that.
Ceremonial table of some sort?
$80.
Oh, 80 bucks.
Wow.
Fair.
Hey, you've got several years of calendars, all with Dion quintuplets.
It was one of the biggest stories in Canadian history when the Dion quintuplets were born.
So this Great Eastern Oil Company was putting them out as a premium every year, giveaway.
Yeah.
Isn't it great the way they paired the oil and gas advertising with radio advertising?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that
noticed-
makes it extra interesting.
When you get that crossover, that's when the price can shoot up, because you're selling not just to a Dion quintuplets person, you're selling it to a radio collector.
So they followed the Dion quintuplets
Each year.
19 years to early adulthood. This was particularly interesting to see a whole series of Dion quintuplet calendars. It was year after year after year. And having the whole series, you were able to watch these 5 little girls, these quintuplets, grow up in different stages. I've been doing this for several decades, and you see one piece here or one calendar there.
Yeah, that came all together.
Might as well ask you, what would you want for something like that?
Oh dear. Oh, I'd say counting 15, and I'd have to get $15 each for them.
$225. The problem for our market is the people that knew the quints are getting old.
Yes.
Maybe we can get a throw-in of something. Hey, there's a sled.
The painted one.
That was painted over. That was originally
Yeah.
painted on it.
Looks like a recent paint job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that sound like a quintuplet throw-in?
No.
Does that sound like a quintuplet discount?
Let's put it this way. I could let you have this if you bought the quintuplet things. I could let you have this for as low as $25.
Quint calendars at $225 and the sled at $25. Done.
It's been a pleasure. I can identify very strongly with Scott and Sheldon. It was really delightful to have them here, looking over my stuff, and I could see they enjoyed it as much as I did.
It'll fit in anyone's house. That's a winner. Well, I'll put these two on top, right?
Somebody that's interested in Dion quintuplets will pay the world for that item.
This was an absolutely fabulous day for a picker. We got an education. Everything went our way today. I hope every day is like this from here on in. It was absolutely wonderful.
I enjoyed it just as much as you.
One last thing.
One last thing. And let's see if you can back that baby in.
Don't break anything.
Look at that! In there! Our work here is done!
They've helped me because hopefully now Sally could be off my back for a while.
I love the fact that Sally backs that baby in one fell swoop.
Yeah.
She's done that before, but not for a while. Well, this is really going to be interesting to find out what that sled's worth.
We're going to see Jerry. He's a picker and a dealer, and he knows all about dog sleds.
We think it's a pretty good item, but we want to get a second opinion from Jerry. And it's always good if he's got a shop, because if he's got a shop, he knows what sells and he knows what doesn't sell.
Let me go in and get Jerry.
Okay, I'll drag the sled out.
Hey, Jerry.
Hi, Sheldon.
I've got something I want to show you out in the truck.
Okay.
Want your opinion.
My business, of course, is the antique business, and I've been in it for some 20 years. And my area of expertise is all things Newfoundland.
Hey, Jerry. Are you ready? There it is.
Great, Newfoundland sleigh. You know, 30 years ago, everybody had one.
Right.
You know, it was a a mainstay of transportation. Bringing the mail, picking up the kill.
We were told a guy could move a moose on this one.
Oh, well, in 2 or 3 trips.
Yeah, we heard that the guy that had this maybe killed a few moose with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably killed more than they should have, but...
You know that guy.
We were thinking this was sort of 40s era. What are you thinking?
It looks like it's that kind of vintage, probably in the 30s or 40s. It's a small, what we call the family sleigh. As you can see from the harness, this is the actual harness. Oh, pieces there, all it's missing are the Huskies.
I'm imagining you don't see these every day.
You don't see many of them because there's not many in use, and where you see them is in a museum and that kind of thing.
What does something like this get around here for value?
$500.
Done.
Well, if I had it to sell, I'd be probably selling it from... well, I've seen them sell anywhere from $700 to $1,200. In your market, it's probably 25% more.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's
You guys
good.
charge much more than we do anyhow. Yeah, it's a great piece.
Hey, well, that's good. That's very informative.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah, and there's not too many of these in Alberta, Scott.
I've never seen one. Thanks, Jerry. We'll see you again if we get something good. This is one of those times where when you take something out of its market, it actually increases in value. We're the only guys in town that are going to have one. We'll get 1,000 easy for that sled.
Well, we're on our way to see Greg, ex-military guy.
Oh, interesting.
And he spent almost 3 decades in the military. When he retired, he filled up a barn, and he's letting us in the back door to see if we can find something when the shop's not open. He likes everything and anything.
Sheldon, we only got 1 pick left. You better get that kitsch item.
Yeah, I'll find my piece of kitsch at Greg's. It ain't over till it's over.
Sheldon and I always like to have a bit of a friendly bet when we go to a new place. This time we're in Newfoundland, so our friendly bet is who can find the best piece of Newfoundland kitsch. There it is, right here.
Look at the size of this building over here. Lovely.
Yeah, let's go. Great. Oh, you must be Greg.
Hey.
Scott, how
Hi,
are you?
Greg.
And I'm Sheldon.
Pleased to meet you.
So what's the story here? Are you a collector that became a dealer or a dealer from the start?
No, I would have to say I'm a typical collector got out of hand.
Okay.
I can tell there's nothing typical about you right from the get-go.
Well, you're too kind so far.
They won't last, I can tell you.
You know. I started having an interest in antiques in 1970. So I planned my retirement. Spent 4 years getting my shop ready and transitioned simply by retiring from the military in 1995 and walked right into my shop already open.
Well, let's see what you got.
Come on.
Wow, you got inventory here, Greg.
Oh my goodness.
We're in for some fun because there's lots of stuff. Furniture items, nautical things, there's no shortage of things to look at. Let's look around.
I'll go this way. Used to be a time when picking a store was almost impossible, but nowadays, the antique business is hurting a little bit. There are price tags on things, but because we're in the picker fraternity, we know those prices mean nothing. That's just a starting point. This thing looks like it was dug up on the ocean.
That's the business end of a lance. Whaling stopped in Newfoundland, I think, around 1971. Prior to that, the whole village would go out and slaughter these things.
They take the boats out in the harbor, they drive the whales into the shore, and when they beach themselves, the villagers would come out, each of them with a lance, and they would take down a whale with it. It sounds a little cruel, but that's what kept those people alive. This is an early one, though. Like, this is probably 1900, right?
1820s.
There's a group of people out there that love that kind of thing, people that are into weaponry. So you got 5 1/4 on it.
These are rare.
Yeah.
I'm sure they are rare. The problem for us is this is the place where you're going to get top dollar for it, not necessarily Alberta. What would your bottom line be on this harpoon?
Say $300.
I'm thinking we might be lucky to get $250 for it in our market.
No.
We need to buy it at $200 or less to make money. I think you'll probably do better with this here than we will out in Alberta. I'm getting the impression that Greg's the kind of guy that thinks about what he's got into something when he's trying to figure out what his bottom line is. Greg doesn't want to lose money on any piece.
So we're clearly going to waltz a little bit here. What's the story on the barometer up on the wall there?
St. John's area is where I got it, but I don't know who exactly did it.
I'm hoping that it is what I think it is. Is it all inlaid?
Ivory inlaid.
It's a fancy one.
I actually think this is English. There's nothing Newfoundland about it. It was imported, I believe, from the UK.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, no, that's very well done, isn't it? I'm hoping for very dry weather.
I'd say go for it.
So, Greg, at 450, it's just not going to happen. If it was 150, I would say I'm in here like a dirty shirt.
Well, you know.
I took a step away from you when you said 150. I thought the lightning was coming.
If it was 150, I think my aunt would have it. For example, you know.
For us, I think the number we'd like to be at is 2 on it.
Yeah.
We don't like grinding people that bad, but if you'd go 2, we'd take a run at it.
Say, how about 3? How about
2 1/4?
2 1/4?
Half your price.
Done.
All right, done. Thank you. Good price, and clearly Greg is motivated to sell.
Bingo. Where did you get that bottle? It was a country club ginger beer bottle out of Vancouver, British Columbia. Didn't belong here.
That bottle came up my driveway from a guy from BC.
That's what's good about that. It had the Medalta stamp on it, historic pottery in Alberta. So if you get one with a stamp on it, you'll sell that to a Medalta collector, not just a ginger beer collector.
Whoa, you got 80 bucks on that.
That's what he had on it.
That's a decent bottle, but I'd sell it for that in Alberta.
Well, we'll say 40.
Hey.
That's half again, right?
Yeah.
It's always nice to find a guy that knows how to play the game. And if he can get the money out of us, he can go buy some more things.
I'm highly motivated for them to go away purchasing things that they're happy with the prices also.
We're looking for the ultimate piece here.
Kitschy, cheesy.
Maybe we should
I'm heading this way.
scour. Scott has a keen eye for kitsch and usually wins this sort of thing. However, I think I have a chance today. You get a laugh out of that.
The moose chariot.
Yeah.
We've got a buffalo chariot in Alberta. I consider myself a connoisseur of kitsch. My eye is so bad that I'm drawn to those items, but I didn't see anything quite bad enough that I would consider to be part of this competition. My pupil, on the other hand, is getting a very good kitsch eye.
Score. I think I found the Newfoundland piece.
No!
I find a Newfoundland tumbler, and it's got a little musical verse on the back referring to the squid jigging. All sizes and figures with squid lines and jiggers. This, to me, seems like the perfect Newfoundland kitsch item. Isn't that a beauty?
Well, you could sing this song every time, and the drunker you got, the better it'd sound.
That is a mint winner, is what that is.
That is a faded piece of shite.
I thought that's what we were looking for.
No, we wanted an unfaded piece of shite.
Oh, come on. You're making the rules up as we go along. I'm pulling away like a squid in Newfoundland.
It ain't over till it's over.
Oh, Scott, you got to see this. Certainly not a kitsch item.
Wow.
I got a little box of that stuff in town about a year ago.
There's several small ivory pieces, well carved, so they're interesting items.
That's walrus ivory, too.
Look at this, a little pencil.
Oh, jeez.
Little lead here, and you retract it and protrude it that way.
Ivory's a touchy subject, and if these had been ordinary ivory pieces from the Orient, we would have walked. These came out of Labrador?
Yeah, the people I got these from said they came down in the 19-teens from family members, and they had them in the family till a year ago or so when I bought these.
Well, I got a soft spot for these little guys. What's this for, a kayak?
That's a kayak paddle.
Okay, that would
That's a kayak paddle, exactly.
And I have another one somewhere here, and I'll throw that in too. And we'll say grand total finished up in the end, $350. Okay?
Would you do $250? $270?
Oh, all right. That argument, we're in.
Buying some good stuff at good prices. It's an oddball, isn't it? It's like a little flask.
And I think it's a case for carrying morphine or something for war, for military. It says military on it anyway.
Does it move
May I?
somehow? Yeah, please.
Okay. Undo the bottom, and then the top kind of springs up.
move out of the way.
And that is a really cool item. It's got all these little compartments where you would put your glass morphine capsule in.
And that's a syringe.
That's a syringe. I'd love to have it because it's got so many movements in it. Medical instruments are a bit like toys. The more actions, the better. And this one had a bunch of different little actions to it.
To the right guy, that's an interesting piece.
It appeals to people that collect doctor's instruments, people that collect drug paraphernalia. I want to own it, but I'm not sure what I'm going to have to pay for it.
What would you want for that?
Well, I was looking at, say, maybe $500, but
Whoa.
that's probably never going.
It's clearly something that was used in the military for drugs. In this case, likely morphine. I was thinking, like if it was $100, we'd buy it for 100, sell it for 200.
Will I tell you what I'll let you have it for? My bottom down below my shoe line. Eh? Under the boards on the floor. 200.
It's such a cool thing.
I'd like you to have it, is what I'm saying.
I'll take it.
Done?
When somebody says, I want you to have something, and I believe Greg meant it, you can't say no. That's an insult.
Thanks.
It's not all about money, and when you say you'd like me to have it, I'm going to have it.
Oh, that's nice.
You know?
Yeah.
I like that. And once again, Greg was really fair.
This looks like it's a good Newfoundland piece, this one. It's got a church on the hill, like every small town in Newfoundland's got
And
a
a
little church
lighthouse.
on the hill. What would you do on that little guy? I think you got 55 for him in the stand.
Well, we'll say, what about 30?
I think we can do 30.
Oh,
I've been paying attention to Scott on the kitsch competition.
Oh, I've got the kitsch winner. That is a goofy piece of folk art, that one. Total kitsch. I love it.
I'm learning from the master. I'm paying attention here. Yeah! I find another piece of sweetheart Newfoundland kitsch. I think I just settled a bet.
I know Sheldon enough to know when the look on his face says, I've won and don't try to tell me that I haven't won.
Yeah?
You've seen that before, haven't you?
Oh, certainly.
Yeah, but you haven't. That's a 3D Joey Smallwood.
Joey Smallwood got us in the Confederation.
We've learned on our trip here that Joey Smallwood is a hero to some, a villain to others. He was a pig farmer in Gander, went to Montreal, heard they were having a referendum, went back to Newfoundland to try and get Newfoundland into Canada.
But there's still a lot of controversy as to whether that was a good move or not. Gets better. Will the lady on the other side please vote Liberal?
Oh,
Here's the lady on the other side.
Not me.
Yeah.
She's the bearded lady then.
Gotta have that, $12.50. That settles
Hey,
the
wait,
bet,
wait,
I'm
wait.
pretty
You didn't
sure.
even
Thank you
grind
very
on
much.
it. So you're trying to suggest that this wins the bet?
Oh, that's the kitschiest piece of Newfoundland history. You gotta look at Joey in 3D.
I think I'm bringing you to the dark side because a couple years ago, you wouldn't even have looked at that.
Scott and Sheldon are easy to be with. They love having a bit of fun, it seems like. It's been a great experience to see people with their knowledge and their experience.
It's quite heavy, this thing. It's a good piece. We'll do well on that. Individually priced, we could very well get maybe $700.
That's a cool thing. I love it. It's been a great
Shake.
day.
Do we hug?
It's gonna. Hey, I'll hug you.
Do we hug?
I'll hug
I hug
you.
everybody, Mike. That's not fair to
That was a lot of fun, man.
We were talking the same language. I'm not sure if he was talking Calgary or I was talking Newfoundland, but we could communicate.
You're kind of like the Colonel with your swagger stick
Well,
here.
I used to have to salute them. I salute you guys.
Yeah. And we salute you back.
You know.
And I get along with anybody that's got hair as long as mine. So we're going to be on our way. We'll keep in touch, though.
That was just a lot of fun, wasn't it?
At the end of the day, we did pretty darn well.
You know, Scott, it's time to settle the kitsch bet once and for all.
Sheldon, I concede. I don't want to see you cry. I concede. Your Joey Smallwood mirror and your squid jigger glass are better kitsch than my moose. I lose. I'll put the moose up on my wall.
Thank you very much. Enjoy that on your wall for a year.
I will, actually. It's a
I know
nice
you
piece.
will. It's third-rate catch. I think I'd like to put it on my wall.
You can't. It's mine.
That's perfect.
I like it.
I'd like to break it over your head. A year.